お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
On the night of Kyuubi's attack on the village, Sarutobi managed to break through Kushina's barrier. The old man was sure that his beloved wife was already dead. Hiruzen was already old, and decided to act immediately. He did not think or doubt, having laid down the seals of the call of the god of death. Sarutobi Hiruzen destroyed Minato's call and immediately gave his soul to death. The Kyuubi was completely sealed within Naruto, and the boy withstood the chakra pressure. The key to the seal was sealed with a piece of Kushina's chakra as a fuse. Minato and Kushina didn't even have time to utter a word before the old man had already given up the ghost. "Thank you, Sarutobi-sama," Kushina said with difficulty, and fell into the tenacious clutches of unconsciousness. Minato was afraid of the demon inside, because he was sealed entirely within Naruto. The young Hokage knew that his wife carried the Kyuubi within her, but here was a different case. Naruto is a baby, and Kushina was already a teenager when the fox was placed inside her. He didn't want the Kyuubi to break out in the middle of his house and kill Kushina in a fit of rage. He took the package to the orphanage and said that he found it on the road, and his parents died. He could not kill his child. At the orphanage, he said that this child would be a Jinchuriki, a prison for Kyuubi. Only a few people knew that Kushina was pregnant, and after what happened, there were almost no such people left. Except Kakashi and Jiraiya. Minato informed his wife that the child had died, and he was able to reseal the fox into another orphan. Kushina howled like a beluga, but she could no longer do anything. The death of her child hit her very hard. Tears and depression lasted long after what happened. Today was not a happy day at the Uchiha estate. Sasuke, the youngest child of the main family of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, was born a couple of months after the Kyuubi attack, and her eyes were blind. The iris of her eyes was white and almost completely merged with the white itself. The clan doctor, who came for an examination, reported that after examination with the Iranian chakra, an almost complete absence of chakra channels in the optic nerve was established. More precisely, the doctor. "Fugaku-sama, your daughter is blind. Her lens and vitreous body are almost completely destroyed. Vision cannot be restored. In addition, the chakra channels in the optic nerve are too weak, they are not able to withstand heavy loads, and the essential channels necessary for the Sharingan do not exist at all. She is completely blind, awakening the dojutsu is out of the question." Neither Fugaku, nor, especially, Mikoto wanted to get rid of the child. Fugaku, with the tenacity of a ram, spoke out in defense at a meeting of elders, but they were not going to back down, so Fugaku had to admit that the birth of a blind person in the main family was a shame, and therefore the child was sent to an orphanage. However, Fugaku threatened death to anyone who dared to kill his daughter. The orphanage was subordinate to the academy, so orphans were often sent for education. While a person was learning the art of shinobi, the village supported him if he was an orphan. The blind baby and the Jinchuriki were left without a clan or tribe, they were not even given a surname. More than 5 years have passed, but Sasuke was addressed by a label, and Naruto did not escape such treatment. The blind woman and the demon are outcasts among children. No one talked to them, no one played with them or made friends with them. The demon was able to find an outlet in books, which he read avidly and in unimaginable quantities. Sasuke was no better off. More precisely, it was better she was not beaten or insulted with abusive words, but she also had no one to communicate with. They laughed at her, and made fun of her, and bullied her. "Suzu-san, please read to me," a girl of about 5 ran to the teacher, tripping over everything and clutching a book in her chest. The blind woman and the demon have always been together. They ate together, were outside together, read together. Naruto always described the objects that surrounded them to Sasuke, and the girl drew images in her head. "The year has passed since that day. Come on, I'll read to you, but not these snotty stories." "Yes," the girl answered briefly. Sasuke shrank from my question, expecting a refusal. She also got used to not being needed by anyone. She was a little embarrassed and turned away. Do you want someone to read to you? I noticed at her little book, which she clutched to herself. Fairy tales for little princesses? What is this? I thought, sorry, but can you read? Sasuke smiled, but so warmly and welcomingly. Demon? I smiled. Yes, you can too. I'm used to it. You called. There was a feeling that she was looking through me, but at the same time probing or something. Thank you, she answered girl and stared at me with her glass eyes. Be careful, blind, I said softly. The girl wanted to ask for forgiveness, but I beat her to it. Due to her age, Sasuke could not remember the location of scattered toys, so I tripped over them, but never over the steps of children. That's what happened now. She tripped over a toy and couldn't keep her balance. The girl attacked the boy with whom no one had ever communicated. The teachers always scolded him for the slightest trick, and the guys often beat and called him names, because he could not cope with everyone alone. Sasuke was sure that the woman was simply too lazy to read to her. No, it's not like that, she doesn't give a damn about her. She behaves better and kinder with the other guys. These were the thoughts hovering in the girl's head. She knew how to look for people, without knowing how, but she felt them, but no one wanted to explain to her that she was a censor. I'm busy, Sasuke. Ask the guys, let them read to you. The teacher tried to disown the annoying girl. But one day the boys from the orphanage overdid it. I remember how they beat me. Devil, where am I? I said mentally, looking around. Dark corridors, ankle-deep water everywhere, drops constantly appearing on the pipes, musty air. Ah. Oh, came the sound echoes along the corridor. Well, what kind of ass have I gotten myself into? I said more quietly. I stomped further along the dark corridors until I came out into some hall where there was a huge cage. It was dark all around, but that's not to say that nothing was visible. I could make out the walls of the room, I could see the doors of the huge gates. But behind them there was only darkness. Huh? I said hesitantly. Let's go. Someone roared from behind the bars. The voice was very loud and bubbling, but I did not feel fear. I wonder if I can find out why everyone hates me. Well, or this huge fool will eat me. Hello, I said again. Kami, my Jinchuriki is a pathetic little piece of crap. Choida, I don't remember being addressed differently than demon. You and I are in the same boat. I looked around the room, perhaps literally, and figuratively. So what's with the name, you same? The fox bared his teeth. What did you say there? People, take the blame from them. And to myself, Ninetails narrowed his eyes. Usually they demand strength, scream about their power, authority, and so on. QB, no, wait. What's your name? I hatched on the QB like a ram on a new gate. I can't even really say who and when addressed me by name, not counting Sasuke. Just think, a 6-year-old child has no fear of me. You are in your subconscious, Naruto, the fox said in an even voice. Yar, forgive me. I won't be sarcastic anymore. The fox sat down, contentedly, and stared at me, and I looked around and tried to figure out where I was. Hey, little one, the fox jumped up again and growled. So you are furry? Go away, you annoying bald monkey, muttered the fox. What does blasphemy mean? The fox drawled tiredly and boredly, falling onto his side and laying his tails under him. People, give them a damn. Why does everyone hate me and call me a demon? What question? The fox suddenly calmed down and sat down, only his tails were darting chaotically behind his back. 1, 2, 5, 9. Hubi no Yoko, or the nine-tailed fox of misfortune, calmly stated the fact, and therefore the answer to my question. The darkness dissipated, and I saw a huge fox who was looking at me with anger and fire in his eyes. There was undisguised hatred in the scarlet eyes. The fox hit the cage with all his might, and then growled in his gut and began to scrape his claws along it. Are you implying that you are a bigger bunch? I sarcastically. Kurama, said the fox, a little proudly, but his look changed a little. What is this? I poked at the piece of paper on the cage. Tear it off and you'll find out, Kurama said, narrowing his eyes slightly. What are you talking about? I reached for the piece of paper, but someone stopped my hand when I just started to tear off one corner. A red-haired woman appeared next to me, very beautiful. She smiled at me with the kindest smile. Long scarlet hair that reached her shins, a friendly and kind smile. A small hairpin held her bangs so that they would not cover her violet blue eyes. "It's not worth it, dear," she said affectionately. I fell out of reality. To me, no one has ever addressed this before. There was so much feeling and warmth in her address. She spoke kindly, lovingly. "Naruto, what's wrong with you?" she asked incomprehensibly. "And, who are you?" "In the sense of who?" "I'm your mother," she smiled at me. "It's funny, you have a sense of humor no matter how you look at it. I'm seeing you for the first time." "Didn't your father tell you anything?" she soared. "Yes, I'd been in the shelter for as long as I can remember," I said sarcastically. "WW what?" Her bravado was blown away by such a simple phrase. The woman turned very pale. And who is the ex-Hokage?" Trembling all over, she asked. "Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato." 9 strands of hair rose into the air and hovered ominously. My face turned pale. "Well, Minato. I'll introduce you to one northern animal, his name is .et." The woman barked, so I carefully raised my voice. "On here, they don't hit you in the nose for asking?" "Nonsense." I received a tasty slap on the head of such force that I almost kissed the ground. "Don't swear, son." The woman froze for a couple of seconds, but then with a sharp movement she pressed me to her and roared like a crocodile. Forgive me, son, my Naruto." The woman chattered, swallowing tears. She didn't want to calm down until I hugged her. "Forgive us, Naruto, if you can. We sealed the fox into you," and so on, more. Whining, "And you live alone?" "Yes, it seems that the fox and I had time to talk, and Mom," I mumbled. It was very unusual to address someone like that. "Are you alive?" "I don't know, Naruto. This is just a piece of my chakra that is sealed here. When the chakra runs out, I will disappear." "Your father is alive, and who is he?" "Minato, Hokage." "And what should I do if I am an orphan with a living father and, most likely, mother? Find me?" Kushina asked in a firm voice. "Who will let me out of here? I'm a demon after all. Maybe someday, when I can stand up for myself. You will need to tell me everything. If I'm alive, then I'm no longer connected to this chakra." The seal cut it off from the original. "This chakra will not transfer knowledge to the real me. Forgive me, Naruto. I'm a disgusting mother." The woman fell to her knees, covering her face with her hands, and began to sob. Kyubi only silently observed the situation. He had known Kushina for many years. Even if she had a bad temper, an explosive character, she could be rude, cruel, and could behave like an ill-mannered brat. But she had an unshakable will and a very kind heart. As a mother, she suffers greatly, because Naruto is her child, her firstborn, who was taken away, simply because of fear, stupidity, and prejudice. I hugged my mother and tried to hug her tighter. Something clicked inside me. There was a strong pain in my chest. I cried too, cried unconsciously, tears just flowed from my eyes. I smiled and cried. Mom was kneeling in a puddle of water and clinging to me. Gradually, her sobs subsided, but tears continued to roll down her cheeks. "I know how to help you." My mother kissed me on the forehead and began to make seals. She touched her forehead and passed on her knowledge to me. "Mom." I rushed at her, because I took over her feelings and understood how she felt now. The woman smiled sweetly. No, she glowed with the kindest and happiest smile. I lost consciousness from the amount of information that entered my brain. The feelings were just the first wave that washed over me. Kushina walked up to the cage, where Kurama sat silently, his tails darting behind him. Scarlet eyes did not glow with hatred, but rather with some kind of interest, curiosity, or something. "Kyubi, can I ask you?" Kushina said hesitantly. Her voice trembled, but not because she was afraid of the fox, no. She was very afraid that he would refuse her request. Kurama narrowed his eyes and slowly moved his snout towards the base of the cage. Kushina has never seen him so calm. "And what do you want from me, Kushina? I often turned to you and asked only for your strength. Forgive me, but I didn't even communicate with you." The fox narrowed his eyes even more. "Please, I ask you. I beg you, take care of my son." Kushina bowed from the waist and in this position waited for an answer. Kurama was expecting something similar. After all, she is a mother, she will do anything to protect her child. The fox would have been watching Naruto in any case, because if the boy died, he himself would die, and he didn't want to be reborn. "Go to your son, Kushina. You have too little time to be with him, because you are alive and will not know anything when you disappear. So stay here with him." Kurama looked at Naruto. There was no hatred in his eyes for the child, because they were both treated equally. Kushina didn't know if the fox agreed. She just said "thank you" to the falling asleep fox and went to her son. Time passed and, when I was 8 years old, I agreed to the offer to become a shinobi. I was a little surprised that they allowed me to study, since I'm a Jinchuriki, and so on. Teachers from the academy came and began to recruit a group. So I applied. I was given an old room in a dormitory in the oldest and dirtiest area of the village. I asked to take custody of Sasuke, because no one was watching her anyway, or rather, no one simply didn't give a damn about her fate. And no one knew what to do with it. She is soon 8 and she is blind, the shinobi path is closed to her. And here I am, kindness itself. My request did not surprise the management at all, because she and I were something like 2 hermits among the children with whom no one communicated at all. We seemed to get along with Fox. I had the key to the seal and, if I wanted, I could free it, but we were still connected, and the fox understood that it was better to sit inside me, because, otherwise they'll lock you up somewhere else where you can't rock the boat. So we came to this apartment, small. Turn around, kitchenette, shower, marble friend. The apartment had only 2 windows, one in the room, the other in the kitchen. There was also 1 bed. Sasuke and I had almost no things. We were given benefits as orphans. The amount was small, but it was enough to live together. Plus, they paid a stipend for a student at the academy, because I was an orphan. I was confident that I would survive. Kurama will help with advice, and Mom's knowledge will be useful in everything. When I looked around the entire apartment, I took Sasuke by the hand and pulled him along. "Let's go, I'll show you everything." The blind woman was not embarrassed, she perceived me as an older brother. Here is the toilet, here is the shower." I drove her hand, showing and telling along the way what was lying where. "The towel is here, this is the laundry tank, the washing machine, the faucet and the sink, here. Did you remember everything? It's not my fault that you have fleas. What do you want, you overgrown back-eater?" The fox muttered indistinctly, "Listen, Kurama." Now she was sleeping. And I was in my subconscious. The fox suggested that instead of sleeping, I should always go down into the subconscious, and then the fox wouldn't be bored, and I would get training, because in the subconscious you can develop chakra control. Tomorrow Sasuke would have turned 8 years old. Sasuke took out a book and began to read it. The book was for the blind and she read with her fingers by touch. I didn't understand how she did it. Well, God bless him, the main thing is that she succeeds. It's swept under the rug. "I'll go clean up and cook something, I won't mind your company." Sasuke giggled and climbed onto the bed. "Everything is fine. But how can we sleep? There is only 1 bed." "Yes, thank you. It's just unusual for me." Naruto, thank you." Sasuke hugged me and cried quietly. "No one except you communicated with me. And you also took me with you." I smiled. "What did you say?" The fox soared. Yar. I waved my hand, and the fox calmed down. "Listen, what should I give Sasuke?" "How should I know? Your woman is your problem. You yourself are a woman, we are children. It's too early to talk about such things." I have the knowledge and memory of my mother. The fox muttered something like, "Then what do you want from me?" I don't know, Naruto. I'm not a person, I have no idea what to give a child. Take her somewhere? They kick me out of everything with sticks and curse words. Take her to the park, to nature and fresh air, AI equals 8, which one? What should she do in nature if she can't see? She pulled up. I don't know. The fox barked forcefully, stop. She doesn't see, should I give her my eye? A loud slap was heard. The fox, with the tenacity of a ram, tried to keep his muzzle, but it didn't work. You, the fox asked mockingly, without taking his palm off his muzzle. Walk, rug. The idea is normal. I'll give you one eye, I'll leave one. And Sasuke will be able to see. A gift for life. Eblin, who will do the transplant? And why do you have a blind eye? I just appreciate her, she doesn't see a demon in me. And in you too, by the way, and you know it. The fox exhaled noisily. Okay, Naruto, but you are still a rare cretin. What? Sasuke said incomprehensibly. No, stop, I grabbed her hand. It's a bandage. Don't open your eyes, yet. This is my birthday present to you, Naruto. What have on my face? She reached for the bandage. My eyes itch a lot. Good morning, said the blind woman. In the morning, I removed the seal from her and began to wait for her to wake up. Today is her holiday and me? I don't remember when I was in so much pain. Except when I was almost burned alive. Towards the morning of the next day, the pain subsided due to the action of the fox chakra. Sasuke didn't feel anything, because the seal protected her consciousness and mind. Kurama performed the operation, and controlled the process of extraction and implantation with the help of his chakra, which he always used to treat me. The fox wasn't worried that he did everything right, because the damage healed very quickly. Okay, turn her around and lie down next to her. Prepare clean water, bandages and towels. Nothing. Sasuke is under the seal, she doesn't feel anything. And I will be patient, until I pass out from pain. Shock, you will have to endure. It will hurt, said the fox. I came out of my subconscious and put a seal on Sasuke's head so that she wouldn't feel anything. I opened the cage slightly, and Kurama was able to crawl out into the light of God. I wasn't afraid because of the chakra surge, because Mom's knowledge allowed me to put up a blood barrier that would prevent anyone from spying on the room. It did not allow chakra and physical attacks to pass through, and also distorted the image in the windows. Only Sasuke and I could enter the apartment. I silently pulled her by the hand I was holding towards my face. She only examined me once. Sasuke asked to look and began to run her fingers over my face, and then said that I was very beautiful. Now I also had a blindfold over my eyes. The pain had already gone away, but it was itching. Just like Sasuke's. We had to blindly remove the seal from her and make blindfolds. Naruto, do you also have a blindfold? What did you do? Sasuke immediately realized. Everything is fine. I gave you my eye. What? Are you crazy? No. This is. Why? You. Hush, I just hugged her. Everything will be fine. I can see with just one. I didn't know what to give you, but this will last a lifetime and you will remember me. Sasuke pressed herself into me with all her might. Her fists clenched her t-shirt on the back, and the girl herself buried herself in my shoulder and cried loudly. I don't remember how long we sat with her like that. Thank you, Sasuke whispered. I said, everything will be fine. Let's go have breakfast? How will you cook? I'll try to remove the bandage. I slowly removed the bandage and carefully opened his eyes. I screamed throughout the apartment. What happened? The little girl asked in fear. Oh, both eyes, they both see. I transplanted your blind eye into myself, but it sees. Sit here. I'll go see what it is and bring a mirror. I went into the bathroom. Your mother is burning. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Taking the mirror, I headed back to Sasuke. I had a lot of questions in my head, no answers, and a complete mess. Sasuke's eye was supposed to be blind, but in both my eyes, etc. One eye was completely purple, with a ring-like pattern, like concentric circles on water. There is no iris, only a dot pupil. But the second eye, the one that is blind, is not only sighted, but he is also a Sharingan. From my mother's knowledge, I understood what he looked like, only there was no tomo, there was some kind of drawing. The iris was red, a black spiral extended from the pupil dot to the border of the iris. I sat down opposite Sasuke and began to carefully remove the bandage. "Open your eyes," I called quietly. She slowly opened her eyes. She also had a purple eye, the one I gave her. And her family was like mine, a Sharingan, only the design was different, a six-pointed star. "You are really beautiful." The girl turned crimson when I smiled. "You are nice too." "Look," he slipped her a mirror. Sasuke looked at herself for a long time, all, from head to toe. Her long raven hair reached her lower back. Sasuke was in her sleeping pajamas. "Thank you very much." She attacked me. "I'm glad you're happy." Sasuke embarrassedly pecked me on the cheek, and I just smiled a kind smile. "We need to ask for advice." I twirled the seal and waited for the fox to materialize. Kurama had already communicated with Sasuke, and the girl, in turn, perceived him only by touch, calling him Fluffy. Sasuke loved to caress and stroke the fox, usually with cries, "Wow, what a cutie." Kurama appeared and began to inspect his work. "What the .nya?" he barked. I had a little déjà vu. "I have the same question for you." The fox grabbed Sasuke and me with its tails and began to saturate it with its chakra. Analyzer.ov. "I hear everything. That's what we're counting on." "You Uchiha." He roared at Sasuke and almost threw her tail into the wall. "I don't know," the little girl babbled. "RRAR," Fox growled slightly. He didn't like them terribly. "Kurama, calm down. Explain everything in order and don't yell at Sasuke," I began to threaten ambiguously. Kurama nodded in agreement. Still, he had nothing against Sasuke. Yes, he poked his tail in the eye area, dash. Sasuke turned out to be from the Uchiha tribe. That at least explains the Sharingan. Apparently, the influence of my chakra on your organisms led to the fact that Sasuke's blind eyes were healed, chakra channels appeared in them, the optic nerves, the vitreous body, and the lens were completely restored. But, the power of these eyes. "Speak already," I said wearily. "Naruto, they have power, like in Madara's eyes, when he subdued me." "This is Mangekyo." I fell out of reality, and sat with a stupid face. "Sits, shket. The second one is even better. As for your seeing eyes, Naruto, these are my father's eyes." "What? Come on. Apparently. You had the Senju gene, it mixed with the Uchiha gene, which you took from Sasuke, and my chakra helped cross the threshold that exists specifically for these eye." For more details, I asked. In short, my father told me that his eldest son Indra, the founder of the Uchiha, could receive the Rinnegan only if he will receive the gene of his younger brother Azura, the founder of Senju. But there is also a threshold, i.e., a person must overcome himself and his strength so that these genes merge together and open new eyes. Pound. That's all I could say. "So, it was this threshold that your chakra helped you cross?" "Hallelujah, stinker." The fox grinned rather pleased. "Will you help?" I asked seriously. The fox realized where I was leading the conversation. "Okay, bald monkey, I will teach you, but it will be. Plus, I want a basket, otherwise I'll have to sleep in a puddle of your subconscious sewer, not according to feng shui, and I also want some meat. Won't my ass stick together?" "The basket is .yeah, I'll buy it." "There's a problem with meat," I drawled. Kurama turned away offended. "Don't sulk, otherwise you look like a mouse. You don't have to eat." Our money is great, when we become shinobi, you can show off, Kurama grinned contentedly. And Naruto, and can you train me too? Mumbled Sasuke, who just sat quietly the entire conversation. The fox jumped onto the bed and walked past us. He began to mark time and then finally settled down, rattling like a cat. I told you, I will teach you. But I'm not familiar with Sharingan techniques. By the way, you need to swap your Sharingans again. Why? Both were surprised. This is Manjikyu, and he is stronger than ordinary eyes, but my father seemed to say that due to strong techniques, the user becomes blind over time. So, why change? Asked Sasuke. It seems, but it's only a lie, Kurama yawned. If the owner of Mangekyo takes someone else's same eye, then it will evolve and stop go blind, and also the techniques will become stronger. However, for this it is desirable that you are half-blooded, although, no. These are your eyes, Sasuke, they will take root perfectly, because after the first transplant they took root, Kurama finished his thought. Okay. Sasuke, are you ready? Yeah, the little girl nodded. Put a stamp on it, prepare everything from the beginning and, be patient. Kurama said. Almost 5 years have passed. In about 2 months, an exam at the academy was due to take place, in which one could become a genin. Sasuke and I still lived in that shack. She was also accepted into the academy, and this is good, because there was even a little more money. Kurama taught us Rinnegan techniques, which he remembered performed by his father, Rikudo Sanin. Sharingan techniques had to be mastered on my own, but they also had their advantages. Mom's knowledge also greatly helped us in this. She knew many useful techniques, starting with the banal henge and ending with S-rank fuinjutsu techniques. We stole elemental techniques, or rather, I copied them using the Sharingan, figured out the structure and sequence of seals using the Rinnegan, and then taught them to Sasuke. She had to be taught everything, to read, to write, and to explain everything that she did not understand or why something did not work out. Fortunately, mixed genes made it possible to deactivate the Sharingan, but the Rinnegan cannot be turned off, so this eye, more precisely, my right eye, and Sasuke's left, had to have henge applied. Drawing of the eternal Mangekyo Sasuke's changed a little after the transplant. Her 6-pointed star changed slightly, it became twisted. As I understand it, because there was a spiral in my eye, which twisted its star. I couldn't explain the drawing of my eye to myself, the spiral became double. Whether at the orphanage or at the academy, I was shunned and bullied everywhere. I led a hermit's lifestyle. Sasuke was doing better, a sea of fans and fangirls, she was a beauty with multicolored eyes and smart in all subjects and disciplines. The best student at the academy. I also had a couple of hidden fans, but they were afraid to communicate with me, they didn't want to be considered outcasts, and plus, apparently, the influence of their parents. I tried not to spoil Sasuke's life, so that she could have friends, recognition, and attention. Sasuke understood why I behaved this way, and was grateful to me, always tried to take care of me. Outwardly, I probably changed a lot. I copied my image from one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. I had long hair that was tied up like a ponytail, with 2 strands of hair framing my face and hiding my ears, which I tied with a simple ribbon on my forehead. There was still the same hedgehog on the top of the head. And the hair in the ponytail stood up. I always wore black pants and sandals, only the color of the t-shirts changed. Sasuke has acquired a decent wardrobe. And blouses, and skirts, and shorts, and shirts, a girl, in a word. She wore white or gray shorts and an open blue shirt with a top underneath. She was not ashamed of her breasts, quite the contrary. Maybe she was inferior to Hinata, but Ino was not. There was also a small problem with surnames. We didn't have them. I had no idea how to explain to others why I am an Uzumaki. After all, the only Uzumaki in Konoha is Kushina, and she is the wife of the 4th, besides, my hair is wheat-colored, not scarlet. That's why I took part of Kurama's nickname, but Yoko. Sasuke simply said that she was an Uchiha orphan, and showed a Sharingan with one tomo as proof. In addition, the almost black irises of her eyes, she hid her real eyes under henge, changing eye color using a technique as a breeze, and raven-colored hair, which was typical for Uchihas, played in her favor. That's why our documents were changed, Naruto no Yoko and Sasuke Uchiha. As for learning from the fox, we knew many techniques. Kurama helped us with chakra volume and control, and also developed our SCH and chakra foci. All our training took place at the farthest and most abandoned training ground under the barrier that I set up. We were able to master 3 basic Sharingan techniques. We have not yet opened any additional ones, and there are no guarantees that we will open them at all. Everything was fine with the Rinnegan, one might even say great. The Uchiha and Senju genes mixed without causing any anomalies, and the Uzumaki genes strengthened both our eyes and the organisms themselves. Why Sasuke acquired the Uzumaki gene, I didn't know, and neither did Kurama. Therefore, we unanimously attributed all this to the life-giving property of the fox chakra. We were able to master Rakuto Senenzai techniques, but we didn't have the opportunity to try everything. For example, Gedo no Jutsu, outer path technique, is a ninjutsu that allows you to turn a dead man into an obedient puppet. There was no one to test it on, and I didn't want to take a weak adept, and there was nowhere to take any corpse from. Killing a Konoha shinobi is a bad option, as is sneaking into the morgue, then explain why the dead man talks and walks. On top of that, we haven't yet really figured out what to do with Kuroibo, black rod, which could be created from one's own body. Get up. No. Get up. 5 more minutes. No. Damn. Sasuke threw my carcass off the bed. Sasuke. I barked. The fall completely woke me up, and I was ready to hit someone, because it was such a good, erotic dream. It's time to stop with Jiraiya's books. Well, Naru, you cook very tasty. You too. I lay down like a star on the floor, showing that I was ready to sleep here too. Sasuke poked her head out from under the blanket and hung her head over me. Her hair was scattered across my chest and the floor, and some more remained on the bed. It looks marvelous, I mentally noted to myself. Your food turns out tastier. Go cook, and I'll take a shower, then we'll change. Okay, I got up and padded barefoot into the kitchen. How does she do it? Should I move my convolutions? Drawled the fox through his sleep. I don't know, furry one. I just can't refuse her. I stood at the stove and started cooking flour pancakes. You're a stupid sheep, Naruto. I've read a ton of books on psychology, and you don't understand. I know that I like her. You are a felt boot, tell her about it and finally drag her in. Kurama said melancholy. Are you Xia? I dropped the spatula and almost got stuck in the dough. Well, the fox asked incomprehensibly. Kate, what the fuck? We are 13 years old. You've already almost passed puberty because of my chakra, only natural growth remains, and these yours, what's their name, when the body of a cub can already give birth, I don't know what people call it. It's called fertility, Kurama, but in general, I began calmly. You are a people and not a fox. Go eat fish, faggot. Hey, I might get offended. And anyway, who gave you your last name? Kurama continued aloud when he crawled out of his basket into the light. Chew silently, whore. Sasuke, go eat. I shouted. Don't yell in my ear, Sasuke said dryly, leaning her butt on the kitchen tabletop. She pulled on my t-shirt that reached her mid-thigh. Sorry. Put on the kettle and I'll go take a shower. I left without waiting for an answer, only shooting angrily at Kurama with my eyes. She's staring at your ass. His voice sounded in my head. Shaggy, you are a true friend. I answered, smiling. Sasuke came to her senses and jerked to lay out the pancakes and put on the tea. Now Sasuke and I have already arrived to the academy. She went to talk to girls I didn't know, and I plopped down on a desk in the far corner of the office. Most often I had to sit by myself so that at least the girl had friends. Then Naruto. Oh, and, what? I fell asleep again in class, the best way to spend time at the academy. Irika loomed over me with a menacing look. You're sleeping again. 2 months left until the exam. What are you thinking about? Shreks, drugs and rock and roll, I somehow automatically answered. What? Sensei stared at me. There were oohs, ahs, giggles and red faces from the girls throughout the class. Listen, Irika, stop trying to force my brains in. Why do you care what I do and what I think? Explain all this children's stuff to the class, and I can handle it without it. What are you saying? The smartest one has been found. All you do is sleep. How are you even going to study shinobi techniques if you don't even know the basics? You are an incapable child who thinks he can get away with freebies and luck. You can't become a shinobi without doing anything. Irika went wild. Ghoul, I answered briefly. The class was taken aback, and Irika turned purple with anger. Even Sasuke raised an eyebrow because I sent a teacher. I may not be a saint, but I haven't allowed myself to do this before. So, quickly to the Hokage to sort it out. Okay, I answered absolutely calmly and followed the sensei. Mizuki stayed to teach classes, and Irika took me to Minato. I couldn't dare call him father, and I'm unlikely to ever dare. Okay, time will tell, I consoled myself. Come in, was heard from behind the door. Hello, Hokage-sama, bowed Irika. Hi, I raised my hand. Minato began to study me with his eyes. He maintained his outward calm perfectly. What do you have, Irika-san? He asked, turning his gaze. Hokage-sama, I don't know what to do with Naruto, but Yoko, not only does he not study at all, he also behaves inappropriately and is rude. Naruto, what caused your behavior and what did you do? They wouldn't bring you here for sleeping in class, Minato said evenly. His fear of the demon Kyuubi was dulled and very much, not a single case of even the slightest surge of the fox's chakra was registered. Minato had already regretted his action, now he didn't see Naruto as a monster, but he couldn't return him, he just didn't know what to say to Kushina, and he was also terribly ashamed of his action, because he was a coward. Now he was silent. Sent Irika-sensei for reading morals to me. Naruto, your teacher is trying to educate you and make you worthy shinobi and protector of the village, who will carry the will of fire, like all of us. I looked at Minato very skeptically. And he noticed it. I silently swallowed his words. Let's agree that you won't behave like this again? Okay. Just leave me alone. The Genin exam is my problem, not yours. Sorry, Irika, I just know what you're saying there, that's why I'm sleeping. Sensei looked at me calmly, apparently, thinking about something. We'll check it out, said the sensei, smiling disgustingly. So, Naruto, we agreed. Then please return to your studies, Irika-san. And I have a lot of work. Irika and I returned to class, and when I was about to sit down, he asked me to come back. Well, Naruto. You said that you know everything I talked about in class. The class laughed in unison, only Sasuke smiled slyly at me. I let out a sigh of resignation. Let's do it this way then, you become a teacher for today, and I will sit and listen to your lecture. Well, why do I need this? I asked indifferently. This is a dispute. If you can present the material to students, then you will ask for anything. What if I lose? You will study after class until the evening, I exhaled noisily. Well, what the? And what is the topic? A wave of laughter passed through the class again, to which I put, ahem. The children were having fun, the lesson was disrupted, the unlucky student was put in an awkward position, and there was an opportunity to make fun of him. Mizuki also chuckled, standing in the corner of the room. Today we repeated everything about chakra, because the exam is coming soon. Tell us about Kaide Henka, Saishitsu Henka, the cycle of chakra properties and the counterbalance of the elements, as well as, about, all 5 properties. Well, I swore quietly. The class laughed again, no longer trying to restrain itself. Irika and Mizuki walked to the end of the classroom and took the last desk, thereby showing that I would not be able to get away, and I would either have to explain the topic, or show myself as a nonentity, which for the majority of those present here I am. If properties, cycle, and counterweight were discussed earlier in class, then changing the form and nature of properties is the last topic that has not yet been covered. I went to the board and began to draw a cycle of the 5 elements or chakra properties. Taking a pointer and a chalk, I threw the latter at Shikamaru, who was sleeping on his desk, like me earlier, but at least he wrote tests and tests normally. Yo, Nara. I know that you don't give a damn about all this, you will develop Haydn, but I'm not Irika. Next time I'll throw a stool at you, and if you get caught one more time, I'll throw you out the window asleep, I said in an afterlife voice that no one had ever heard before. It worked, and the class calmed down a little. We have 5 main elements. Each chakra property is superior to another, but at the same time it is inferior to another property. Clockwise and counterclockwise, according to my drawing. Therefore, I pointed at the property of fire. Chi or fire stands between water and wind. It would be more correct to say above the wind and under the water. This means that fire is stronger than the wind, but weaker than water. I moved the pointer along the board and drew arrows to make it clear. There are only 5 properties of chakra. Hai is fire, Kaze is wind, Kaminari is lightning, Suchi is earth, Mizu is water. Each property has a specialized quality. I will explain with 2 examples. Kaze has a special quality, extremely sharp cutting, while Kaminari has paralysis due to current and a weaker cutting quality or property. You can read the rest in the book, don't be morons. The class digested the information and sketched my notes on the board in their notebooks. Irika and Mizuki sat and were amazed. True, this is just the beginning. Irika asked questions that have not yet been covered. So, I barked. Sakura and Ino, who were whispering on the first desk, even jumped up. Sakura, Ino, what are Kaite Kenka and Saishita Kenka? The question was asked one at a time for each. Irika, where is the magazine? Do you want to blame your ignorance on others? Someone from the group raised a voice. No. If they answer, I will give them full marks for knowing the topic ahead of time. Irika himself said that I am the sensei for today. If they don't answer, they'll get a stake for suffering on the first desk and at the same time not knowing the topic. I went up to Irika and extended my hand, expecting the magazine. Sensei still gave it to me, and I returned to the table, but the bell rang. Break! Sakura, Ino, sit here during the break and chat. Don't look at textbooks, otherwise I'll screw my eyes up. Have you eaten? Why did you give orders? Kiba stood up for the girls, rising from his desk. The girls, in turn, glared at me with evil glances. I was told to explain a new topic, and I will explain it. So, shut your mouth, flea catcher. Kiba rushed at me, forgetting about the teachers. I quickly jumped back to the wall. I pushed off her with one foot and slammed the other into the temporal lobe of this. Kiba hit the Zugander and broke the teacher's chair with his body as he fell. The guy never got up. Naruto. Irika barked. What? I answered in the same manner. You were here and saw how he attacked me, I was only defending myself. You'll read him a moral when he comes to his senses. I sat down on the next chair and put my feet up on the table. Sakura and Ino decided not to rock the boat. I didn't take my eyes off them. Irika looked sadly at me and his table, where my legs lay, and then at the broken chair. Mizuki began to lift Kiba and put him in his place, and then went for the nurse, who, after examining Kiba, told him to just lie down and there was nothing serious. Irika stomped off somewhere. After 10 minutes the bell rang and the students returned to class, and I sighed heavily, but still stood up. However, it was not yet possible for me to announce the start of classes. Irika came in and ushered in 3 teenagers a year younger than us. Cool. Everyone stood up. Please welcome our new students. They want to pass the Genin exam early, so they will study with you for the last 2 months. Introduce yourself. He turned to them and gave each a piece of chalk, and then went to Mizuki at the last desk. Namikaze Aya, said the red-haired girl with loose hair. She had violet blue eyes and slightly rounded features. The spitting image of little Kushina, I said mentally, and in response I heard only an approving chuckle from the subconscious. I love my family very much. Sasuke noticed how I turned my chalk into dust, but my face was calm. I hope that we will become friends. Namikaze Yoshi, said the blue-eyed blonde, a copy of Minato. There is a hedgehog on the head, a serious muzzle, a stern look. He differed from me in having more rounded facial features and the absence of stripes. And my hair was longer, much longer. I had pointed features like Kushina when she was older. I love training. In the future I want to become Hokage. Notes of pride in his voice could be detected. No one from the class doubted that one of these two could become Hokage, because they are the children of the ruler of the village and the whole Naya. Uchiha Taro, said the guy with black eyes pathetically and arrogantly, and the same color with a hedgehog on the back of the head, bangs, and hair on the top of the head were styled. In the subconscious he heard obscenities, terrible swearing and insults addressed to him. He is terribly similar to Sasuke. The fox confirmed my guess. The chakra features are painfully similar. Apparently, this is her younger brother. I shot at Sasuke and saw her frown slightly and her eye twitch slightly. She is the best censor I have ever seen. Even Kurama praised her. Although she is far from him, there is nothing surprising here. Where is the person and where is the immortal bijou? I'm sure Sasuke thought exactly the same as the fox, which means she realized that Taro was her brother. Sit down, I said. The trio glanced at me. And the Namikaze couple noticed the features of their parents and their godfather's hairstyle. What are you, our sensei? Yoshi said arrogantly. God, judge and executioner. It's a pity that it's only for today, I quipped. Aya and her brother walked to the desk and silently they sat down, and Taro glared at me. Well, why did you end up here? My nerves can't stand it anymore. Get to your desk. Iruka and Mizuki only listened in amazement to my address to the youngest son of the head of the Uchiha, Ikazoku. Do you know whose son he is? Aya asked. Even if he's Madara in a skirt, I don't give a damn. I snapped. Don't lose your fear, teacher. A Sharingan with one tomo flashed in his eyes. I cursed for the whole class. Iruka, tell him, otherwise I swear by Jashin, he and Inuzuka will drool on the desk. I said in an icy tone. Taro, please sit at your desk, said Iruka. The Uchiha snorted but walked over and sat down next to Sasuke, for which he received a threatening look from all the guys in the class. Sasuke's eye twitched nervously, and in my subconscious the fox neighed loudly. Sakura, Ino, the answer to my question. Sakura was the first to rise. Well, Kaida in Henka is a change in the shape of chakra. In short, I silently gave her the highest score in the journal. Sit down already. Ino? Naruto, what did you set? Asked Sakura. Stupid question. You know you answered correctly. Why ask? Ino. Well, Saishitsu Henka is, well, a change in, natural properties. Amazing intuition and hearing, as well as Sakura's whisper, saved your ass, Ino. Sit down, I gave her the highest score. Okay, now I'll explain what Kaida Henka and Saishitsu Henka are and what they are eaten with. Let's start with the form. Like Sakura said, Kaida Henka is a change in the shape of chakra. This is a process, and quite a complex one, in which a shinobi releases chakra in such a way that it takes on any form at the will of the user and stores it. A shinobi must have very good chakra control in order to guide chakra to the desired part of the body, such as an arm, to highlight it, while simultaneously giving it the desired shape and keeping it in a stable state so that the chakra does not dissipate into milk. Can you give me an example to make it clearer? Said a student whom I didn't know. It's possible, technique. Yandaimyo Hokage Rasengan is the highest stage of Kaida Henka, I said, after thinking a little. How did you know that? Yoshi almost yelled. Well, he invented it, every dog in Konoha knows about it, I waved my hand. Brother is not talking about that. Aya climbed in. My father didn't tell anyone about technology. The class fell silent. Irika and Mizuki began to glare at me. How do you know that the technique uses changing the shape of chakra? Aya continued. I came to a conclusion when I saw the technique. I shrugged my shoulders incomprehensibly. And stop fooling me already, they pulled it up. Where did I stop? I jumped off the topic. Saishitsuki, said Sasuke, and thereby interrupted the discussion. Yeah, nodded to her, Saishitsuki, the process of changing natural properties. We have 5 elements, and accordingly, 5 ways to change the properties of chakra. These 5 methods are called Godai Saishitsukenka, or 5 great changes of natural property. The released chakra of natural properties always ends in the kanji, tone. Kai has a Saishitsukenka with this property: Kato, Kaze futon, Kaminari right ton, Tsuchi doton, Mizu suiton. Each property has its own way of mastering Saishitsukenka. A shinobi can use natural chakra in 2 ways. The user either combines it with Kaita Henka, or changes the environment, for example, creating a rock on the plain. There was silence, and I walked through the audience to Irika. Well? I pulled him out of prostration. Okay, Naruto, you won, the sensei agreed. What are you saying? I said sarcastically. In general, Sasuke and I are moving to freely attend classes, and the academy as a whole. But, Irika began. I said it myself, I can ask whatever I want. Sasuke didn't even wait for an answer, but got up and walked out. She was greeted with surprised and perplexed glances, because she didn't seem to want to communicate with Naruto. I was rewarded with envious glances, in which, among other things, one could read hatred and malice. When the door closed behind us, a terrible curse and a 3-story curse were heard from me and Sasuke addressed to the Shinobi Academy, Taro and other children. At the exit from the academy, Aya and Yoshi caught up with us. Hey, Yoshi called out to me, and I just turned my head slightly in his direction. How do you know about the Hokage technique? Are you stupid or what? I asked mockingly. I said, I came to a conclusion when I saw it. Demon, Sasuke called out to me, who had already gone forward. Let's go already. When Yoshi turned his gaze to her, he blushed a little. And kurama neighed inside me again. I turned around and followed my friend. For a while we walked in silence towards the house. I just didn't know what to talk about. Today we were supposed to have training in chakra control and concentration, which is why the course was home, and not to the training ground. But, it seems to me that there will be no training, because, the news about the relatives threw us a little off track. Was it possible to get out? Sasuke couldn't stand it. What should I have done? You'd think you were upset because Kiba was knocked out. Sasuke turned purple. This dog walker was annoying her quite a bit with his pestering. Use your tonki. Definitely, honey, I smiled disgustingly. /span, it hurts, lonely, but what is it? She didn't drive me away, you didn't drive me away, did you? I tried to convince myself, but nothing worked. I experienced a lot of stress and anxiety, emotions overwhelmed me. For some reason, I became very angry, anger enveloped every cell of my body. It is anger, not hatred, that I can never hate her. I loved Sasuke, I became more attached to her than to anyone else. I was scared that she would reject me, but I couldn't force her. A conflicting feeling began to tear me apart. I felt a pang in my chest, just like when I saw my mother and my subconscious all in tears. A hurricane of feelings and emotions went through my head. I couldn't explain my anger, or why I was in so much pain. The mind screamed that nothing had happened yet, but it didn't help. I was sad and offended. I felt the same loneliness that had always been with me. It was just Sasuke's constant proximity that hid it. She was the last thread that connected me and kept me afloat. Get off me, she asked evenly. When she says that, it means she's not joking. Go away, I want to be alone and think. She stopped resisting. Her body went completely limp. You yourself, I said honestly. The Uchiha stared at me with saucer eyes. She definitely didn't expect such an answer. She tried to kick. I just like you, Sasuke, and have for a very long time. You. Sasuke, you are the only person who has not turned his back on me. What do you want from me? Sasuke blushed even more. Why are you so shy, Sasuke? After all, we sleep on the same bed. What are you doing? She mumbled. I hovered over her, and she turned pink and looked away slightly. I scratched the garden's home, but from such a censor as Sasuke, and with two like that, you'll just run away. At home, Sasuke began to beat me up methodically, giving me light punches and slaps on the head, and I just smiled. Sasuke didn't hit hard, she just played around. When I got tired of this fuss, I grabbed her by the arms and made it impossible to attack, and then quickly threw her onto the bed. Stop, won't hurt you. Sasuke screamed all over the street and chased after me, taking out a kunai from the seal on her wrist that I made for her. And while Sasuke was doing the reboot, I made my legs so as not to scrape off the first number. I took another step away from the bed. I had an attack of hyperoxia or oxygen toxicity. I was breathing quickly, clutching my chest. The Sharingan activated unconsciously, the space blurring with a spiral. The last thing I saw was Sasuke rushing towards me, but I was already sucked into the funnel. After some time, I was able to calm down. My breathing was restored, the amount of oxygen in my blood returned to normal, and I began to look around and think about everything that happened. For myself, I decided that the girl just wanted to think, so I calmed down a little and began to sort out pressing problems. The space around was black, but there was air, gravity, and some blocks under my feet. It turns out something similar. Try using it faster and with some objects. It's like Minato's space-time jump, I concluded. I sat in my dimension for about 2 hours. Then he tried to get out, passing chakra through his eyes. No stamps required. I appeared on the Hokage's rock, exactly where I wanted, asshole. Muttered the fox, grinning contentedly and falling asleep. Eat, kurama. When did you become so smart, bald monkey? Yes, I know. This is obvious, she was born blind. Her vision was compensated by all other senses, which resulted in an unimaginable sensitivity to chakra. You have become one. Thanks to your eyes, but you will lose to Sasuke, she is a sensor from God. I began to concentrate and realized that I felt chakra perfectly. Somewhere nearby was Sasuke, Iruka, Minato, Kushina, Mizuki, Yoshi. I felt almost everything, as if I had become a sensor. You figured it all out. As they say, if you don't try, you won't know. Do everything is always the method of scientific poking, said the fox. So, here I can do everything? I clarified, exactly so. The fox grinned contentedly in his subconscious. It seems that everything that surrounds you is your dimension. Clearly, and it is full-fledged because the Rinnegan, like the crown of the Sharingan, complements any technique of my eternal Mangekyo, as with Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi. That geek had the same ability, that broke my connection with Kushina and pulled me out of it. I began to analyze the situation as soon as your attack began. Your brain began to release a huge amount of chakra into the optic nerve, causing a change in the Sharingan. Thus, you have awakened an additional ability of your eyes. I don't know what abilities exist at all, and no one knows. It completely depends on the user. Yes, tell me in order, my sworn brother. Apparently, you awakened the additional ability of your eyes. The Rinnegan is the last stage of the Sharingan, i.e., the ability is complete in every sense. I've already seen her. Kurama, where are we? I tried to concentrate on the boulder, which lay about 25 meters from me. The stone was pulled into the funnel quite quickly, and throwing it back wasn't too difficult either. I looked at the clock and asked Kurama to count down the time, while I jumped into my dimension and back. As it turned out, I could move quickly and distance didn't matter. I needed to feel the person I wanted to move to, or clearly imagine the place. Kurama, who saw Harashin Minato, said that my technique was inferior in speed. When I finished, it was already deep night outside. I am back. Everything shook in my chest, my heart jumped like mad, although outwardly I was calm. Sasuke was already lying in bed. I would say that she was sleeping. The blanket was rising and falling with measured movements. Almost silently, I washed myself before going to bed and put on the boxers I slept in. Pajamas are not mine. Sasuke was lying with her back to me, her face turned to the window. I lay down on the edge of the bed. After a couple of minutes, I felt her start tossing and turning. Turning his head, he saw two different colored eyes, one was purple, the other was scarlet, Mangekyo. Her face was red from tears, droplets rolled down onto the pillow from her tear-stained eyes. Sasuke's POV. Naruto and I were fooling around again, like when we were kids. And all because this Ujirantoki constantly teases and bullies me. It's my own fault. We didn't mess around for long until Naruto pushed me onto the bed. His face was very close. I was embarrassed, because I always had feelings for Naruto, and always hid them, always remaining a little at a distance. However, now he was very close. I even felt his hot breath. What are you doing? My voice trembled. Why are you so shy, Sasuke? After all, we sleep in the same bed. Of course, I'm shy. Ujirantoki. But you don't see anything. I blushed even more and tried to look away. What do you want from me? I tried to ask calmly, although there was a blush on my face, and there was a hurricane inside. You yourself, answered Naruto. I just fell out of reality. What you said? I tried to kick and escape, but where was it? Naruto was such a child. I just like you, Sasuke, and have for a very long time. You. Sasuke, you are the only person who has not turned his back on me. He confessed to me. I stopped rocking the boat and twitching. The body became heavier and sank onto the bed like a soulless doll. I can't admit that I like Naruto too. And it's too early for us to think about feelings. I can't. Get off me, I said coldly and calmly. Naruto immediately stopped smiling, his face became serious, and he immediately let go of me and walked away from the bed. Go away, I want to be alone and think. Naruto's face remained calm. There was not a single emotion on his face, but his eyes. I have always found support, participation, concern, care, and love in them. But now, they seemed frozen. A look completely detached from reality. It was as if his whole being had cracked. After a couple of seconds, Naruto began to breathe deeply and very quickly. He grabbed his chest, and Hench fell from his Rinnegan. The Sharingan was activated and was spinning at wild speed. I got scared and rushed to him, but it was too late. He was sucked into some kind of funnel. I hovered with my arm outstretched for a couple of seconds, and then began to catch him in space, hoping to find him by touch, because how I stopped feeling it altogether. He was nowhere to be found. I rushed outside and began to concentrate, accelerating my chakra and probing every centimeter of this greedy village. He's not there. I realized with horror. I don't know how long I ran around the village in the hope of finding him, but even the training ground was empty. I checked the forest of death, where we once got lost, but he wasn't there either. I was very worried, and cried all the way, albeit unconsciously, but I cried because of Naruto. Why didn't I tell him the truth? Damn pride and my stupid arrogance. I, too, have always had tender feelings for Naruto. Why not just tell the truth? He always did everything just for me. He took care of me in the shelter, he taught me everything, to read, write, and use chakra, he gave me the whole world. After all, I was blind, and he showed me the beauty of this world. I reproached myself. His last words, "You are the only person who has not turned his back on me," did not leave my head. What have I done? I told him to leave, and he fulfilled my request. Immediately, as always, a second and he was gone. I cried, sitting at home and wrapped in a blanket. Until I fell half asleep. I woke up from the rustling of water from the bathroom. Immediately, I began to probe the space. Naru? This is Naruto. Everything inside was jubilant. I was glad that he returned. He lay down almost silently next to me on the edge of the bed. I was scared. I was afraid to see his empty eyes that once looked at me with love. I was scared that Naruto would now just be there, like a soulless doll. He knew how to behave detached from people very well. I was scared that I wouldn't see my Naruto again. After all, I myself turned away from him. I myself told him, go away. I want to tell him the truth. He found the strength to admit it. I'll try to find it too. End POV. Sasuke was in tears. Everything sank inside me again. And Naruto, Sasuke was trembling all over and sniffling, forgive me. I shouldn't have sent you away. Forgive me, Naru, I love you. I shut her up with a kiss. I didn't know how to kiss, and where would I have learned? Our lips met in an inept, timid, but so tender kiss. Sasuke didn't mind. She pressed her whole body against me, wrapping her arms around my neck. I remembered Jiraiya's books. We began to run out of air. Sasuke pulled away and began to breathe rapidly. And I decided to take advantage of this. A little more boldly, I began to open my mouth slightly and stick my tongue into Sasuke's mouth. The girl squeaked, but did not move away. I passed my tongue to her and began to wriggle there like an eel, sometimes running over her teeth and touching her tongue. The kiss was broken only after a couple of minutes. We were breathing deeply, there was a catastrophic lack of air. I love you, I said and hugged Sasuke to me. She looked up at me full of happiness and joy, and then she smiled. She gave me another light kiss and buried her nose in my chest. Be quiet and don't let go, Sasuke said with a happy smile. I smiled and covered us with a blanket. And then he pressed her to him, our legs intertwined under the blanket. I have never felt as warm as I do now. I woke up quite early. Today I had to go to the academy. In theory, the day of the trial exam was successfully missed, which means today, or not today. Knows him, there was supposed to be an exam. One hand was under the pillow on which Sasuke was sleeping peacefully, and with the other hand I pressed her to my waist from the back. The steady breathing of my beloved girl at my side gave me such a pleasant, unshakable feeling of joy and tranquility. Every morning in a row I catch myself thinking that in general, there is no need in this world, as long as Sasuke sleeps next to me every single day. I pressed her closer to me and heard some kind of sleepy, indistinct, but contented muttering. Life is good. And who is this we have here, faggot bear? The fox asked, sarcastically and disgustingly. Hey, we haven't, yet. So. What kind of dot and do you want? I realized. What kind of raids early in the morning? The fox roared. What? I asked incomprehensibly. Go to the academy, schoolboy. Kurama growled. Okay, don't sulk, furry one. Ida, I bought you meat yesterday. The fox immediately crawled out of his basket, which was resting next to the bed, and sat down in front of it. A satisfied face, squinting eyes, tails like a pipe, the animal is happy. Sasuke, I called quietly in my ear. MMM? The girl hummed inquiringly, basking a little in her arms. We need to get ready for the exam, I purred. NMNN, she hummed negatively. I leaned over and kissed her ear very loudly. She jumped up in fright. How much discontent, how much anger, how much hatred there was in her eyes, for such an awakening. I pulled her towards me, but she kicked and got angry until I calmed her down by pressing my lips. We have had success in 2 months. Now our tongues are already intertwined in a sweet dance. Sasuke climbed on top of me and pressed me into the bed without breaking the kiss. Her tongue played fervently and responded to mine. I deepened the kiss and began to study her mouth, simultaneously letting her tongue pass towards me. Where is my meat? The fox roughly tore us apart, pulling us away from each other with his powerful tails. Sasuke just laughed out loud, and I growled in displeasure. The girl walked past Kurama and scratched him behind the ear, to which he responded with a satisfied muzzle and a loud rumble, and Sasuke herself headed into the shower. Naru, she called me, being already at the door of the bathroom. Yes? Will you cook dango? I silently turned my gaze to Sasuke, who made eyes at me. Okay, I said, without expressing any emotions. Henpecked, 5 kopecks from Fox. Counted, I mentally agreed and high-fived one of the tails. I had to stomp into the kitchen and preheat the oven, prepare meat for Kurama, put the kettle on and so on. After some time, Sasuke came and hugged me from behind. Delicious, she said, inhaling the aroma of green tea and sweet dango with jam and cinnamon. Ah, Irika, I raised my hand in greeting, but did not lift my head from the desk. Yes, just a couple of minutes ago. Today is the exam, I decided to try my luck, Irika chuckled ambiguously. Despite the low score, I would not have been able to give a lecture on an unfamiliar topic, albeit in my own way, if I had not prepared in advance. Therefore, Irika was already of 2 minds about me. Naruto, when did you arrive? Asked the sensei. I had already made it get out of the crowd with the help of Kamui, so now I pretended to be sleeping on the desk. Sasuke. Some girls squealed, and then the boys joined them. We stood near the lists of students, which is why there was a crowd of people here. I was last in our class in terms of academic performance, and Sasuke was at the very top. Below her was Taro with a slight lag, then Yoshi and Aya, with the same scores, and then the whole class. We came to the academy before everyone else, and, oddly enough, I was right, the exam took place today. It was both good and bad at the same time. It's good, because if we become genin, we'll have more money, but it's bad, because a large reinforced concrete allowance was put towards our studies. Ahem, well, not everyone had anything to put in, so Sasuke just kicked his. In short, the academy is a vacation, to put it in one word. I chuckled, as any relatively healthy gopher from the Uchiha clan did. Sasuke smiled and kissed me, and then began to arrange everything on the table. Do I love you? She asked playfully. What should I say? I laid out the whole thing on plates. He gathered the whole class. Taro settled down next to me, showing with all his appearance that he was not doing anything with his finger, and I was here for. Well, and with you, Uchiha. An idea sounded in the subconscious, to secretly release the fox for the whole village, otherwise there wasn't enough meat for breakfast, and a fried Uchiha for breakfast as a dessert is the beginning of a end day. After a long and boring speech about the ninja exam and its essence, Irika handed out the tests and announced that the papers were due in an hour. About 15 minutes later, I got up and handed in the work. Naruto? Check it, and I'll go. Irika was no longer surprised, but one might say he was waiting for this. His guess was confirmed. The test was written from top to bottom, for 100. While he was busy, Sasuke came up and also thrust the work under his nose. Irika let us go to the testing ground, where the rest of the exam was being held, and told us to wait until everyone had finished writing. Only after that Mizuki would come, which will take the throwing while Irika checks all the work. I took a semi-sitting position under a tree. Sasuke lay down next to me, resting her head on my stomach. It was interesting to watch the reaction of the students when they rolled out into the street in a noisy camp and saw us. What a range of emotions. I can directly feel their desire to put me on a rack, a stake, and then bamboo. Quietly, only for Sasuke, I said. Oh, forget about them. She lay down more comfortably on me. Only Irika was smiling. The rest threw thunder and lightning. The girls were whispering something. The guys are ready to eat me with hit. Kiba, Yoshi, and Taro looked very menacing. Look, your brother was drawn to incest. I don't have a brother, Sasuke said coldly. For now, only you need me, don't give a damn about the rest. Hee, my school, Sasuke just smiled. They began to announce those who should throw weapon. There are 5 targets, 5 kunai, 5 shuriken. Throw as you want, just to knock out 50 points in total out of 100 available with kunai and shuriken. Then there was throwing senbon at a mannequin, hit 3/5 in acupuncture. As expected, we had leaders, Aya, Yoshi, Tenten, Sasuke, Taro, Shikamaru performed well, as did Niji. Kiba made only pitiful attempts to show off. I was sleeping peacefully until the Uchiha called me. Hey, but Yoko, it's your turn. I didn't react until he threw a stone at me. Due to the fact that the head was pubescent, the bangs hid my eyes. The stone flew through me and bounced off the tree. What the da-da? Taro barked. I silently stood up and walked past him. How did you do that? He looked at me with round eyes. What are you even talking about? I was surprised. I saw how I hit you, but the stone went right through. I looked at him like he was a moron, then looked at those around him, making a surprised face. In their eyes, I was looking for the answer to the question of what the Taro was talking about. However, no one understood anything. Few people even looked at me when the Uchiha threw the stone. Are you a moron or where? I asked sarcastically. Did the stone go right through? If you missed, just say so, and don't make a hunchback. Taro turned purple, and laughter began among the students. Don't you dare mock me. He barked. Listen, what do I have to do with it? Everyone saw that I was sleeping. The impact of a stone on a tree woke me up. Iruka also smiled, like Sasuke, a little nasty. And now, maybe, you can blame it. From the sight. I barked so hard that Taro jumped back. Taro fell from the horizon, cursing me with all his childish curses. I began to slowly throw kunai and shuriken, one after another they entered the bull's eye. And after my 5th acupuncture points, Iruka was finally convinced that all these years at the academy I had successfully pretended to be a felt boot. Naruto, he called quietly and sat down opposite. I looked down at him. Why did you always hide your skills and knowledge? Always kept silent and slept on fumes? Why are you interested in my life, Iruka-san? I said calmly. Iruka even froze. I only addressed him with you when being sarcasm. I don't know, he answered honestly, it's just that you're a very strange guy. Didn't you teach us the rules of shinobi, sensei? I asked in an even voice. Make the enemy underestimate himself, and he himself will become a victim of his stupidity. That's right, Naruto, Iruka smiled good-naturedly. So, I was always wrong about you. Considering me a demon? I arched my eyebrow. Why yes, said the sensei, a little amazed. All the students watched us sideways, but no one heard our conversation. It was like a father and son talking. Iruka, who was squatting in front of me and smiling with a kind, carefree smile, and I, who answered him in the same way. Don't worry, I'm used to it. From a young age, Iruka became a little gloomy. /span, Iruka-sensei, I was wondering how you were. I smiled at her. The whole class turned their heads in our direction. Sasuke slowly moved towards me. She already understood that I decided to trust Iruka, albeit not completely, but nevertheless, blind. I called loudly, how is she, Naruto? Iruka decided to ask. I smiled good-naturedly at him, but Iruka didn't even answer me right away. He was extremely amazed. I remembered, he drawled thoughtfully. It was you who asked to become a shinobi when you turned 8. I was in the group of teachers that was recruiting the class. We searched and recruited orphans. There were few clan children and shinobi children. There was also a little girl with you. Iruka remembered. You asked that she be released into your care. She was blind. And Naruto, Iruka called, trembling slightly, guessing that that girl and the best student of his class were the same person. Me and Sasuke simultaneously made seals for henge. We pretended that we were removing the equipment, but in fact we used it to change the color of the eyes again. The iris of my left eye became white and almost merged with the white. Sasuke had the same eye in his right socket. But her left and my right were blue. Naruto gave me his eye so that I could look at this world, Sasuke quietly whispered to the amazed sensei. He just swallowed air and looked between me and Sasuke. His face changed, without knowing why. This is Naruto, but that is. How did you, this, Iruka couldn't find the words. Sasuke and I put henge on our eyes again. Sasuke has always been under my care, sensei, as I said then. We turned around and went to Mizuki, who had already begun to announce sparring partners for this time. And this child is called a demon and a brat. Iruka mentally asked himself. Yes, he has more humanity than everyone else, Iruka smiled bitterly, reproaching himself for not noticing this earlier, but only seeing the nine tails in Naruto. He stood up and walked to the side students, completely lost in their thoughts. Naruto no Yoko versus Taro Uchiha, said Mizuki. Taro was jubilant, his hands had been itching for a long time. I could only remain silent. Proceed to the arena. This arrogant was already groomed and cherished by most of the girls of the entire academy. The remaining young beasts were running after the blue-eyed hedgehog Yoshi. Taro-kun, show him, the girls' screams were heard. Come on, Taro. One of the guys echoed him. Well, but Yoko, now you will answer for making me look like a fool. I don't give a damn, I turned away, putting my hands in my pockets. Let's start, Mizuki shouted. Taro immediately rushed towards me. In battle, one could only use chakra acceleration throughout the body, pure taijutsu and dojutsu, if available. The last rule was introduced if Uchiha and Hyuga were involved. Taro's eyes turned, and instead of a black iris, a red one with one tomo appeared. The Uchiha made a detour and a false attack, which simply cannot hide from my eyes, even if he is under henge, but the Rinnegan cannot be deactivated, and shining your Mangekyo is stupidity. The Rinnegan's perception speed is higher than that of the Sharingan and even the Mangekyo. I ignored the feint and immediately ducked under his blow. The Uchiha missed and received a tasty kick, which caused him to fall. Taro could not stop the additional inertia received from the asshole to catch up. In any case, he will lose to me in speed, even if he had at least 3 tomo. Any of his movements will be too slow for the Rinnegan. His superiority in taijutsu by anticipating my movements will not help here. Seeing the first impulses of her brother's battle, Sasuke plopped down under a tree with a bored expression, where a little later the younger Namikazes went and started a conversation with her. Apparently they were interested in another Uchiha. I stood and kept my hands in my pockets. And Taro, quickly turning around, began methodically waving his arms and legs, trying in vain to catch me in retaliation for the kick. He accelerated using chakra, made a false lunge with his left, regrouped in the blink of an eye, and the guy aimed his fist at my head. Again I simply dodged, and Taro stopped abruptly so as not to fall due to inertia and raised his knee to kick me in the stomach. I had to jump higher to avoid the blow. Here, knock out this worm already, Kurama's bored voice was heard. Yes, Captain. Now I accelerated sharply. Taro put a block, but that was not the point. My hands were in my pockets, which meant I had to use my feet. I squatted down and made a strong push, lifting my knee. Taro received a high blow to the stomach under the plexus and felt that 2 ribs were cracked, but not yet broken. While he grabbed his chest and tried to ease the pain using chakra, I made another quick lunge. Taro simply didn't have time to react, and my foot found its target, breaking his cheekbone and drawing blood. Stop. Mizuki said. Winner of Naruto no Yoko. Mizuki went to help Taro, the latter was swaying a little from the last blow. I turned my gaze to Yumino, who smiled and nodded. Someone groaned, someone gasped, the especially zealous predicted for me the curses of this mortal world and a showdown in the dark night, and so on and so forth. I just gave about everyone and everything and went to my Sasuke. The trio stopped talking as soon as I came a little closer. What do you want here? Aya asked, turning to me when I approached. I came to Sasuke, he answered briefly. Without thinking for a long time, I sat down next to the blind woman, and then rested my head on her lap, not paying attention to the puffing Yoshi. Hey, But Yoko, what are you allowing yourself? The senior heir of Namikaze said rudely. What you can't afford, Sasuke, without expressing any emotions, began to stroke my head, entangling her thin fingers in my lush hair. Yoshi had to shut up, he couldn't do anything. You impolitely interrupted our conversation, Aya noted. I don't care, I said calmly. Sasuke didn't give me a reprimand. About the rest, Aya frowned offendedly, because she was again deprived of the opportunity to make friends with Sasuke. Who do you think, Sasuke, will you be on the team with? I decided to continue the conversation, so brazenly interrupted by my beloved, blonde Yoshi. It doesn't matter, the Uchiha chuckled. Are you familiar with Taro? Aya asked. I just smiled, for which Sasuke scratched me with her nails. She was clearly angry at the mention of her brother. She was abandoned only because she was blind from birth. She saw no other reason, because a blind Uchiha is a disgrace to a clan that has a dojutsu. And if we take into account that Taro is the son of the head of the clan, then it turns out that her parents are the ruling Uchiha Ikazoku family. Let Taro himself not be guilty of anything, but it's Abidna, yes. No, she said in a deathly voice. Who are your parents? Yoshi asked innocently. His sister immediately shut up after such a cold answer. What do you both want from me? The Uchiha began to lose her temper. They wanted to make friends, the Hokage's son simply answered. Sasuke snorted and turned away. Your fight, I said, and stood up. Sasuke didn't pay attention to the fact that Mizuki was calling her. She just chatted with these noble people. She just nodded at me and left. I didn't even have to follow the fight. The sparring between Sasuke and Tenten doesn't look at least a little interesting. Listen, Naruto, have you known Sasuke for a long time? Mini Kushina raised her voice. About 5 years old, I fell on the place where the blind one was sitting. And you, with her, well, are you dating? Aya blushed, and Yoshi was ready to incinerate me with his eyes. And if so, then what? I closed my eyes, falling into a half-asleep. Yoshi silently stood up and lifted me by the breasts, shaking me a little. You will no longer communicate with her. Little Minato barked. And what will you do to me? I raised my eyes to him. Thanks to my mother's memory, my own feelings, and some views have changed dramatically, so if I broke his neck now, I wouldn't feel much remorse. Will you complain to Dad? I'll beat you so hard that you won't be able to walk. He barked. Aya wanted to get into the conversation, but didn't have time. I'm, of course, not an instigator, but I wouldn't stand it, Kurama said, grinning disgustingly. I pushed Yoshi with my hands, soaking them in chakra and releasing it with the push. Yoshi was thrown 5 to 7 meters away. Before you show me your baby teeth, ghoul, learn at least something. One more time you speak to me in such a tone, and I will report to the 4th for your broken bones, you piece of. Yoshi jumped up and flew at me, raising his fist, but was stopped by Irika. Yoshi jumped up and flew at me, raising his fist, but was stopped by Irika. Yoshi jumped up and flew at me, raising his fist, but was stopped by Irika. Yara, Naruto, Yumino smiled. Let me treat you to ramen after the exam, suggested the sensei, and Sasuke too. I will never allow any crap to be spit in my direction, be it the head of the clan, the Hokage, or some other. Naruto, Yoshi is the son of Hokage-sama. Think about the consequences, Irika, I almost hissed. Your fight, Yoshi, the guy glared at me with an angry look, but left. Aya followed her brother. I don't mind, the blind voice was heard from behind the sensei. Okay, sensei, I said evenly. Irika went to the group, and Sasuke and I took our place. After the end of the sparring, the sensei announced that tomorrow there would be a division into teams. The 2 of us left, and because there was a teacher with us, then Yoshi no longer bothered me. Aya kept pulling his hand so that he wouldn't think about it. Afterwards, Irika treated us to ramen and asked about how we lives, because we have always been on our own. He tried to find out about how we trained, but ran his nose into a wall of mistrust, although he understood that we had no reason to believe him. Nothing surprising, he just saw me not as a demon, but as a person. However, neither I nor Sasuke were going to quickly become attached to someone just like that. Well, at least Iruka understands and accepts this. We asked to be included in the same team because we have always been together, and Yumino assured us that he would do everything possible to make sure this was the case. Afterwards we went our separate ways. Sasuke and I went to training, and Sensei made lists of teams, which then still need to be approved by the Hokage. Sasuke and I came to the training ground to train a little. We just didn't want to lose shape. We reached the farthest and most abandoned training ground, where no one trained at all, even the dummies had rotted long ago. Sasuke scanned the area, and I put up a good barrier. How did all this make me? Sasuke finally held. I'm already tired of smiling at them all, chatting with these dolls about boys. Ah! Sasuke created Chidori and began to mow down the forest around. I just chuckled quietly, waiting for Kurama to come out. Listen, furry one, that she always keeps silent in front of everyone, and then it starts to go wild? PMS, the fox answered simply. My mother's memory surfaced in my head, after which I began to pound terribly until I received a slap on the wrist from the fox, who was lying around dying of laughter. That's it. Do you understand now what it was like for me? Kurama whinnied. This is .ets, I cursed, watching as Sasuke created Chidori Nagashi and sent an electric shock across the clearing. By the way, I'm very stuck. Did you come up with something interesting? Asked the fox, who was used to the fact that if we are at the training ground, and I fall into very deep thought, then usually the result is a completely improved technique or a completely new one, but this is less common. I already for a couple of years, after we mastered the Rinnegan, I've been thinking about a very interesting idea. Whistle, a couple of years? Asked the fox. It's interesting, usually in a couple of days you find a way to improve a technique, but here it's been a year. The fox was already looking forward to something truly interesting. This is not a modification, I answered. Sasuke, seeing that I was sitting and calmly discussing something with the fox, calmed down and headed towards us. She sat down next to her and began to listen. This is a mixing of techniques. Wow, this is something new. It's a common thing when you improve techniques. It's extremely rare that you create them, but here, Kurama noted. What's the point? And why are you going to mix it up? How can I explain to you? In short, I want to try to start the paired process of forming Chibaku Tensei and Shinra Tensei, I blurted out. Listen, Naruto, not only have we not tried Geto but Jutsu yet, but you also have an additional mastered the Mangekyo ability. And now you're trying to create a new technique for the Rinnegan. Sasuke soared. She was a little sulky at me for not having Kamui, and for the fact that I was a little stronger. Don't worry, you can learn this one. Besides, your eyes also have a secret, I'm almost sure of it, I kissed her on the nose. Naruto, but these two techniques are diametrically opposed to each other, the fox noted. So for such a technique to appear, they must be used simultaneously, Lise noted. How are you going to attract and repel something at the same time? It's like looking in different directions. First we need to try to make it. After all, if you just consistently apply the techniques, then nothing will work, and if it does, then I will simply, with the help of Shinra Tensei, kick the earthly lump that will appear under the influence of Chibaku Tensei. What do you call it? Sasuke asked, anticipating that her collection of techniques would be replenished with another and very strong one, since it is connected with the Rinnegan. Interesting. It turns out that this is also Chibaku Tensei, but the effect of the technique is directed not inward, but outward. Roughly speaking, this is a bomb from scratch. Kurama finished my thought. There was silence. Sasuke tried to absorb the information received. Kurama scratched behind his ear. In short, so. Due to Chibaku Tensei, a core is created, where everything that is around is attracted. The chakra regulates the force of retraction. The period of time that the technique operates regulates the accumulated mass of the core. Next we introduce Shinra Tensei. This technique pushes objects away from you. We take the center of the Chibaku Tensei core as the point of repulsion. what do we get as a result? The strongest resonance of gravitational forces, one pulls in everything around, the other pushes away. We add the repulsive force to the force of the resonance itself and boom, Naruto. Explain the idea, Sasuke drawled. The clown has big ears, I exhaled noisily. The cat is dead, the fox noticed. It's not that simple. De facto, diametrically opposed are Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, i.e. one allows you to repel objects, and the other allows you to attract them. Chibaku Tensei is a gravitational core that pulls in everything around it. Can you smell the difference? The fox turned his muzzle into the wind and sniffed. I'm stuck again. Sasuke stood up and began practicing taijutsu moves with her clone, while the other clones began to improve their use of elements. The fox just sat in front of me and didn't move. He knew that I was now very busy thinking about this topic. I kept staring at the tails flickering behind Kurama's back. It was as if I was looking through them, and they were living their own lives. Everyone moved on their own. I don't know how long I sat like that, but apparently for a long time, because it's already starting to get dark. Sasuke, despite the greatly increased volume of chakra due to the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki genes, as well as the developed SCC due to Kurama's chakra, was already snoring peacefully on my lap with an empty hearth. And here I am noticed that sometimes Kurama's long tails intersect with each other in a wave-like manner, and then again move chaotically, and again one after another they intersect, like waves on water. Exactly. I screamed, which scared everyone. Kurama even jumped, because started cooking. Sasuke just muttered something displeased, because she was torn out of sweet dreams. So scream. The fox got angry and began to step on me threateningly. Yar, don't bare your teeth, you furry one. I have an idea. I know how to run a concurrent process. Well? The fox immediately calmed down and started the gear mechanism in his head, because knew that it simply wouldn't happen. The basis of the technique needs to be the principle of action in anti-phase. You take the phase of chakra vibrations in the technique as a basis, the fox said thoughtfully. He knew how to find the frequency of chakra vibrations, because any Bija can do this, by transferring his chakra to his Jinchuriki. Exactly. Everything will roughly go like this. Shinra Tensei is directional in nature, i.e. the technique does not push away everything that is around, but only objects in a certain direction. We will get the effect of a push in all directions due to the opposite nature of the action of Chibaku Tensei. So, a Chibaku Tensei ball is created, and an even smaller Shinra Tensei ball is created inside. Next, let's assume that one spins in one direction, the other in the other. When the force of retraction of the external Chibaku Tensei is equal to the force of repulsion of Shinra Tensei, then the mutual destruction of these forces will occur. Well, what's the point? Sasuke asked incomprehensibly, because I also listened. And the point is, Kurama decided to explain for me, that Chibaku Tensei, due to the force of retraction, accumulates the power of the inner ball of Shinra Tensei. They create an explosion when they are mutually equal to each other. And if I understand everything correctly, then, firstly, the force of the explosion will be very large, and secondly, the accumulated power of Shinra Tensei will be released at the moment of the explosion. Thus, this explosion of Shinra Tensei after the first explosion of Chibaku Tensei will increase the shockwave. And if you add up these two impulses, then whistle, Kurama even threw back his head when he finished my thought. In addition, if the rotation speed of the internal Shinra Tensei is higher, then the force of the overall explosion will increase. Sasuke looked at us as if we were geniuses. Knows what wonder of the world and so on, and Fox and I were already looking at the stars in anticipation of the tests, because this promises to be interesting. I don't understand at all. Sasuke pouted offendedly. Well, honey, I pulled her towards me and pressed her lips. I will teach you everything, I whispered interspersed with kisses. /span, I created a considerable number of clones. Kurama, interested in the technique, did not even become indignant at the fact that I took a lot of chakra, although the fox chewed it with his ass. Yes, honey. The happy voice of a teenager, you will teach me it. You understood me? A threatening female voice, yes The equally joyful voice of a teenager dash. It was a.nno. A joyful bubbling voice, well, don't sulk, you liked the technique. The cheerful voice of a teenager, it's not you who suffered. Bubbling voice, does it hurt you there? Everything has healed a long time ago. The voice of a teenager, he didn't know, damn it. I told you less chakra, give me less, chapshapas. My back hurts now. A bubbling voice, go to, I didn't know it would turn out like this, the voice of a teenager, well, you and. Bubbling voice. Konoha shook from a powerful earth shock and explosion, which quickly died down. Hordes of village shinobi headed to the farthest and oldest training ground. And when they arrived, they found nothing. The training ground itself, however, 4 o'clock in the morning. The next stage is rotation. I couldn't spin them, so I started trying to create balls and twist them at the same time. And this took a lot of time. The clones and I began to try to implement the idea. For about 2 hours nothing worked. The clock hand had already shown the beginning of the 11th hour, when it was possible to create a repulsive ball inside the retracting one. Fortunately, the Rinnegan made it possible to disassemble techniques quite well into their components, otherwise I would have been with it like Minato was with the Rasengan when he developed it. I grinned contentedly and stood up, and Sasuke blushed wildly from vulgar thoughts and took the position of a spectator fan. Kurama stood a little to the side. I folded my palms and began to concentrate. First, I created a small ball of Shinra Tensei, and then I began to try to create another one around it, Chibaku Tensei. Nothing worked the first time. And I began to swear at myself with the very last words, because I forgot what I said myself, even if it wasn't me, but the fox, but that's not the point, it's my thought. You must create them at the same time. So, bald monkeys. Later, you'll kill another backbreaker, let's go test the technique. Kurama again pulled us apart with his powerful tails. In general, this is the point. In the morning I finally managed to create the technique. The outer ball, which rotated in one direction, was the size of a fist, and the inner one was even smaller. It was inside the first one and rotated in the opposite direction. After which I released it from my hands and began to control them. Having sent this out of harm's way to the opposite end of the training ground under the edge of the barrier, I began to speed up the rotation using chakra. The more chakra I added, the faster both spheres rotated, and the stronger the pulling force was. But for some reason, the equipment did not lift the earth's rock, did not upend trees and bushes, but simply rotated beautifully. Gradually the spheres began to grow. The inner one was slightly larger than a fist, and the outer one was almost as large as a man's head. It was then that the fox began to scream that he had taken too much. I interrupted the flow of chakra, and at the same moment the forces of retraction and repulsion became equal. There was a bang and the spheres sharply decreased, and then completely disappeared in an instant. I was upset, but Kurama was on his guard and, I must say, for good reason. The spheres were not high above the ground, therefore they disappeared almost at the very soil, but literally 2 seconds and the rock, under the place where the outer sphere was, began to rise and fly apart, as if from an explosion, but not hasty, slow and unthinkable, beautiful. Kurama reacted immediately. He covered me, Sasuke, and himself with his tails. Just in time. Another second and an explosion of terrible power thundered. I would say that it was stronger than Kurama's Baijidama, several times, because the ground shook with such force that even the chakra support did not help us stay on our feet, and the ground around us was actually distorted. As soon as the explosion passed, Sasuke said that the Konoha shinobi began to move. Kurama was drawn into me. I used Kamui on myself and Sasuke to move us to the apartment. When Sasuke and I came to the distribution, the whole village was buzzing, and we were still impressed. We only managed to sleep for a couple of hours, which is why both Sasuke and I threw thunder and lightning at everyone who moved. And the Shaggy slept in the subconscious and did not blow his head. The village was full of ETS. Whole crowds of shinobi and ANBU scurried here and there. A squad of ANBU had been herding Sasuke and me all over the village since the beginning, but we didn't arouse strong suspicions, because there were no traces left at the site of the testing ground, including traces of chakra. They were simply absorbed by the barrier. The morning began with the ANBU waiting for me at the door of the house. I did not hesitate to send one to everyone when he decided to look at the seal, so the sensors checked me, and, making sure that there was no activity of the fox chakra at all, they fell behind completely. I simply closed the cage for a while, completely tore my SCP away from Kurama's chakra. All over the academy, there were girls whispering and squealing about what had happened. The Hokage personally checked my presence at the distribution, and also scanned me with his sensory abilities. And to my fake questions, did something happen? ANBU and Minato answered simply, "Everything is fine, don't worry, just a check." People, what can we take from them? Yawned the fox. Think about it, if I create an external sphere, the size of a person? Oh, you decided in one fell swoop. The whole village. The fox immediately jumped in anticipation of the spectacle all over my subconscious, which is why I got a headache. Class. Quiet. Kiba, shut up. Sakura, stop talking. Ino, calm down and leave Sakura alone. Choji, stop eating. Shikamaru, wake up. Yoshi, don't pester Sasuke. Iruka yelled. He was clearly quite tired of this farce, because the children saw the legend himself, Minato Namake's yellow lightning attended the release. So, guys, I am very glad that you all successfully passed the exam. Some are worse, some are better, but shake. I hit my head noisily on the desk, showing that I should listen to him blah blah blah, children, etc. D. I don't intend to. Iruka just smiled and didn't even make a remark, but continued to talk. Sasuke puffed, scowling like a mouse at her rump. She can be understood. Taro was sitting on her left hand, and Yoshi was sitting on her right, and both wanted to talk to her. In my subconscious, the fox was banging his head against the cage and laughing wildly, because Sasuke Pompous is funny. And now I will read out the lists of commands. So, Team number 7, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Yoko Naruto. The class buzzed a little, but quickly calmed down. A couple of Sasuke's young suitors tried to cast a withering glance at me, but there was no one to threaten. I was sleeping on my desk. Commander, Hatake Kakashi. Team number 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino. Team leader Yuhi Kurenai. Team number 9, Hyuga Neji, Takahashi Tenten, and Rock Lee. Commander, Might Guy. Team number 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Commander, Sarutobi Asuma. Team number 11, Namake's Aya, Uchiha Taro, and Namake's Yoshi. Commander, Namake's Uzumaki Kushina. And here I woke up, went crazy, and began to puff up no worse than Sasuke. The boy sitting in front was crushed by the pressure of concentrated chakra. But it was not Fox. Kurama prudently turned down the bench. This chakra was mine. Demon. Sasuke barked at me, which brought me back to the real world. I immediately calmed down, and the class sighed calmly. Yumino just stared at me in disbelief, and the guys began to stare at me as if I were a miracle of the world, from surprise or fear, don't understand. Calm down. Next is command number. I didn't listen, I just sat and broke the pencil in 10 places with just my fingers. Everything inside began to bubble with anger. I couldn't find a normal explanation for my behavior, and in general I didn't try. Well guys, now you have become genin, but I warn you that a dangerous path awaits you ahead. Soon your captains will come and take you away for training and missions. Good luck. Iruka left, and then the team captains began to enter. First up was Guy, screaming, yelling, and hooting about the power of youth. Then Kurenai and Asuma came, and then Mom came. I almost tore the desk to shreds from the negative emotions overwhelming me. Fortunately, Sasuke was able to distract me. Kushina held her gaze on me for a couple of seconds. It changed in an instant when our eyes met, but Yoshi and Aya pushed my mother out of the audience faster than she could say anything. She looked at me strangely, I said. The range of her feelings is very wide. Maybe she remembered your stripes on your cheeks, the fox suddenly blurted out. But she saw me as a baby, right? I saw, only such a tiny detail is hard to remember, in view of the circumstances that took place at that moment, said the fox. And you ruined it for yourself. Do you know where to go? Can you show me the way? Kurama asked, growling. Yara, brother, don't get angry. You see for yourself that I feel bad, and I'm not in the mood to be sarcastic. I won't argue. I'm going to sleep. Most likely, until the evening, the fox yawned sweetly. You did it on purpose, right? I asked, because didn't get enough sleep. Hey, bald monkey, you owe me for the explosion at night. Okay, I'll keep quiet, I said tiredly. There was no strength to argue now, nor was I in the mood. Buy some meat, Kurama squeaked, go ahead. The main thing is to remind me, otherwise sensei. Understand when it comes. I can forget. I cut off the contact and plopped down at my desk, throwing my feet up on the table. Sasuke was whispering about something with Sakura. I won't say that the pink-haired one is stupid or just a little spoiled. I seemed to study normally, but I didn't pass throwing very well, 55 out of 100, and the rest was not bad. I wrote a test for 90 points, and sparring for 85 points. In general, my character suffers a little, and I also have a crush on Taro. Well, with him, the main thing is that she doesn't her brains. Sasuke seemed to say that out of the whole class, the only one who can normally talk to her is her, because Ino is obsessed with fashion and flowers, Hinata is obsessed with modesty and manners, Tenten is obsessed with weapons, Aya is obsessed with the fact that she is the daughter of a Kage. In general, she is overly ambitious. There was simply no one to kick the horns yet. This is how we spend our time. At least 3 hours. The thought of using a new technique right here tormented me more and more every second. Until the door moved away. Yo, guys. A platinum blonde with a healthy hedgehog on his head came in and waved his hand at us, greeting us. A protector covered his left eye, and a dark blue mask covered half of his face. Sorry I'm late. Lost on the road of life. Sakura, who wanted to scream, but calmed down under the influence of the cool-headed Sasuke. The blind woman pestered the sensei for a long time because he was very late. The new teacher himself only held his hands as a sign of reconciliation. Let's go outside, it's a bit stuffy here, he beckoned us outside. The whole group of us went out on the roof of the academy, where the teacher sat on the railing, and we sat on the step in front of him. So, let's get acquainted. Tell us a little about yourself. What you like, what you don't like, your dreams, desires, maybe hobbies, the platinum blonde drawled. Set an example for us, sensei, suggested Sakura. Well, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. I have many hobbies. What exactly I like and what I don't, I think I won't say. Let my dream remain a secret, it's personal. And my hobby will be boring and uninteresting for you. Now you, he pointed to Sakura. My name is Haruno Sakura. I'm a genin and I'm 12 years old. I like one boy. She rolled her eyes dreamily. Many hobbies. I love spending time with my girlfriends. But I don't like, she shot her eyes at me, no, not like that, I don't understand people like Naruto. I didn't even move to indicate my presence, but her words still aroused a bit of curiosity in me. We didn't communicate with her, I can't say anything specific about Sakura. I want to become a strong kunoichi, like Tsunadeheim. An interesting specimen. The fact that she is interested in boys at that age is expected, but here is the situation with Naruto. For some reason, he reminds me of someone. But who? Thought Kakashi. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. 13 years old. I don't intend to say who and what I love. I don't like weak and morally low people. For example, those who abandon their children for one reason or another. Hobby, training. Very interesting. All that is known about her is that she was an orphan who was blind in an orphanage, but after 8 years she entered the academy, where she registered as an Uchiha and showed a Sharingan with one tomo as proof, but no one said that it was really a Sharingan. No one checked this data, as far as I know. And her views on life are interesting, compared to most Uchiha. Naruto no Yoko. My hobby is cooking, I said briefly. That's all. Kakashi was surprised. Yes, Kakashi. Naruto. Show some respect to your sensei. Sakura said slightly threateningly. From what? I publicly said to Irika in class. The situation here may be the same. Until they teach me something or earn my trust, I will not address a person as you out of principle. An interesting specimen. Essentially, he is right, but somehow it's very unexpected. Okay. With him, I don't mind, Kakashi thought, but then decided to find out something else. Who are your parents, Naruto? It's just that your last name is very strange. Kakashi decided to dig deeper. My father did not deign me to have the happiness of bearing his last name. I spat sarcastically. Why did you choose this? More likely because of people's prejudices, I said in an even voice, ambiguously hinting at my nickname. Okay, guys. Let's go our separate ways. Tomorrow we will meet at the 7th training ground at exactly 6. I will conduct a survival test. I advise you not to have breakfast, otherwise you might throw up. Poof, and Kakashi disappeared. Show off, the Uchiha snorted. Bye, Sakura. Hello, Pink, I waved my hand, and we Sasuke and I rushed off to another distant training ground, because one was successful. Sakura went home in splendid isolation. We found another training ground, but it was clearly younger than the old one. Therefore, you can't rage like yesterday. I decided to try using a small amount of chakra, and then I began to conduct all sorts of tests, with the amount of chakra, the speed of rotation, the forces of retraction and repulsion. Sasuke was conducting standard ninjutsu training, her clones were practicing elemental techniques, and the girl herself was reading something from a scroll that I slipped her. I had some success. I could create either a tiny explosion or something like Kurama's Bijidama. The technique did not require seals, but required enormous concentration and perfect chakra control, because, only thanks to him it was possible to send these spheres some distance away from oneself, and not to explode them under one's nose. Just in case, I covered myself with Susanu's ribs so as not to get hurt. It's not good to bother Kurama again, he'll have to treat his back later, but Susanu's bone doesn't hurt. During the first test, we simply did not have time to react. Naruto. Did you deal with her or not? Sasuke barked in the evening. Come on, honey. So you can't wait to have something more killer in your already enviable arsenal? I asked playfully. Naru, you promised to teach me. Sasuke decided to put pressure on my weakness. Here, by the way, the fox decided to come out into the light of God. Rag, you fell for it again, Kurama turned to me, making a paw face, in the sense of a humanoid hand face. Hey, furry one, I haven't gone for meat yet, keep in mind. Yar yar, bald monkey, I understand everything, I'm silent, I disowned me with the paws of the fox. Well, Naru you, Sasuke whined. Okay. I gave in under such strong pressure from the cat's eyes. Weak, 5 kopecks from Kurama. Petabear, I answered him in the same intonation. Let's go already. Sasuke started to get angry, because she was clearly deprived of attention. And by the way, what did you call the technique? Tokiten, singularity, I said. Catchy, bright, tasteful. The fox blurted out and trudged after us. I began to explain to Sasuke in an accessible form how the technique works, and then began to interfere with her, settling behind her and hugging her around the waist from the back, not allowing her to concentrate normally. This ended again with a small fuss in the grass, a sweet hickey on Sasuke's neck, and both of them swollen lips. Kurama separated us with his tails again. Even though he himself offered to drag her in, but he always stopped us. "You asshole." I barked at Fox when he pulled us apart, and Sasuke, giggling disgustingly, went to study a new technique. "I know." The fox grinned contentedly. "Why do you get in the way every time?" I pouted. "No, well, I'm holding all my tails for you, but don't morally corrupt the girl." "Oh, who suggested that I confess and drag me in?" "Oh.L? There was no such thing." The fox snapped. "Well, isn't it, eh? He lies and doesn't blush." I was angry. "Before the wedding, no, bald monkey, otherwise I'll tie it in a knot." The fox cackled. I rushed at Kurama with my fists, and he was happy. It is unimaginably difficult to spar with him in taijutsu, even with the Rinnegan and Sharingan, because, having 4 limbs, you will not be able to constantly fight off the 9 tails, given that at least one of my limbs always serves as a support on the ground. I had to use Shirato's abilities by growing extra limbs for myself. But even with them, I often lost to the fox. He fights on an animal level. He is led not by styles and techniques, but by intuition and instincts. I simply could not surpass his animal agility, grace, and flexibility. Bang! Fox and I were hit by a shockwave. I turned my gaze to the site of the explosion and saw Sasuke, who was leaving the epicenter with a satisfied face. She was protected by the purple ribs of Susanoo. "Are you finished?" She just shook her head negatively and went to the other end of the training ground. "I haven't played enough with the new technique." Kurama chuckled contentedly and with his tail tore off one of my arms, created by Shirato's abilities. AI equals 14, you whore. "Well, that's why." I growled when Shirato's limbs were retracted into the body. "Don't piss, she will recover, with time." In general, what I want to tell you is, I immediately shut up and sat down in front of the fox, ready to listen. After all, it was he who taught us everything while we ourselves were incapable of anything. "You have become much better at taijutsu, but that's not enough. The style is good, you based it on the strength of the blow, its speed, and your endurance. It is different from the Konoha stone fist, but you can see for yourself that the result is not yet the maximum. I have one idea on how to help you develop endurance, strength, and agility. It would be nice. I have long noticed that in taijutsu I cannot control you, even with my eyes and limbs. There's just no way I can come even 1 iota close to your movements, flexibility, and agility. My eyes help me see your movements, but I'm still not able to fully predict your actions. Or keep up with you, either." "That's normal," Kurama said seriously. He had a very interesting character. When necessary, Kurama became very serious. He could even get angry, but in other situations he would fool around, pretend to be an animal offended by life, or pretend to be a cute pug, and so on. Now he was just a teacher, and not my sworn brother and best friend. I'm still a beast by nature. You are a human. You don't have animal instincts, you don't have an unimaginable thirst for life when you're driven into a corner. Man is deprived of an animal form, both inside and outside, but this can be corrected. This sounds very extravagant. Based on your words, do you want to make me a beast?" I said incomprehensibly. "Something like that," nodded the fox. Okay, be specific, and then we'll think about it," I sighed. In general, once upon a time, a long time ago, about 9 to 10 centuries ago, if not more, there were people who learned to understand animals. They adapted to the animal way of life and tried to find unity with nature. They found him and after that began to call themselves druids, leading a hermit lifestyle. This is all closely related to summoning techniques. As you know, if you do not have a contract, after performing the summoning technique, you yourself will be taken to where the animals most suitable for you live. Druids were able to find and feel their connection with such animals without summoning techniques. After all, even in this world there are toads, and snakes, and chameleons, and so on. Thus, if I understand you correctly, the Druids learned to lead an animal lifestyle, learned to understand and accept nature and the world around us as it is? That's right. But that is not all. I said that I know a way to increase your strength, endurance, and agility. So, the main features of a Druid are unity with nature, unity with one single species of animal, and the ability to take the form of this animal. What? This at least sounds wild. I just dropped my jaw, my brain couldn't properly perceive this information. In general, a Druid is a person who can completely become an animal. That's why they led a hermit's lifestyle, the fox snorted, /span, what do you mean? I asked again, who knows, the art of a Druid is the complete opposite of the art of a Sannin, can she do it too? I asked. Bang! Another strong explosion sounded. Sasuke again emerged from the epicenter with a satisfied pug and under the protection of the ribs of the purple samurai knight. I don't know which of these two will be stronger, a Druid or a Sannin, but Druids were radically different from Sannins. The point is that a Sannin absorbs the energy of nature and mixes it with his chakra. Thus, he gains a stronger form of chakra, which consists of 3 components in equal parts: physical strength, spiritual strength, and natural energy. Absolutely any call can teach the art of Sannin, it's just that not everyone agrees to teach this to people. The Druids do not accept this. First of all, they don't use summoning. Kurama said with a slight grin. I already said that they find their connection with the animal on their own. Secondly, they believe that they do not have the right to take the energy of nature and use it in their own interests. They adhere to the idea that the Sannin thereby defiles the environment, sucking energy, as well as life force, from it and absorbing it into itself. An interesting point of view. As I understand it, you can only learn this on your own? I asked. Exactly. Sannins are taught and prepared by animals, but the Druid himself is likened to an animal and comprehends the world around him on his own, like an animal, said the fox. And how can I do this? I asked involuntarily. Kurama looked at me a little reproachfully. You first make a choice. Both options will make you stronger, but you can only choose one, there will be no going back, said the fox. I was deep in thought. I heard about the Sannin, a trio of legendary shinobi, one of whom trained the 4th Hokage and was a student of the 3rd. I took his image as a basis for myself. Because I loved his books very much, both vulgar works and his only work about the great shinobi. But his path as a Sannin is not what I want. There are already Sannins in Konoha, so there is no point in this. And I am not drawn to this. I don't know why I said this. Kurama chuckled approvingly and stretched out his grin. So, you will follow in the footsteps of the Druid, Kurama said joyfully, but calmly. And I can do it? Asked Sasuke, who sat quietly next to her and remembered everything. I didn't even notice how she approached, like some kind of cat to its mouse victim. You can, but the chance that you will have the same animals is very small, said the fox. But, I climbed in, we will have to master everything on our own. Kurama, you said that the Druid seeks unity with nature, the surrounding world and a certain animal. But how can he take the form of this animal? As far as I know, it is with the help of chakra, which the Druids accelerate to inhuman speed in the circulation system, said the fox. And how to do this? Asked Sasuke. Be like a beast, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. I don't know if I blurted out correctly or not, but I simply couldn't find anything smarter. Exactly. Kurama declared approvingly. The animal's instincts and intuition allow it to use the potential of its body many times better than a human. The beast understands better what he himself is capable of, because, deprived of fantasies about how omnipotent, strong, and so on he is. The beast only uses what it has with it, its body. Kurama, but how can chakra be accelerated to such a limit? Sasuke still hadn't arrived. Apparently we'll have to find the answer to this question on our own, because we wanted to follow the path of the druids. No one knows what will come of this, I answered, assuming that Kurama would definitely not help with this. If the druids studied themselves, then we will have to. In addition, he himself is an animal, according to him, which means that the fox will only be happy if we can understand him. Or we can follow the simple path, fulfill the call, sign a contract, force or ask to train us. It is many times easier than finding the path on your own and learning only from your mistakes, gaining knowledge and experience on your own. Kurama, you saw them, right? I asked after a moment of silence. The fox just nodded briefly. Can you at least describe the prospects of our path? I imagine what a sannin is, a perfect SCH system, a stronger form of chakra with 3 components and additional abilities. What is a druid? A person with the power of a beast, Kurama answered briefly. He is fussy, and I know it, and therefore, it's as if the dog is buried here somewhere. Kurama always set only the direction during training, so that we could achieve results on our own. From our entire dialogue, we can only deduce the prospects for the perfect development of our own body, because Fox mentioned strength, agility, endurance, flexibility, but, as always, without any specifics. Knows what will come of it all. Okay, tomorrow we'll think about it, let's go home, said Sasuke. Buy some meat on the way, said the fox, absorbing from my body. Sasuke woke me up. She pulled me out of the kingdom of Morpheus with a gentle kiss, and then told me to quickly go to the shower. There was almost no time left to eat. She woke up early and made us breakfast, dango, sandwiches, miso soup and tea. In addition, she collected several bento, which I sealed in the space-time pocket on my hand. After this survival test, we planned to go to training. We arrived at the training ground at exactly 6 o'clock, and later, a couple of minutes later, Sakura appeared. Kakashi was not there, and I, in fact, did not expect anything different. Yesterday he was. Knows how much I'm late. Hello guys, Sakura smiled. I silently waved my hand, and Sasuke just nodded. The girls started talking about something. Sakura was rubbing in something from the area ninjutsu section, and Sasuke just nodded silently, only throwing in 5 cents from time to time. Kakashi had been gone for 2 hours. Sasuke started meditating a long time ago and tried to disperse chakra throughout her body as quickly as possible. I was sleeping under a tree, and Sakura was angry because Kakashi was late again. The pink one sat down next to us under a tree and buried her forehead in her knees. Her stomach growled treacherously. Are you hungry? I asked. Of course. I didn't have breakfast, a sensei said. She shouted at me. Why don't you have your own head on your shoulders? I scoffed. And then he took one bento out of the seal and handed it to her. Here, eat. But they forbade us. They didn't forbid, but gave advice. Besides, apparently, he won't appear anytime soon, otherwise Sasuke would have already sounded the alarm. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Literally, she's a censor. Wow. Why didn't you say this before? She turned to the blind woman. TSS, don't bother her, I advised. She is meditating and concentrating. Sakura hung her nose. After thinking a little, she accepted the bento and thanked him. She dealt with it quickly, so all I had to do was seal the box. I fell asleep again. After another 2 hours, the one-eyed man appeared. Yo, guys, the sensei said listlessly, watching the 3 carcasses that were sleeping under the oak tree. More precisely, Sasuke woke up when this one just appeared on the outskirts of the training ground. I'll be a little later, but neither I nor Sasuke were going to jump up at his first request. Hey! Climb! The Jounin barked. Sakura jumped up as if scalded. And Sasuke and I slowly stood up. I glared at Kakashi with an unkind look. Not only are you late, but you're also waking us up in a not the most pleasant way. Why are you late this time? I asked carefree. The cat crossed the road, the sensei smiled with his eyes. Sasuke snorted arrogantly in his direction, and I simply waved my hand at the sensei, showing my attitude towards him. So guys, your task is to take these bells away from me. But there are only 2 of them, Sakura noted. Exactly, that's why only 2 of you will become genin, there are simply too many academy graduates this year. He's lying, Kurama noted. The admiral is clear. Awoke. Of course, he is lying, because the team consists of 3 students and 1 guide, i.e. captain, I said forcedly. Kurama, in response, simply sent me far, for a long time and in 3 letters. Sakura looked at me and Sasuke with some sadness, which did not escape Kakashi's eyes. You have until 12:00, so, we started. Sakura immediately disappeared into the nearby bushes. Together with Sasuke, I glared at my mentor. The Rinnegan can easily distinguish a clone from the original. Why aren't you hiding? Kakashi said with a bored look, without even looking up from his book. Are these genin completely nuts or something? Hatake mentally lamented. Blind, where is he? The girl silently poked somewhere at the ground behind her. Doton, Doryuso, Earth Release, Spears of the Earth Current, I made seals with lightning speed and hit the ground, we ate at home, I shrugged calmly. And I fed Sakura while you were climbing. Understand where, I said, maintaining the same expression on my face. Why didn't you eat? So, we're like a team, he made quotation marks with his fingers. Naruto, why did you free Haruno, you? A menacing voice was heard. Kakashi loomed over us. Clouds began to gather around and lightning began to strike. A very strong wind rose. You all passed. Sasuke put down the bento with a bored expression. I was pretending to be furniture, and for some reason Sakura was shaking like a leaf in the wind. I repeat again, don't you have your own head? I interrupted her, hey, Naruto, but sensei. I looked at Sasuke with round eyes, her appearance was not much different from mine, and then looked at Sakura, who was not going to come out of prostration. I exhaled noisily and stood up. With a sharp movement, I cut the ropes. Eat. Then I will give you a second chance. After you eat, we will continue the test. It is forbidden to feed or untie Sakura. She didn't do anything to get the bell. The Jounin disappeared. He tied Sakura to a training post, saying she didn't do anything alone, and handed me and Sasuke a bento. Come on, stand still. Kakashi roared at the top of his lungs. No one had ever lowered him so quickly, and so brazenly either. Both are back, alive. So. The copyman said menacingly when we returned. You don't understand why the test was needed. You failed the test. But. I'll give you one more chance. Have you eaten? Sasuke screamed. Have you decided to continue staying at home? No. I want to kick too. Sasuke threw the bell at Kakashi, who completely fell out of reality from such a statement. The bell rang on the Jonin's protector and I myself turned around and walked away from the training ground. Sakura. I barked. The pink one appeared in the clearing and began to move towards us. The eyes were as round as Kakashi's. Here, he threw one bell at her. Sasuke, the second one was given to her. Kakashi, who had eaten, kissed the tree, but quickly came to his senses. Bansho Tenin, I echoed, directing the technique at the bells. Shinra Tensei, said Sasuke, sending Kakashi on a date with the nearest oak tree. Clone Kakashi almost clinked his jaw on the ground. How can I know elemental techniques the day after graduating from the academy? The copyist simply didn't know. The original had to jump out to avoid being impaled underground. AASS, Kakashi held with offense. He the bells, but he couldn't get even with food and pillars. So. That's all for today. Tomorrow, at the Hokage's at 11 o'clock. Hokage's office. Minato-sensei, you were watching the battle. Kakashi walked into the office. And I was not alone, Minato noted. Fugaku-sama, Hatake bowed to the head of Uchiha Ikazoku as a sign of greeting. He responded with a nod. A very interesting battle, said the Uchiha. Kakashi, tell us the details. This ball only shows, it does not transmit sound. Well, at the very beginning, Naruto asked Sasuke where I was, although he was looking at the clone. Apparently, he somehow realized that it was just a clone. Sasuke felt me underground, and Naruto used the Doton technique to force me to the surface. How he knows the elemental techniques, I have no idea. I don't know what kind of techniques they used later, they didn't even make seals. Naruto somehow pulled the bells, and Sasuke threw me away, and quite hard. Okay, Kakashi, free to go. Tomorrow you will come for the mission and try to find out something about Naruto and Sasuke. Hi, the copyist disappeared. Minato put down the seals and put up a barrier. Fugaku with a heavy heart left the head of the village's office when Minato removed the barrier. The Hokage himself tiredly plopped down in a chair, covering his face with his hands. He gave up on work, papers, and was mired in his thoughts. I'll go and talk to my family, Minato. Then, I'll invite Sasuke and ask for forgiveness. I will pray to Kami that she will forgive us, and, if Sasuke herself wishes it, return home. Mikoto would be happy. The head grinned stupidly, his soul felt worse than ever. I know. Fugaku said angrily, but then his expression changed. Bitterness, sadness, and guilt burned in his eyes. I know, Minato, the head said quietly, I have no idea what to do. It's easier for you, you can't bring back the dead, Fugaku said sadly, hinting at the Hokage's firstborn. Minato shuddered, but remained silent. What are you planning to do? Minato sat down in his chair. She has the right to refuse, but you can no longer demand anything from her. She was handed over to the shelter without a last name and out of goodwill, let's say so. This is my daughter. What else can I think? I was forced to give it up. At the academy, she was registered as an Uchiha. She showed the Sharingan. The clan doctor assured me, and the elders, that she is blind, and awakening our eyes is completely impossible for her. What do you think? The Hokage asked Fugaku tiredly. His son and the blind girl defeated the elite shinobi in a matter of seconds. They did it on their own, without relying on the power of the bijou sealed within Naruto. Minato completely forgot about the bijou. In 13 years there had not been a single surge of the Kyuubi's chakra, even Kushina could not restrain it so carefully and cleanly. Suddenly, the door opened and the mentioned woman entered the cabin. Her face was extremely serious and thoughtful. She set up her barrier herself and turned to her husband. Minato, tell me about the child that the fox carries inside her. What do you want to know? Minato exhaled tiredly. His wife was gloomy, which happened very, very rarely. I want to know who bears this burden. Today I felt the fox in a student who was on assignment. He was like, you and me. And the hairstyle was like Jiraiya-san's. Minato, who is this boy? He had the same scars on his cheeks as Naruto. Kushina could barely hold back her tears. She tiredly sank down on the sofa and began to wait for an answer. Minato exhaled noisily. His firstborn was truly strong both as a human and as a shinobi, according to Kakashi, but how can I tell her? I chickened out. He was afraid to bring the boy closer to himself and Kushina. This blind fear clouded my mind and overcame all my senses. This is entirely my fault. Kami. What have I done? Minato tried to find an answer. He didn't know what to do. The Hokage got up and went to the sofa. The blonde knelt down and bowed to his wife's feet, placing his forehead on the floor. Naruto no Yoko is the carrier of the nine-tailed fox, Minato said so, burying his face in the floor and kneeling. That night I lied to you, Kakashi, and Jiraiya-san. He is our son, whom I left at the orphanage. Silence fell. The mother's heart skipped a beat the moment she saw the boy's gaze. She saw something related, something dear and close to her. She is a woman, in such a situation she will listen only to her heart. Now Kushina cursed and hated Minato for such an act. The woman stood up from the sofa. Raise your head, she said evenly, but coldly. Minato raised his completely devastated eyes, filled with guilt and shame. For many years now, he had been tormenting himself. Previously, he could have been lying, because Kushina didn't see the boy. Now you can't deceive her. Tears of despair rolled down Minato's cheeks. He truly regretted what he had done. Kushina raised her hand. The office was notified by a loud slap in the face. The woman never allowed herself to do this. Minato was the husband, and therefore the head of the family. Even though she could sometimes hit him with a frying pan, that's when he puts her on a horse. Now he inflicted an unimaginably severe wound on this woman. Everything was seething inside her, but she didn't want to scream and couldn't. "Give me back my son." She gave the order to the Hokage in an icy voice, and then removed the barrier and left. On the way, she brought out the door to her office, which frightened all the visitors and the Hokage's secretary. The girl cautiously entered the office a couple of minutes later. She saw the Hokage lying with his back to the broken door on the sofa. "Cancel all your business and meetings for today," the Hokage said in a firm baritone. "Hi." The girl she immediately jumped out and escorted all the visitors out. All business and meetings were postponed until tomorrow. Kushina returned home on weak legs and asked the children to eat on their own, which never happened at all. And the woman herself locked herself in the bedroom and began to sob. Yoshi and Aya had never seen or heard their mother cry like that. Minato spent the night at work today. Shame did not allow him to even get close to his own home. Uchiha estate, home of the head of the clan. Now the Uchiha couple were sitting at the table. Fugaku was at the head of the family and was thinking about how to start the conversation correctly and present the information to the children. Mikoto, at least, knew that her daughter was alive. Thanks to Minato, the conflicts in the clan were hushed up, and the uprising was also drowned out by peace. The Uchiha were removed from the duties of the Konoha police and transferred to a specially organized service, where any shinobi could be who wanted to maintain law and order. The dungeons with prisoners, who were being watched by the Uchihas, were completely moved outside the village, and security there was strengthened. "Itachi, Taro, I want to talk to you seriously." Mikoto faintly clicked the cutlery on the dishes. The children turned their gaze to the gloomy father. "Itachi, maybe you heard, but Taro knows nothing about it." "Dad, what are you talking about?" asked Taro. "You have a sister who lives outside the clan." Mikoto could not resist and covered her face with her palms, her head pressed into her slightly trembling shoulders. /span, "Don't you dare, Itachi." Fugaku barked. "It's my duty to ask her for forgiveness, not yours." Itachi realized that it was very difficult for his father, he was simply forced to do it. Mikoto was already crying. The eldest son slowly returned and sat down at the table. "And you agreed?" Itachi asked angrily, rushing to the door to raise half the clan to their ears. For the first time in his life, he raised his voice to an elder, especially his father. "Yes. Your younger sister, Itachi, and your older sister, Taro. She was born blind. The clan elders obliged me to give it up." "I know, father," the eldest son said coldly. Itachi didn't know who she was or where she was, he just heard gossip behind the head of the Uchiha's back that he once had a daughter. The official version that was presented to the clan is that the girl died immediately after giving birth. "There were rumors," Itachi said in the same tone. "I didn't believe that she was sighted when she entered the academy," Fugaku drawled wearily, "but she took the surname Uchiha, showing her Sharingan at the academy as proof. I didn't know whether it was true or not, because the clan's doctor assured me and the elders that it was impossible." "And you didn't do anything? Didn't check?" shouted the eldest son. He was terribly infuriated by his father's behavior and such indulgence of old farts who themselves are no longer really capable of anything. "What's wrong with that? If she was blind, then she doesn't belong here," Taro said arrogantly. "Shut up." Itachi barked at him. No one has ever seen the Uchiha heir screaming at his stupid younger brother, whom he doted on. "Shut up, both of you." Fugaku interrupted them. "Everything that happened was entirely my fault. Today she and another graduate defeated Hatake Kakashi in a matter of seconds, taking away the bells for the test Taro was about to get in, but didn't have time. I myself watched the battle. Everyone fell silent. Only Makoto's sobs could be heard. She could not calm down and restrain herself when it came to Sasuke. She was forbidden to approach her daughter. How strong this torment was, not to go outside the clan, so as not to inadvertently meet your own child on the street. I intend to formally ask her for forgiveness, and if she wishes it herself, then she can return here. Why can't you just return her? She took the surname Uchiha herself. And there's nothing to ask her forgiveness for, father. Taro said loudly. Itachi stood up, thanking his mother for the food, and then escorted the tear-stained woman to her parents' bedroom, where she cried until the morning. Because, Taro, she is my daughter, whom I abandoned. Fugaku said in a deathly voice. I have no right to demand anything from her after I myself have renounced. Don't you dare insult and reproach your sister anymore. She was expelled through my fault, no one else's. Fugaku left, and Taro was left to think about his behavior while washing the dishes. Minato was woken up by Kushina, who brought him breakfast. He was able to fall asleep only in the morning. He had the same look, it seemed like he hadn't slept for a couple of days. Red eyes with swollen eyelids and broken capillaries, tired appearance. Light stubble and bags under the eyes, hair was more disheveled than usual. I don't want to destroy our family. Swear to me, swear, Minato, that you will never dare lie to me again and that you will return your son. I won't forgive you a second time, Kushina said and began to move away when she received a low bow from Minato. She stopped only at the entrance. Come back home today, Yoshi and Aya were very worried. Thank you, the man whispered into the void. Sasuke and I were brazenly awakened by a cursed device that deprives a person of sweet dreams. After a delicious breakfast of fish and rice, we went to the Hokage. By 11, we arrived at the residence, and I marked our arrival by rudely swearing at some jerk who decided that he was allowed to dance a jig on my legs. Come in, Minato's tired voice was heard. Hello, said the team, I just waved my hand. Oh, what a sight, said Kurama. Ooh, yes, there's a whole bunch of feelings. Okay, at least not from gonorrhea. What are you even talking about, Kurama? Yes, about your dad. As you already know, I am capable of feeling emotions and recognizing people's feelings. Minato is filled with guilt, regret, and so on. The purest repentance is on your face, said the furry man, his voice was serious. Am I being bullied? I don't know him, and I can't say that I'm trying to get to know him. You decide for yourself, you're not a little. Yawned the fox. I love you too, you flea-filled asshole. The dialogue with Kurama was constructive, during which we were already given a mission, and now Sasuke forcibly pushed me out of the office screaming, move already, move, and you're stuck. The mission turned out to be quite trivial, after all, we are genins and all. Naya, it's too early for us difficult tasks. After successful completion, Kakashi screwed up something, saying that he would then come up to the Hokage with a report, and we just need to go for the reward. Sasuke invited Sakura to go with us to training, and that's it, food out of joy, she almost kissed the Uchiha. We decided to pick up the reward later, so we went to the 7th team's training ground. There, Sasuke arranged training for himself and Sakura. First, the girls began physical exercise, and then chakra control. They get along well, huh? I asked mentally. It seems so. Only pink hair infuriates me, and her character is a little like your mother, but not so much, Kurama drawled sleepily. Yes, there is such a thing. I think that we need to start mastering the path of the druid. I'll give you only one hint, meditation, Kurama said in an even voice. And if I understand correctly, I should be in nature as often as possible, and preferably, live for a couple of months, if not years, in order to understand what I have to face. An approving grunt and even snoring was heard in the subconscious. I started meditating, in which I spent the entire time until about 4 o'clock. Sasuke forcibly drove the basics of chakra control into Sakura's head and lectured him on how to walk on a vertical surface without hands. Listen, why doesn't Naruto train? After all, he seems to be the weakest student, Sakura carefully asked her friend. He meditates, and does it better than me. Sakura, never form a superficial opinion about a person. You haven't talked to Naruto, and don't even know what kind of person he is. Soon you will understand what I mean, but now, don't try to be rude or bullying to him. He may get angry, and this is fraught with broken limbs, Sasuke calmly said to her friend. Oh, come on, Sasuke. You are the best student. Where are you, and where is he? Sakura answered reasonably. I won't argue. We have different levels, because Naruto taught me everything I know and can do. And now that's it, it's time to leave. We still have to go for the reward. Sasuke quickly left, while Sakura was dumbfounded by her answer. Pink wanted to ask something, but neither me nor Sasuke were already at the training ground. We moved with the help of Shunshin to Ichiraka Ramen, where we sometimes ate when we were too lazy to cook. Yo, old man, we greeted in one voice. Oh, it's you guys. Are you as usual? Asked old Tucci, who saw us as simple children. We nodded and he went to prepare our order. While we were eating peacefully and talking with the daughter of the owner of this eatery, an ANBU in a cat mask appeared under the canopy. Naruto no Yoko, Hokage-sama is waiting for you. The masked man said in an orderly tone. I knew that sooner or later, they would come for Sasuke. After all, if you believe the fox and Sasuke's own sensory abilities, she is the daughter of the head of the clan, who can now see, and therefore will be able to return to the clan. To the heap, we must also add what we put on Kakashi's shoulder blades in a couple of seconds. What did the clan Uchiha need from her? I asked in a deathly voice. I'm looking for a girl named Uchiha Sasuke. Hokage-sama said that she lives here. A guy about 20 years old or so reported, the one with dark eyes, dark brown disheveled hair, tied up with a protector, and a slightly wide nose. What do you want? I asked rudely, coming out to the guest in only a towel on my hips. At about 7:30 in the evening, there was a knock on our door. I silently took the envelope and waved my hand. Sasuke didn't consider it necessary to say anything at all. It's good that you came. Sakura had already collected her due reward for the mission. Here, he held out the envelope, is your part. Tomorrow you are freed from missions. Naruto, I ask you to come see me tomorrow at 10 o'clock, well? Instead of greeting, I spread my hands in a questioning gesture. I'm definitely not going to contact the fourth. Poking is also not appropriate now. I'm just not going to call him father, for now. I'm definitely not going to. The ANBU, stunned by the manner of speech, disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Me and Sasuke paid for the ramen and went to the Hokage. There was no one in the office except Minato and some ANBU. Minato's appearance has become better, apparently, he at least washed his face, but these are his eyes. Well, yes. With him, now we'll finish eating and come. I waved my hand. How do you know this? The guy asked in surprise. Who else would care about the blind Haim Uchiha Ikazoku? I asked, leaning my back on the door frame. The guy stood as if struck by thunder and finally fell out of reality. He didn't introduce himself, didn't say who he was or why he came. And this kid already knows what he came with. Naru, who's there? Sasuke came out of the kitchen, dressed only in my t-shirt. Yes, some kind of bloke, to your liking, by the way. Very impolite, he didn't even introduce himself. Then the guest came to his senses. I beg your pardon. I'm Uchiha Shursui. Fugaku-sama, the head of the Uchiha clan, asked that you visit the clan estate when you have the opportunity. May I know how you know so much about Sasuke? The young man asked me. You know, you'll grow old quickly. I slammed the door in his face. A minute later, the rustling of leaves was heard. Gone means, although it doesn't matter, the barrier would not have given him the opportunity to follow us when I closed the door. It was now a quiet evening in Konoha. The sky was strewn with stars. There were almost no clouds. It's summer now, and it was very warm outside even at night. Although now it was only evening, about 9 o'clock. There were not so many people on the street anymore. Konoha was preparing for nightfall. Crickets and grasshoppers chirped, and in the silence of the night they were perfectly audible. The silence was diluted by the rustling of leaves, which occasionally appeared from gusts of warm wind. Silence and peace descended on the streets of the village. My soul became calmer. Me and Sasuke walked to the Uchiha quarter. Why I went, I can't say for sure. Rather, I'm worried about her and what she might do there. Sasuke is difficult to control when angry, especially under the protection of his Susanoo, but no one needs to see him, for now. They opened the gate to the clan's territory and let them through without questions, and then escorted them to the head's estate. The door was opened by a tall guy of 18 years old, but his hair was jet black and tied into a low ponytail. The eyes are dark brown, almost black. The guy was wearing a black high-necked shirt and gray breeches. I was in my pants and a black t-shirt, but I decided not to braid my blonde hair. Sasuke was wearing tight shorts that were hidden behind a gray skirt with a full-length slit at the thigh. And she herself was wearing a dark blue shirt. Her hair was braided into a beautiful, well-styled high ponytail. When he saw Sasuke, the guy smiled the kindest smile. The girl felt a familiar chakra, but the shade was different than that of Taro, which indicated a difference in character, outlook on life, the soul of a person. Someone Uchiha Shursui said that the head of the Uchiha Ikazoku wanted CS. Who exactly, he didn't say because of his state of shock, Sasuke said in an even voice. Yes, the young man said, smiling. It's okay that you two came together. My name is Uchiha Itachi. You already know ours, Sasuke said phlegmatically. Come in, I'll notify everyone now. We were escorted into the large hall. Itachi left, apparently to raise with the whole family. There was a terrible fuss and noise around the house, somewhere someone was crying and shouting something, but after a couple of minutes everything died down. The door opened and a man wearing a black kimono and the Uchiha symbol entered. He had long shoulder-length black hair and dark eyes. Hello, he said politely. Naruto, I would like to talk to Sasuke alone. I silently stood up and left. Itachi led me to the kitchen, where Sasuke's entire family was gathered. There was a pretty tear-stained woman, Taro, and Itachi. I nodded briefly to everyone in greeting. You? Taro was surprised. And you won't be sick, I answered phlegmatically. What are you forgetting here? He asked in a cold voice. So they invited themselves, but they didn't say who specifically, so they both came. But you didn't have enough brains to think? The guy said sarcastically. I don't have to account to you for my actions, especially if it affects Sasuke in any way, I said tiredly, sitting down at the table. AI equals 10, how long have you known Sasuke? Itachi asked in a calm voice. Years, since 5, plus or minus a couple of months. The woman no longer cried, but only sobbed sometimes. My name is Mikoto, I'm her mother. Tell me about my daughter, please. I was forbidden to approach her, she said in a plaintive voice, and what interests you? I politely turned to her, which was expressed by shock on Taro's face. That's it, she exhaled. How did you meet her? We met at the shelter. Yes, she seemed to run into me when she tripped over the toys that were always scattered, then asked me to read to her. There is nothing special to tell. In the orphanage, we lived apart from everyone else. The children did not communicate with me for another reason, but with her, because she was blind. At the age of 8, I entered the academy and asked that Sasuke be released from the orphanage into my care. There was nothing surprising in this, but no one was going to give us 2 apartments, that's why we lived together. Then she entered the academy and studied there. That's all. She doesn't have any vivid memories, such as fun get-togethers, walks with friends, picnics and the like, it seems. But it's better to ask her. At the academy, I tried to stay away from Sasuke. Why? Itachi asked. After all, you yourself took custody of her, because the children were not going to communicate with me in any case, but Sasuke is a different matter. At least, over time, she had friends and fans, I said indifferently. The woman silently stood up and hugged me, and then began to cry quietly. How did she become sighted and how did she awaken the Sharingan that she showed at the academy? Itachi asked again. Taro wisely kept silent. The elder brother was clearly not in the mood to talk with him, that's for sure today. How did you become sighted? I asked again when the woman returned to her place. How can I put it more correctly? When she turned 8, I didn't know what to give her. I opened my eyes wide and held my bangs so that everyone present could see her. My right eye was blue, the Rinnegan hidden under the henge, but the left one was a deactivated Sharingan, the iris of which had a white cloudy color. It was Sasuke's eye. That's why I gave her my left eye, I shrugged calmly, as if it was something simple and ordinary. How I made the transplant, and how it awakened the Sharingan, I won't say. Silence fell. Mikoto hugged me again and cried. Itachi was amazed and could not utter a word. Taro was simply silent, but it was clear that he was very surprised. When I was escorted out, only Sasuke and Fugaku remained in the room. Fugaku bowed very low and began to ask for forgiveness from his daughter for having once abandoned her, and told everything from the moment of her birth until the meeting of the elders. That is, you just left about the elders? The pathetic, brainless old people who are not capable of anything on their own. Their word was enough for you to abandon your own child. You may hate me, but please don't be angry with your mother, she didn't want to let you go with all her heart. She was forbidden to approach you, and I was powerless, Fugaku said, still bowing his head. Even then he tried to convince the elders, but nothing came of it. Exactly. You are the head of the clan, and they are elders, well, let them advise, all of them, and not make decisions for you. I don't want to be here anymore. Demon. Sasuke barked at the entire estate. The idyll with Mikoto-san's embrace was broken by Sasuke's cry. Demon was heard throughout the entire estate. Oh, and what did Sasuke want from me? I asked out loud in feigned surprise, which led those present to complete confusion. Especially Mikoto, her daughter addressed me with this word after everything that Naruto did for her. I left and went to the hall where Fugaku and Sasuke were. The rest of the family trotted after me. Hey, we're leaving, Sasuke said dryly. Why did she call, blind? My address to her again confused everyone present. The next moment, Sasuke and I were sucked into the funnel. The Uchiha family was completely bewildered. They gathered and began to share their impressions about how the conversation went. After hearing about how Sasuke became sighted, Fugaku began to feel like the last piece of ahem in the world. He asked Itachi to talk to Sasuke again. She does not want to hear him, although this is obvious. At home, Sasuke told me what Fugaku said. Not impressive, said the fox, regarding all these debates, looking up from the bowl of meat. What are you going to do? The girl asked, clinging to me from behind. It was now about 6 a.m. Sasuke was still sleeping. After yesterday's news, and the lack of an object that could be torn to pieces, she compensated for her strength with a healthy and long sleep. I admired the sleeping girl for a couple of minutes, and then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Around 8 a.m., the sleeping beauty deigned to get off her bed. She put on my t-shirt and went into the kitchen. Now we would destroy another training ground for our mother, but ours is the last of the abandoned ones, Sasuke said sadly, and then climbed into bed. It really was a pretty lousy day for her. Itachi understood everything, and a slight smile touched his lips. He nodded and went home. What did you expect? I got in. She's a censor, what else can we look for? Listen, Itachi, go home, I said firmly. The elder Uchiha looked at me with a frown. Let her think calmly. If she wants, she will come herself. She is not small, believe me. What? Itachi could not keep his mask of composure, although for the last 2 days Itachi and composure are completely not compatible concepts. Calm down, Sasuke said detachedly. I've known for a couple of months now that Taro is my brother, which means I'm the blind Harem of the Uchiha clan. Please, don't be angry, the guest raised his hands. I wanted to ask you to meet with your mother. She always worries a lot when it comes to you. I myself only found out today that you exist. There were rumors, but only a few knew the truth, and everyone was silent. She is not to blame for anything, she was not allowed near you. Your father agreed to send you to an orphanage so that you wouldn't be killed. He threatened with death anyone who tried to attack you, Itachi quickly babbled. Sorry, I should have tried to find out everything earlier, so? She asked coldly. Hello, Sasuke, the eldest Uchiha heir said warmly. Itachi nodded and went inside. If you start playing around with chakra or something, you can while standing, understand? Sorry it's so late. Itachi raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Can I come in? What kind of day is this, your mother? I headed towards the doors. The fox hastily retreated to the seal. Knock, knock, knock. Well, at least now you know the whole truth, I shrugged. Sasuke silently absorbed the miso soup. I'll go to the Hokage, and after that, most likely, I'll destroy the training ground. Lately, I've been developing a nervous tic with Minato too quickly. What are your plans? I don't know, I'll go to meditate at the 7th training ground. I can't learn techniques anymore, they already give me headaches. Not only does the technician's eyes have a wagon with a cart, but I'm generally silent about elemental jutsu. You're just like an Uchiha, she grinned. Sasuke in my back. You would sooner take my last name than I would become an Uchiha, I bared my teeth. Of course I will. As soon as possible, right away, Sasuke said seriously. Do you agree to become no Yoko? I arched my eyebrow, sarcastically. And not Uzumaki? The blind woman asked playfully, making tea. She knew that I loved my mother, even if I kept my distance. In her eyes, I just didn't want to disturb my mother's peace, I didn't want to worry her, ruin her family life. Sometimes it was better not to interfere, but to stay on the sidelines and secretly make sure that everything was fine with my mother. Nope, I thought for a second. Hey, Kurama. A dissatisfied, sleepy turnip fox poked his head out from around the corner. He didn't like being pulled out of a warm and soft basket. The Ninetails made a sound with a slight growl. Hoop us. The fox's muzzle became terribly malicious and caused colic in the backside. Stop. Are you serious? The Uchiha was taken aback. Of course. Now you can't get away with it. I grabbed Sasuke by the hand and knelt in front of her. Kurama wrapped his tails around our hands and then pierced the skin on our hands with his sharp claws. 2 drops of blood remained on them. Preliminary marriage contract, the fox connected the drops together and began to saturate them with chakra. The drops gradually dissolved under the influence of Kurama's chakra. Through its tails, rows of runes in the ancient language of Fuinjutsu passed along our arms, forming a seal tattoo. It looked like a bracelet on the wrist, which went to the back of the hand, then from the hand along the middle finger to the nail itself, there was a series of symbols. Prisoner. An awkward silence hung over. Sasuke was red as boiled lobster from embarrassment. Kurama and I smiled disgustingly. Of course, don't mind. You were always there. But why couldn't you ask normally? Well, you and I can't be called normal. I promise you a beautiful ring. Sasuke picked me up and pulled me towards her, opening her mouth welcomingly. She stuck out her tongue slightly. I was not going to miss the opportunity and clung to her with a greedy kiss. Soft and sweet lips slightly sucked my tongue in fleeting breaks. Our tongues began to play affectionate games with each other again and again. Sticking my tongue into her mouth, I began to examine her even teeth, sometimes touching her gums and palate. My hands themselves began to walk over her body, but at the last moment Sasuke stopped them and pulled away from my lips. A thin web of saliva was removed by hand. The girl smiled sweetly. Let's go eat. She kissed me on the cheek and dragged me to the table. After a hearty breakfast, we headed to the training ground to start training, although in general, they vaguely understood what a druid was, what it was eaten with, and why all this was needed. Kurama said that they are the opposite of the Sannin, although he did not say who is stronger. In any case, it will not be superfluous, a Sannin is a warrior in the field, contrary to the saying. The problem is that a couple of hours of meditation a day will not give us anything. We must spend 24 hours in meditation in nature, trying to feel the world around us with every cell of our body, hear and see it. To feel like a tiny part of this vast whole. And I have no idea how to realize and feel a connection to a certain animal. But we learned the advantages in any case. There was no point in studying techniques, there are already enough of them, and you don't always remember everything during sparring, except to hone them to perfect execution with minimal chakra expenditure and load on the circulation system. We had to improve physically and improve the SCP, as well as develop chakra foci. She is never superfluous. Meditations with constant rotation of the chakra through the system contribute to the emergence of additional and bypass channels. Additional channels allow more chakra to flow into the technique. Bypasses are needed so that if the tenketsu is blocked, the chakra passes through these same channels, bypassing the blocked point. Also, such training gradually increases the volume of one's own chakra and strengthens tenketsu, because they constantly work with the rotation of chakra in the system. At 9:30, I had to break and go to the Hokage, where I was supposed to appear at 10 in the morning. Neither the secretary nor the visitors were visible. Having knocked and received permission to enter, I silently walked inside. Besides Minato, there were Yoshi and Aya and Kushina in the office. "Get your ass ready," Kurama chuckled at me. "Overgrown faggot bear," I snapped, to which the fox laughed out loud to his entire subconscious. I almost grabbed my head, it was spinning from laughter and my ears were ringing. "Whistle," I said instead of greeting. Yoshi and Aya stood with expressions of incomprehension, because their missions were cancelled today, and here, on you, I showed up. Kushina tried to portray composure, but her eyes, which were filled with tears, gave her away. Minato was very worried. Well, at least I know what it's going to be about, I thought. A minute passed, which seemed like a couple of seconds to me, but no one moved, was going to. "Pull me if I start to lose my temper," I asked. "Okay," snorted the fox. "Well, from what and here is the family meeting to which I was invited," I asked sarcastically. Minato folded the seals and put up a barrier. "I would like to tell you something, Naruto." I didn't pay attention to what the fourth was saying there, but silently moved towards the sofa. Brazenly throwing my feet up on the coffee table, I began to glare at Minato. Aya was angry, but remained silent, and Yoshi would let steam out of his ears just a little longer. "Really, the great yellow flash of Konohagakure no Sato," I began sarcastically, because who should take the floor? Or he was clearly not in a hurry yet. However, I sharply changed my face and removed my nasty grin, leaving a cold-blooded and indifferent attitude towards everything that surrounds me, both in my eyes and on my face. I appeared before the family as the same lifeless doll that Sasuke was afraid to see. "Have your balls finally grown enough to admit something?" My question puzzled Minato and Kushina. Aya was taken aback by the blatant impudence, and Yoshi exploded. "How dare you!" The boy roared and rushed at me with his fists. Minato stopped him with a sharp movement. "Yoshi, that's enough." The small copy returned to its place. There was an oppressive silence again. Kushina wanted to say something, but she simply had no idea how to get into the conversation now. Minato was greatly embarrassed under my gaze, guessing that all these years I knew the whole truth, knew who I was, knew who my parents were, knew that they lived as a happy family, remained silent and accumulated hatred towards him and his family, envying their happiness, as he believed. "Well, Minato, what did you want to say?" I asked in an indifferent voice, addressing him on a first-name basis. Among those present here, I felt respect only for my mother. I was immensely grateful to her and hoped that over all these years, her will and heart remained the same as then. In my subconscious, when this proud woman without fear looked into the face of the strongest creature, without regrets and remorse, she begged him to look after me, being deprived of the opportunity to do anything on her own. Minato came up and stood in front of me. He wanted to bow. "And no, I want to see your eyes. It's easier to draw conclusions from them." After my phrase, looking into the eyes became even harder. It seemed like an unbearable torment to look into the eyes of your son, whom you had renounced and now want to ask for forgiveness. But Minato still decided. His look was devastated. He clearly regretted and did not know how to correct his mistake. His feelings of guilt, contempt for himself, fear of seeing my indifference, suffering and pain, everything was mixed inside Minato. Naruto, I must ask you for forgiveness. I am to blame for the fact that because of stupidity, pride, selfishness and fear, I did not see a person in you. I don't hope that you will ever forgive me. Not only did I condemn you to a great burden, but I also abandoned you. I'm not the best Hokage. I'm a disgusting person. I'm a father, Minato poured out sadly, and there were tears in his eyes. His children looked at their father with saucer eyes. Kushina cried softly. I doomed you to loneliness and the hatred of the entire village. You are my son, Naruto. I ask you only one thing, don't blame them, the fourth firmly asked and pointed to his wife and 2 children, blame me. It's my fault that you're alone, it's my fault that you don't know what parental love is. There was silence. Minato hung his head and a tear fell from his chin. Mom cried, covering her face with her hands. The children wisely remained silent, looking dumbfounded. None of them expected to hear such news. What are you going to do, brother? He's not lying, the serious voice of the fox was heard. Right? I don't know, Kurama. I feel affection only for my mother. I don't know if I'll ever be able to call them family. People say that time heals, the fox answered me and fell into a half asleep. He knows my feelings like no one else and therefore understandably remains silent, because from the anger that was about to burst out of the bull and pour out, even the doors of his cage rattled, everyone was only waiting for my reaction. I slowly rose from the sofa, a split second, a fleeting flash in an instant, and Minato flew into the wall, along which cracks appeared from the force of the blow. The barrier blinked in warning, don't think, fourth, that simple words will touch me. Don't expect me to rush to you screaming daddy. There is only one person here who commands my respect, your wife and my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. It's only because of her that you breathe, it's only because of her that I breathe, I said in an angry patter, it's only because of her, the village that I hate every single day, meets a new dawn, I said more quietly. Minato listened silently and absorbed every word, realizing that I would not believe simple words, and he would have to prove to his own son that he was sorry. The rest were in shock. I turned to the woman and began to slowly approach, making seals. Mom recognized the series of seals and sat down, presenting her forehead. She knew that the flow of information, no matter how big it was, would knock her out for a while. Mom had 2 to 3 seconds. I touched her forehead with my index and middle fingers, and she, smiling welcomingly, kissed my forehead. I picked up her limp body and gently laid her on the sofa. There was no need to convey all my memories and knowledge, just all my feelings, everything I want to say. Minato immediately jumped up, followed by the children. She will wake up soon. I reassured. I just gave her my memories. Naruto, if you want, then. I don't need anything, I said calmly, interrupting Minato. I won't go into your house. It will be a long time before I call you father, Minato, and whether such a time will come depends only on you and your actions. I understand, the Hokage breathed and removed the barrier. I understand, the Hokage breathed and removed the barrier. I answered her with a smile, and then sat down opposite and we started training. Me and Sasuke felt like we were being watched. Kakashi and Itachi were constantly watching us. Itachi was here before this, but Kakashi came for my soul. Most likely, on behalf of his father, Minato probably simply does not know how to approach me and find an approach. Join me, she smiled, revealing a row of even teeth. I don't care. We don't have any problems with technology anyway. Now we have a different priority, we'll have to train here from now on, she said. You can see for yourself. I smiled a little sadly. You see for yourself. I smiled a little sadly, couldn't resist. After I destroyed the last abandoned training ground, I went to Sasuke. She was at the 7th training ground, where she conducted meditation. Feeling me, a smile appeared on her lips, so warm and welcoming. Hi, this order, the 4th said melancholy and calmly, but calm down, Tenzo, Minato said tiredly. All clear, Hokage-sama. He knelt. This explosion again. Your instructions. After 20 minutes, the ground under the village shook again. From the window of the residence, Minato saw how, far beyond the park and the adjacent forest, a strong explosion thundered at an old abandoned training ground. An ANBU in a cat mask immediately appeared in his office. By the way, fourth, forgive me, but today Konoha will lose another abandoned training ground. Fortunately no one will get hurt, I give you my word. The door closed behind me. I headed towards the exit and stopped at the door. Of the pressing problems, I had only one: Danzo and the elders. They ruined my mother's life, and they will ruin mine too. It's good that they don't care about the family squabbles of the Hokage himself. The main thing is that the Ninetales is in the village, and judging by Minato's behavior, he is not going to do anything outrageous. About 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Sakura appeared at the training ground. She saw us at the far edge of the clearing and quietly walked towards us. We were meditating, so she didn't want to interfere. Hello, Sakura, Sasuke said calmly. I just limited myself to a nod. Oh, yes, hello. Sorry, I didn't want to interfere. Come here, Sasuke called, since you've already come. The girls went to the nearest tree. Are you going to train? Sakura nodded embarrassedly. Then start practicing chakra control. I explained to you yesterday what you need to do and why all this is needed. Here, Sasuke thrust the kunai into the pink one's hands, and she went to me to continue her training. 5 minutes later, I was already smiling at the scolding of Sakura, who flopped to the ground. By evening she still managed to reach the top. She clearly had no problems with control, but the volume of chakra does not allow her to master most techniques. This is a problem that can be solved, but not overnight. Sakura, I called, join, Sasuke and I ate the cooked food. The future no Yoko decided to treat Haruno, that's why I called her. A couple of minutes later, the whole honest company of us was eating dinner in nature. How are you doing? Asked Sasuke. Thank you, okay. I can stand on a vertical surface. Your hearth is small, Sasuke said evenly, but it's fixable. It won't work out quickly, of course, but nevertheless. How do you know so much? Asked Sakura. I told you yesterday. The Uchiha nodded in my direction. What will you need to do? Sakura decided she really wanted to become stronger, so as not to be a burden. Meditate more, rotating chakra throughout all the tenketsu in the circulation system. This is the time. 2. Increase control to reduce chakra costs. Guys, thanks for the food. I'll go, otherwise mom will worry. Bye, Sasuke nodded. Be there, Sakura, I waved my hand. We sealed the food and went to the river that flowed not far from the landfill. Kakashi and Itachi continued to watch us, hiding their chakra. Me and Sasuke planned to meditate all night. It's a pity that we didn't know how to go into a trance, which would have been much more productive. The SCH would work, and the body would sleep. The brain would be protected from external stimuli, thereby resting. Roughly speaking, conscious sleep by the standards of the body, but nothing. With time we will learn this too. It was already the beginning of the first, when Itachi could not stand it and jumped down to us. Hello, guys, the elder Uchiha smiled. Kami-sama, aren't you too tired of sitting there? Asked Sasuke. Itachi just smiled stupidly. He didn't expect that a 13-year-old child would lose 2 seasoned ANBU in chakra, although I warned him about his sister's sensory abilities. Sasuke-chan, why don't you go home? Is it too late? We are busy training, and you are a little in the way, Sasuke said calmly. But it's already night outside. Not the best time for training. Rumor, Itachi, I called. Excessive intrusiveness will not benefit you, I noted coldly, hinting at sharp excessive concern. Naruto, although I am very grateful to you, but... Itachi, Sasuke interrupted, Naruto told you yesterday that I want to think. So let me think. Sasuke said a little angrily. Sorry, Itachi tried to apologize and smile, but it didn't work out very well. He silently left, grabbing Kakashi by the scruff of the neck, who was reading pornography with the help of the Sharingan in the pitch darkness. "What are you planning to do?" I asked. "I don't know, Naru. It all comes down to the Uchiha elders. They forced my father to give me away. My mother cries every time they talk about me. There's just one thing I'm wondering, is the head of the clan so weak that he can't shut them up? Let them, the elders, advise them that way." I involuntarily smiled. Evil Sasuke looks like a sad gopher. "Relax. Your little brother knows that you are the best in your year. It's a shame that now he won't look at you as a girl he can hit on." Sasuke hissed at me like a snake. I had to retreat and put out my hands in a conciliatory gesture. "Senior, here I'm generally silent. Itachi is eager to come to you. Mom, apparently, can't find a place for herself. She told me that she was forbidden to approach you." Itachi said the same thing. "Your dad would be happy, apparently." "Are you trying to persuade me to return to my family?" Sasuke asked sarcastically. "Well, I will be pleased if you stay with me, but I would like you not to be hurt, right here." I poked her in the chest in the area of the heart. "Thank you," the Uchiha smiled. "Go and check on your mother. Beat the crap out of the elders. And then, decide for yourself." I smiled a little sadly. You won't get rid of me so quickly." Sasuke pressed her lips to mine. "Ha, glad to hear. How are you doing?" I hit Minato on the turnip. I grinned contentedly. Only my mother holds me to be a person. Maybe also Minato, but I'm not going to call him daddy for the next couple of years. I will look at his behavior. I don't know what to do with the younger Namakazes. Apparently, they treat me like everyone else, in general, but here on you. Oniai-san has appeared on you. We'll have to take a closer look at their behavior. I just don't know what to do." I smiled forcedly, hanging my head. "Have you even talked to your mom?" "Showed memories." "Baka." Sasuke hit me on the head. "Go to her." "Is it better for you?" I asked a little angrily, feigning offense. The Uchiha agreed. "That's the same. Let's start training." We spent the whole night in such training. Kurama also went out for a walk in the form of a little fox. Of course, there was no global progress. And neither I nor Sasuke were expecting him anytime soon. Surprisingly, in the morning we felt very good, I would say excellent. Nothing hurts, no fatigue. We were able to swim in the river instead of shower, and have breakfast bento, which we had prepared yesterday. By 10 a.m., the 7th team was at the Hokage's office, from where the screams of Minato and, apparently, the elders could be heard. Tomorrow the next clan meeting was supposed to be convened, and one of the questions was the fate of the Jinchuriki. Minato zealously screamed that Naruto, but Yoko would not be given to the rude ANBU. "You won't miss this spectacle, will you?" the fox asked hopefully. I just entered the office without knocking, which attracted attention to my very modest person from everyone present at once. Even the secretary was surprised. "Oh, this unobtrusive arrogance of mine, I will definitely pay for it someday, but not today. I will consider this as an invitation to the meeting," I said in an even voice. "Ahahaha, oh, ahaha, look at them." I mentally chuckled. Sasuke chuckled into her fist from behind. The elders and Danzo were completely out. Minato didn't expect this either, although he assumed that I knew about the fox, since I managed to ruin 2 training grounds. Kurama grinned contentedly inside. "What are you allowing yourself to do?" Hamura said in a sepulchral voice. "Just shut your mouth, weakling. You are an advisor, so give me advice. There is a Hokage, let him make the decision. Besides, I didn't break into your office," I snapped. "How dare you?" Koharu squealed. "And what will you do to me, old pepper shaker?" I asked cheerfully and sarcastically. "Will you threaten with your finger?" "Boy, you shouldn't be arrogant," advised Danzo, who was somewhat amused by this situation. Minato didn't know what to say at all. Shimura Danzo, head of Anbu no Konohagakure no Sato, and you shouldn't get sick, I said melancholy, passing into the office and plopping down on the sofa. Sasuke was already openly laughing out loud in the corridor, because she didn't dare to go in. The fox subconsciously beat his forehead against the door of the cage. Minato was preparing himself for a heart attack. Kakashi and Sakura were completely shocked by my behavior. The elders choked on their own drool. And Danzo just smiled smugly, his general. You will understand that he rarely shows emotions on his face. And why are you looking at me? I asked, happy as a cat. You, Koharu tried to catch her breath from the blatant impudence. Yes, it's me, Koharu, just don't scream. So what's wrong with the council? I asked again. This doesn't concern you. Hamura said coldly. How is this not relevant? I am a demon, a formidable and terrible carrier of the nine-tailed fox. Not made with a finger, but a village weapon shoved. And you didn't invite me. I'll be offended. I pouted sarcastically, like a little kid. Sasuke, who was watching this picture, burst into wild laughter. How do you know this? Danzo asked calmly and seriously. From the original source, I threw my feet up on the coffee table, smiling brazenly. So, did you subdue the fox? Danzo asked in the same voice, remembering the explosions at the training grounds. Ha 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 ha, P-subordinated? Ha, you're a joker, Danzo. The fox cannot be subdued, it can be restrained or immobilized with a Mokuton and temporarily controlled with the Sharingan, but cannot be subdued. Don't confuse two radically different concepts, man a pathetic piece of meat, a bank of blood and a pound of bones, and Biju an immortal creature created by Rakudo Sennin. My words defeated everyone except Sasuke, into a dead-end state. Minato and Danzo just looked at each other now. Even though Danzo was always eating everyone's brains out with a teaspoon with his desire to protect Konoha, and he chose stupid methods, but he knew how to think, and the gears in his head worked properly. And if I conduct a conversation in such an arrogant and very impudent way, it means I can afford it. Minato also looked at me seriously. Hamura and Koharu were now unanimously sent to .m by everyone, because I became the navel of this exquisite situation. Kakashi listened in amazement. He was generally put into cognitive dissonance, first with his speech and appeal to the elders, then with his conclusion. Then how do you know all this? Danzo asked again, more loyally, or something. There was a piece of my mother's chakra in the seal. Minato tensed again. Okay, fourth, I'll play into your hands, I mentally said to myself. This piece conveyed to me the knowledge of who Jinchuriki, Biju, and so on are. But as for Rakudo and the like, these are the words of the fox. Mom? But, only. Hiruzen, Minato, and Kushina were present during the sealing, Danzo said thoughtfully. It's a cool idea to hide your son in an orphanage so that you, Danzo, with these two old degenerates, won't bother anyone didn't worry about where, who, and how would raise the boy. Everyone is happy, and most importantly, the lie with the fake child was a success, I said, confirming the guess of the head of Anbu and the wolves are fed, and the sheep are safe. Silence fell. Kakashi looked at the teacher in shock. Minato was as pale as a sheet, but quickly regained his natural complexion, realizing that I had played the situation in his favor. Sakura wisely remained silent, her presence was completely forgotten, as was the giggling Sasuke. The elders were foaming at the mouth again. But Danzo watched my behavior and Minato's behavior very carefully. I played the situation so that from a moral point of view the Namikaze-Uzumaki couple would have no problems. The situation, in my words, can be viewed from this perspective, as if Minato and Kushina left their Jinchuriki son in an orphanage. Everyone was told that it was not their child who allegedly died, but Naruto was a new vessel that was quickly found due to the death of the first. They themselves secretly watched him so that Danzo and the elders could not get close and take him away. For Minato, and most importantly for his mother, everything worked out for the best in this situation, because no one would have allowed the Namikaze couple to keep their Jinchuriki son with them, at least the elders would definitely have been against it. This also explains Minato's behavior, his reluctance to give his son to the root ANBU. Well, Danzo, sushi ors, I said to myself mentally. I have to admit, Minato, said Danzo. You are a very cunning person. And you had the courage to do such a thing. Shimura silently left the office, and the elders minced behind him. Nobody expected such a turn of events. Now Danzo will intensively accumulate his resources, because I sided with Minato. More precisely, he thinks so, but in reality, I am too willful a weapon. I don't give a damn about this village and its inhabitants, because I'm a little selfish. I am driven only by purely personal motives, Mom and Sasuke, and as long as this place suits them, I will support it. Kakashi vaguely tried to get into the situation. Sakura wisely went into prostration and kept quiet. Sasuke just smiled, because she didn't care either. Minato was gloomier than a cloud, although he understood that now he was in the black, but he couldn't speak for me. There was no confidence, and there was nowhere for it to come from. What's on your mind, Naruto? Let the situation with Danzo help spread the rumor that I have 3 children, not 2. Besides, you presented everything in the best light for both the elders and the heads of the clans. Why would you suddenly act in my favor? I don't know. I don't understand, the Hokage reflected on the situation. You're burning. Walrus, I swore at Danzo when their steps were no longer heard from the corridor. And what kind of rubbish does the aphrodisiac fuse to these bald old men? They won't give me life, I whined doomedly, pouting my lips. Sensei, Naruto, is he your son? Asked Kakashi. Did you just move in, Poopkuin? I said mockingly. Naruto, please, Minato said calmly, but at the same time, gratefully. Okay. Kakashi, no offense. So, why are we all here? You have a mission, Minato realized. Here. Nothing complicated, a standard mission for Genin, rank D. Go to the bureau, register, although to whom am I explaining, Kakashi deal with the team. Minato thrust the scroll into the student's hands, and we left, leaving the Hokage alone with a whole mountain of paper. This is definitely not the best time in his life. The elders are doing to his brain, problems in the family, the upcoming gathering of the clans, which has no meaning for me. Now Minato wanted to follow the example of one of the notorious Sanins. Where is the sake? Minato mentally asked, pushing aside a pile of papers. Team number 7 successfully completed 5 D-rank missions today. Although the standard is 1 per day. This means that we have fulfilled a week's supply for our team. As a result, our wallets were replenished a little, which could not but rejoice. Sasuke decided that today she should still go to her mother. That's why we went to choose a decent kimono for her. Naru, the Uchiha, called me when we approached one of the shops in the market, where we could choose a ready-made kimono. We didn't have the money to order, and so. I went under the tent. You will come with me, right? Nanny? I was somewhat surprised. Sasuke immediately pouted. Okay, if you want, but then I'll have to buy something too. The last visit was spontaneous, I would say. I have already chosen, Sasuke smiled. Well, who would doubt it, I drawled wearily. Taking a bunch of clothes, I went to another part of the merchant's shop tent, go get dressed. Don't embarrass me, Sasuke kicked out of my embrace towards another fitting room. It suits you very well, I hugged her from behind, watching in the mirror in front of us as Sasuke blossomed with a blush. You look amazing, my beauty, I whispered in the girl's ear. Be quiet, you flee, otherwise I'll close the cage. Laughter was heard in the subconscious. That's a furry shawarma. You won't be disappointed today. Kurama's satisfied voice was heard. The blue fabric goes well with her long black hair, like the night itself. The yukata perfectly accentuates her figure. A toned butt, beautiful breasts, a narrow waist and an even posture. Yes, even the heterochromia of the eyes under the henge suits her. Very extravagant, I looked at Sasuke appraisingly. Sasuke handed me black hakama pants and a kimono of the same color, with the Uzumaki sign on the back. Sasuke herself was wearing a blue yukata. The outfit had a very unique and large pattern, which is extremely unusual. The blue fabric depicted a blossoming cherry blossom, under which lay a panther. Thankfully, the seller is visiting, otherwise they would have driven me out of here like a mongrel. By the way, Sasuke has taste. The kimono fit like a glove and looked quite decent. In the evening, Sasuke rushed around the apartment, trying to style her hair. I didn't bother about this at all. No matter how much you stack them, they will still stand upright. I lay peacefully on the bed, with Kurama snoring into 2 holes at my side. Sasuke finally finished. She had a beautiful high ponytail, her bangs covering the left side of her face, where she had a rinnegan underneath her henge. Sasuke's hairstyle was similar to Ino's, but the color and length of the hair were different. Naru, Sasuke called me. She was all red with embarrassment. We moved arm in arm towards the Uchiha quarter. All passers-by paid attention to us. Both Sasuke and I perfectly heard the whispers of people who scurried here and there. They were not only directed at me. If I was honored with insults and curses, mixed with curses, then Sasuke was followed only by surprised exclamations, in which they considered her crazy and close-minded or not knowing and not understanding the truth about me. The girl pretended not to hear, but I frankly didn't care. What is it, Sasuke? I'm very worried. This didn't happen last time. Everything will be fine, I smiled warmly. What should I tell, Mom? Sometimes you don't need to say anything. Stop worrying and shaking, this is not like you, Sasuke. And by the way, we arrived. We stopped in front of the gates of the estate. The people who were on guard let us through, because they recognized us. I again received a frown, but the Uchiha are too proud creatures to condescend to such scum like me, even if I really want to offend. At the entrance to the estate, we were met by Itachi, who really blossomed like a sister. He looked at me without hatred, fear, contempt, or hostility. Some kind of defective Uchiha, apparently. His gaze exuded gratitude, interest in me as a person, and curiosity. Hello. Itachi Oniai-san, Sasuke decided on a more pleasant greeting. I had a feeling that Itachi began to glow, literally, with happiness. A little more, and the cold-blooded Uchiha will jump like a goat with joy, like a child with candy. The eldest Uchiha heir smiled, but he did not have the courage to make any gesture in response. I nudged Sasuke, who was also smiling and did not know what to do next. The girl took a timid step forward, but still did not dare to take any action. I shot my eyes at Itachi and pointed at the blushing girl. Itachi understood and jerked Sasuke into a tight hug. Tears appeared in the guest's eyes. I can't remember exactly the last time Sasuke cried, not counting that incident with our confession. Now I was smiling, watching the touching picture. I think it's worth calling Mikoto-san. I carefully climbed in. Itachi released Sasuke and nodded. It seemed that a happier person could not be found. Sasuke's older brother led us into the kitchen, and he galloped off to call Taro and his father and mother. Itachi knocked on the door of his parents' bedroom and heard his father's tired voice. Mom, Father, there. Sasuke came to visit. This short phrase was enough for Mikoto to jump out of bed and rush to the closet to get dressed in formal clothes. Fugaku was delighted, although he didn't show it, but the corners of his lips rose slightly. Itachi quickly left so as not to interfere with his parents getting ready and calling his stupid younger brother. Taro, Itachi knocked and walked into the room when he heard permission. Oniai-san, Taro smiled, receiving Itachi's smile in return. We have guests, your sister came to us. The smile from Taro's face disappeared, but his dissatisfied muzzle, the younger Uchiha did not make a face, his face became cold, wary, and thoughtful. He didn't know how to treat his older sister. And he was also a little ashamed when he realized that he had a little brother complex, completely unconscious. Did this Naruto come too? Taro, no, it's worth insulting him. Thanks to this man, our family can become complete. Itachi ruffled his younger brother's hair, he even gave her his eye, just so she could see. Could you do that? The younger brother looked down. You see, it's not that easy. Just don't judge him by his appearance and manner of speech. I'll try, Oniai-san. Stop shaking. Naru, it's easy for you to say. I gently hugged Sasuke and didn't let go until she calmed down at least a little. About 5 minutes later, conversations and whispers were heard, and then the whole family walked into the kitchen. The last one was Fugaku. Sasuke immediately jumped up from her seat, and I slowly stood up, after which I nodded in greeting. Itachi put the kettle on to make the conversation more productive. Mikoto looked at her daughter for a very long time. Last time she failed. The woman slowly and somewhat timidly approached Sasuke, and then with a quick movement pulled her towards her. Fugaku's cool face cracked and he allowed himself a smile. The head of the clan walked towards me and bowed politely. I must thank you, Naruto no Yoko. Thanks to you, my daughter became sighted, and the family got the opportunity to reunite after 13 years of separation. No need, I answered briefly and unemotionally. A few minutes later, we sat down at the table. Now we could calmly watch the family scene, pretending to be part of the interior and sipping tea from a cup politely offered by the heir of the clan. I didn't plan to speak, and what can I say? Let Sasuke decide for herself, her family, after all. Listen, Naruto, Itachi suddenly called. People simply didn't know how to start communicating, and no one had the courage to be the first. I wisely kept my mouth shut. In general, I don't consider it necessary to be present at a family reunion. I don't belong here. But since Sasuke asked for this, and dropped anchor already on the threshold of her father's house, my presence is somewhat justified. Yes, Itachi? I looked up at him. The eldest heir did not take his eyes off my hand. From time to time he cast an interested glance at his sister's hand, where there was an identical seal. What kind of fuinjutsu technique is this? I've never seen anything like this. Everyone paid attention to Sasuke's and my hands. She wasn't there the day before yesterday. It's just that the characters are absolutely identical. Only a fuinjutsu master can convey the seal so accurately. I won't divulge the essence yet, I didn't know what else to answer. This is one of the most ancient Uzumaki seals. I tried to get out of frying pan. And how do you know them? I tried to ask Taro as calmly as possible. He is quite narcissistic, spoiled, proud, and arrogant. Taro is unlikely to look at someone from outside as his equal, only if this someone does not prove to him his own weakness, and in such a way that it is clearly visible. But I am an owner, an egoist, a misanthrope, a foul-mouthed person and a hypocrite, but I don't wear rose-colored glasses, unlike him. How I know the seals will become known to everyone, or almost everyone, after tomorrow clan meetings. Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle, remembering the delicate situation in the morning. Are you privy to such things at such a young age? Fugaku was surprised. No, it's just that the village elders, Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu, as well as the head of the Root Anbu, Shimura Danzo, are unlikely to forgive me for the vulgar address to their high-born asses just now in the morning. I assumed that it would be discussed at the meeting, and my outburst has nothing to do with this, but let there be a surprise for Fugaku. Itachi looked at me with saucer eyes, not believing his ears. By the way, why is everyone interested in my person? I figured that Sasuke would be the subject of everyone's attention. We're just very embarrassed, Naruto-kun. Mikoto smiled her happiest smile, hugging her daughter the whole time. Sasuke Wani-san, Taro called respectfully, so as not to anger his father, whose order regarding Sasuke he remembered very well, and, can I ask a question? Yes, Sasuke said calmly. She clearly has not yet decided how to relate to her younger brother and father. As for me, the situation here is exactly the same as mine with Minato, Yoshi, and Aya. It will look at the behavior of these two, Taro and Fugaku, Uchiha. At what stage is your Sharingan? How did you even wake him up? Both the older brother and the head of the family really liked this question, Because according to rumors, she showed the Sharingan at the beginning of her studies at the academy. Makoto simply expressed curiosity. She was also the bearer of these eyes. Sasuke turned an inquisitive gaze on me, demanding political asylum. What am I? Sasuke, I've already gotten into trouble with our seal. I adjusted the sleeve of my robe to completely hide my brush. Should I share your secrets too? I smiled disgustingly, to which Sasuke pouted. She chuckled loudly. Uchiha, Naruto's trick, helped awaken him. After the transplant and full recovery of vision, I was in a very strong shock. This was the impetus for the development of the Sharingan. Everyone nodded in understanding, and as for the stage, Sasuke's right eye, which was not hidden under the bangs, began to change. Instead of a whitish iris, a blood-scarlet one appeared, followed by 3 tomo, which spun slightly. I didn't burn down the office. I mentally rejoiced. Are you uncomfortable? The fox yawned. 3. Taro was surprised. Wait, Taro, Itachi said. Sasuke-chan, it turns out that you can see with both eyes. The elder brother was surprised at his guess, followed by everyone else. The phrase came out spontaneously, and only a little later did general understanding come. Yes. My left eye belongs to Naruto. The blind eyes were healed under the influence of Naruto's special chakra, Sasuke hinted ambiguously. The fox cursed in my subconscious, he's like a naked woman in the middle of the barracks. In the sense that they could have subdued him here if he had not been sealed. But everything worked out well. Itachi, Fugaku, and Makoto nodded in understanding. One Taro looked at us like a ram at a new gate. Special chakra? He asked again. It's a secret, I said calmly. Taro made a serious face like a brick and nodded with a very smart look, which caused laughter from his family, which is why he pouted like a mouse on a rump. Hiramik and I started talking about everything in our subconscious. I heard that you were the best student among the entire class, Fugaku said a little proudly. Did you learn to use the Sharingan yourself? AI equals 11, Naruto taught me everything, from reading and writing to using eyes. Sasuke immediately groaned, receiving a finger in the ribs from me. She gave up all of them, guts. What? Everyone was surprised in one voice. Oh, the fox howled at the entire subconscious, hiding his long muzzle under his paws and covering his head with 9 tails. Taro dropped his jaw. Now everyone was staring at me with very inquisitive eyes. And Sasuke groaned again when she realized that she had blurted out too much, meaning I would have to show off my Sharingan too. But the trouble is this, it's deactivated, and that's only half the problem. I think I'll sit among the Uchihas and try. Then with the help of henge right before our eyes, chapshapobism to the highest degree of development, considering that I already have one henge on the Rinnegan, that is, if I put a second one on the Sharingan, I'll burn both eyes, and Sasuke's too. She and I have the eternal Mangekyo, which can only be hidden behind the previous stage, but 3 Tomo, do.a, by Uchiha standards, because not everyone is able to develop eyes to this stage, especially at that age. I'm generally silent about Mangekyo. What a chatterbox you are, Sasuke, I breathed. Sasuke hung his nose, and I had to activate the Sharingan. What? Fugaku almost jumped. Everyone echoed his question. What? I grinned. I was no less shocked by the transplant, when, in theory, the blind eye saw no worse than the sighted one. I expected blindness, at least I didn't have to lie here. But why is it deactivated? Fugaku and Itachi asked in one voice. How should I know? I am not a biologist or a geneticist. Why shouldn't he? I was very surprised. They say, my hut is on the edge. I don't know. But, how did you learn everything? Taro, taken aback, jabbered. By scientific poking, how else? Namely, trial and error. I had no teachers, mentors, or advisors. When he mastered something himself, he taught everything to Sasuke. Something like that, I shrugged with an expression of indifference. Yes, you are the weakest student in the entire class, Taro said again. He still only had one tomo. Not to say that this is bad, not everyone can awaken the Sharingan by 12. I don't care what others think. Besides, there's no one for whom I should fluff my tail, I said with a chuckle, which put the male half at a dead end. Train and that's all business, Sasuke shrugged, turning to the Taro. Silence fell. Everyone was in their own thoughts. Although I'm sure Fugaku is scratching his head over the question of how nice it would be to drag Sasuke and me into the clan. But he cannot demand anything from Sasuke, and he has no right until she returns to the family as Harem Uchiha Ikazoku. He certainly can't demand anything from me. Unlike Kakashi, both received eyes at the free will of the bearer. How do you demand something here? Fugaku can offer both me and Sasuke to join the clan, but no more, although the Uchiha elders may also make things worse. Naruto, I think it's time for us to go? Sasuke raised her voice. During the conversation, no one noticed that it was already the beginning of 12. As you wish, Sasuke. I already said that this is your family and you decide what to do. I believe that this is not the last time we came to visit, she smiled so that the despondent Makoto would not become too limp. The woman answered her daughter with a joyful smile. Naruto, Itachi called me when we were already leaving the estate. I don't like his nasty smile, Kurama said mentally. I hummed questioningly. So what kind of technique do you and Sasuke have? The elder brother narrowed his eyes slyly. Clever. Just like you, Kurama, I cursed. Eh? What kind of attacks? I actually slept. Yes. You, damn it, are a sloth, not a fox, a dissatisfied sniffle echoed through the subconscious and something like fur. This is not a technique, Itachi. This is a kind of blood contract, and to be very precise, a family seal of betrothal, I said, and Sasuke and I were pulled into the funnel before anyone could say anything. The Uchiha family was in complete shock. There will be a lot of news at tomorrow's meeting of clans. At the meeting of clans it was announced that Naruto no Yoko is the firstborn of the Hokage, but in view of the current circumstances, the attack of the Kyuubi, the death of the third, the sealing of the fox, Naruto's status as Jinchuriki, the child lives outside the family and will continue to live so that neither the council nor the elders make a fuss. To say that Fugaku was surprised is to say nothing at all. He and Minato were very good friends, but after several minutes of racking his brain over this issue, Fugaku decided that it was not worth raising problems on this basis after all. The head of the Uchiha spread information that all these years, Naruto no Yoko had been looking after the once blind Harem Uchiha Sasuke. Fugaku also mentioned that Naruto has become a carrier of the Sharingan, which means that control over the fox will be better. Such a statement put Danzo in an even greater impasse, and his hands were itching to consider the candidacy of a Jinchuriki as his ward. Fugaku assured the council that Uchiha Ikazoku did not lay claim to the fox in view of the long relationship between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto no Yoko, because the daughter was not considering the option of returning to the clan, although Fugaku still cherished hope. This greatly pleased the council, because the situation, taking into account all the events together, was becoming very delicate. The elders would not allow Minato to keep his Jinchuriki son with him. Giving it to the Uchiha is an out-of-the-ordinary proposal. They have not yet completely cleared away their sin for plans against Konoha. Minato knew that his son gave one eye to Sasuke, Kushina at home shared what Naruto gave her, and transplanted her eye to himself, but the Hokage had no idea that this was a sighted Sharingan. And his sincere surprise served him well. Danzo remained silent. And what could he say in such a situation, when the orphan Jinchuriki turned out to be the son of the Hokage, and even initiated into many, if not all, dark affairs? It wasn't like that, but that's what the ANBU head no thought. The person in power will proceed from the most bad scenario in order to prevent future incidents. Shimura was only thinking about inviting Naruto to join his unit on a voluntary basis. The dream of extracting the fox was quietly turning into ashes, since the bearer himself has the Sharingan. And then Fugaku stated that Naruto no Yoko and Sasuke Uchiha are engaged. Even Minato jumped up from his seat. Many heads lost their masks of composure at the clan meeting. The Hokage almost screamed out loud in surprise. The behavior and secrets of the two children remained unknown to the cold-blooded, pragmatic and wise shinobi. Even though they are just children, they were already able to fool everyone and everything, but all they had to do was remain silent for the time being. Simple worldly wisdom and no plans or thoughtful moves. Shut your mouth and sit quietly. The head of Uchiha Ikazoku explained that he himself does not have sufficient information on this matter and is only conveying the words of Naruto himself regarding the identical seals on the hands of the Jinchuriki and his daughter. Fugaku described the symbols at the request of the council and Minato himself. The Hokage only confirmed that such a seal, according to the description, matches the one he learned about from his wife. After offering to remove it, Minato explained that this is a very ancient seal. It is almost impossible to remove it. To do this, you need to know exactly what chakra and how much of it was saturated with the blood from which the symbols were drawn. You can't go wrong with Naruto and Sasuke's blood proportions either. And most importantly, the symbols must be removed simultaneously and synchronously, which not every seal master is capable of, even among the Uzumaki, not to mention all the other Fuin users. It is easier to apply such a seal. You need blood and chakra, quantity and quality do not matter for its application, but to remove it, to put it mildly, hemorrhoids, the size of a fist. After the meeting, I woke up from uneven surges of chakra in the apartment and vibrations of my barrier. Someone was pressing hard inside and trying to get around the barrier. And I must say that the guest almost succeeded, and only one person is capable of this in such a short time. I'm coming. Stop chapping my barrier. I angrily barked out loud, which woke up Sasuke and Kurama. The fox immediately retreated into the seal, and I had to close the gates so that no one would start screaming. As soon as I put henge on my eyes and opened the door, a scarlet tornado burst into the apartment, which began spinning around and shouting something, followed by, the hurricane passed more calmly. Jiraiya, the Sannin who was supposed to become my godfather. Naruto, Tabanya Wayo. Mom roared at the top of her lungs, like a wounded wolf. Why do I find out that my son is engaged to my best friend's daughter from Minato in the middle of the night? The woman poured out in one breath, shaking me in front of her like a rag. A good question, considering the specifics of the nightly activities of family men, I blurted out without thinking. Databao. Are you kidding me? Stop yelling. I said calmly, but firmly. Sorry, my mother stopped literally shaking out my carcass, and then lowered me to the ground. Everything is in order. Good morning, to begin with, I greeted. Hello, son, my mother kissed me on the cheek. I showed her how we met in my subconscious, showed her my feelings, the general picture of my relationship with Sasuke, and so on. The secret remained our strengths, skills, relationship with the fox, engagement and a couple more unnecessary moments. Hello, said Jiraiya, smiling stupidly and looking at Sasuke, who was sleepily rubbing her eyes. She barely had time cover the Rinnegan with bangs. And you won't get sick, failed godfather, I smiled back. I've already straightened Minato's brains, the Sannin said seriously, remembering how he put a blank check under a student's eye early in the morning. Naru, you should show the guests to the kitchen, Sasuke, who had been silent until now, said, putting on my t-shirt and walking into the kitchen. The girl humped her nose funny and frowned, because she had been woken up. Kushina broke into the most sly and satisfied smile, grinning disgustingly, poking me in the ribs, and playing with her eyebrows. We went into the kitchen when I locked the entrance doors, and began to lay out food and cooked dishes, of which there were a lot. The easiest way was to buy a lot of products at the beginning of the month and store them in seals, where they would not spoil, and then prepare as much as you needed for a couple of days and store them in the refrigerator when they were ready. There was everything on the table: onigiri, dango, miso soup, sashimi, salads, nikujaga, tea, cookies, and some sweets. It sounds rich, I don't argue, neither I nor Sasuke spared any expense on food. Besides, I knew how to cook deliciously, and I even taught the girl. It was cheaper to buy food and cook it. They just sometimes saved money on clothes, shinobi equipment and weapons, instead of which they used kuroibo. And who prepared all this? Jiraiya was taken aback by the abundance of dishes. Me, he shrugged his shoulders calmly. Mom taught me. Eh? The Sannin stretched out his face and began to glare at Kushina with his eyes. Jiraiya-san, I simply passed on a lot of my knowledge to Naruto, and this is the result. The woman smiled, pleased that we were not hungry and ate normally. Naru, so you guys are really engaged? We nodded synchronously and showed the seal on our right hands. Who put the seal? Mom narrowed her eyes slyly. She didn't use it for herself and Minato, because he just made an offer. The seal had to be put by someone from the outside. I sighed heavily. I didn't want to deceive her. This is my mother, and Minato lied to her so much. You shouldn't follow his bad example. Open it, come on. You look here like a schoolboy at a brothel. Don't be a brawler, Ku. I'll let the meat defrost. The fox purred contentedly through the bars of the cage. Leaving the question unanswered for now, I went to the refrigerator to get the promised meat. Kushina and Jiraiya silently watched me, devouring breakfast. The seal was put by the second bearer of my surname. Surnames? Mom asked again, not realizing what was going on. Yes. It's calm now, without screams or sudden movements, I warned. With a sharp movement I twisted the seal, from which dark red chakra flowed out in a thin stream. It began to form and thicken, and a minute later kurama formed next to me. Mom was stunned, dropping the chopsticks from her hands. None of the guests had time to react to my trick, simply because no one was expecting something like this. Jiraiya, fully aware of my feint, began to manipulate the chakra, causing the barrier to rattle. Ki was wafted from the fox, and in the deathly silence of the room a dull, low, guttural growl of an animal was heard, into whose territory an outsider had entered. TCH. SHSHSH, I lowered my hand to the top of the head of the tailed one, who had already pressed his ears. Growling, don't make me angry, old man, and calm the current of your chakra. Kurama's voice did not bode well. NNAR Naruto, what's happening here? Mom barely said. She always had a strained relationship with the fox. I told you both to calm down and not do anything stupid. Did you want to know who put the stamp on it? Well, now you know. I turned first to my mother, then to both guests. If the council of clans of the village decides to remove it, we will have to work harder. I won't give in myself, and Sasuke is unlikely to give up voluntarily. I am silent about Fox. If the Hokage or the elders decide to act rashly, I think the tragedy of 13 years ago will happen. So, are you ready to go against Konoha? Jiraiya may have calmed down, but he was clearly unhappy with this. Because of him, my sensei died. I don't give a damn. I snapped in a cold voice. I didn't receive anything from the village, except for an orphan's allowance and a stipend, which at first was hardly enough for normal food. And this is while my father is still alive as ruler. That's not the point. Do you think ordinary citizens who are unable to defend themselves will survive another attack? Don't drip on my brain, Godfather. I snorted sarcastically. I don't give a about everyone and everything except Sasuke, Mother, and Fox. Citizens this, citizens that. Ugh, your mother. If you were in my skin, Jiraiya, I would look. I have suffered enough from the rotten village, and the demon, as people call him, treats me more humanely than these, as you said, citizens who are not able to defend themselves. I'm warning you both, if they start touching me out of contrived old fears and suspicions or the like, stopping me will become a problem. If Mother or Sasuke are touched, Jiraiya, I focused on him, keep in mind, I will raise Konoha to the ground, I have enough strength. I'm starting to be disappointed in you, dejectedly, Jiraiya said coldly, twisting his face. His nostrils occasionally twitched from hostility. Forgive me, Godfather, But I'm not going to tear my ass for the benefit of the old, too cunning Danzo and the elders' plans for me. And even more so for the citizens of Konoha. And I have a reason. If the first ones, at least, are crap inside and don't hide it behind a beautiful candy wrapper, then the second ones are worse, a stupid, brainless herd of hypocrites, which without a guide will become an even bigger rabble. Why do you have so much hatred? The hermit asked in a taken aback voice. Mom was silent, remembering how they treated her. Although, you don't have to tell me. But Yoko. I can fully guess, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms over his chest, shooting a contemptuous look at Kurama. Yes, that's exactly why, I said sarcastically. You are the same. Just the sight of the fox makes you afraid like a girl and ready to rush at him with everything in your arsenal. And then why are you better than the rest of the rabble if you despise me? I couldn't stand it. Not you. Him, the man pointed his finger. Why? I was taken aback. Konoha is my home, and yours too, and he destroyed it. Oh. But not. Was to try on the roles of gods and enslave those who are wiser and smarter than you, not to mention the weight category. Biju have been living for a long time, and for some reason no one gives a damn that they are living beings and are capable of feeling. As for Konoha, you're still a fool and say that the fox attacked himself, because he is a monster and is not capable of anything other than pogrom. Isn't that so? Mom, tell this stubborn teapot what I'm talking about. I just feel my eye twitching. The fox was forcibly torn out of me, then subdued with the Sharingan. The Uchiha still haven't really shaken off suspicions about the incident in these 13 years, even though they made every effort to investigate the incident. Yes, I know that he was subdued. That's not the point. What is the point then? The fact that the fox, do you see, has an animal face? Is it that he replaced my family? The one who raised me? The fact that he taught me? The fact that I wasn't even given my mother's last name in order to cover up the lie? The fact that sometimes I had to not eat for a week, but feed and clothe blind Sasuke, when there was not enough money for two, and I myself had to sit on his energy supply from chakra? The fact that Kyuubi and I are hated by everyone because they didn't tell anyone the truth, and they made me a scapegoat? What is the point of this FG thing? I gasped. Naruto, in the resulting ringing silence, Sasuke's clear, well-placed, but gentle voice was heard. Stop it, please. Don't spoil the breakfast for me, Kyuubi, and your mother. You see very well that your godfather refuses to look at the obvious facts, unlike your mother, but continues to believe rumors and tales that he probably received back under the monkey Hokage. Now Jiraiya is taken aback. I just fell silent, I didn't want to talk to him. He seemed like a normal guy at first, but in reality, for now, he turns out to be just a stupid sheep who is fooled by the first word. Mom simply looked in amazement at Fox, who, not caring about our noise and commotion, sat at the table and lapped up milk. She's right, Naruto. If Jiraiya had not squealed, but watched what was happening, he would have understood that if you so calmly open the seal of my cell, it means that it was broken a very long time ago. The fox spoke in a beautiful soft baritone, a little hoarse, but no longer growling. Conclusion: if the seal is broken, you are alive, and the village is intact. All the rumors about me are true. I am a bloodthirsty monster who sleeps and sees how he destroys this village, Kurama concluded, following the logic of most idiots. If I needed it, I would have destroyed it a long time ago. Naruto, people are people. It's easier for them to listen and believe in the new that they put on their ears, rather than look at the facts. What's your name? Kushina suddenly asked the fox. Oh? Little Kushi, drawled the fox. You have not lost your courage, but you have kept your heart the same. How long have you mourned your child? There was no mockery in Kurama's voice. Mom became serious and looked carefully at the Ninetales. He knew her even better than I did, considering how much time he spent inside her. I cried for more than a year, being depressed. It was very difficult for me to give birth again, despite the desire to have children. Probably, right up until Yoshi and Aya entered the academy, I couldn't calm down. Then it became easier, not much, but a little. And when I approached the audience during the distribution of teams, I. Nothing changed. You haven't changed. The same good-natured, spontaneous and naive girl that came to the old lady Mito Uzumaki. PFR. And how did you even have the courage to ask me? Although, now I understand what prompted you to do this, the fox finished, listening to Kushina's emanations. What are you talking about? Jiraiya got in. About the fact that Kushina begged me to take care of her child when she found out that her faithful Minato wanted to on his child from Mount Hokage. That's what it's about. Kurama growled. Did you know? Jiraiya was completely confused, and a couple of convolutions could not cope with the pressure of information. No. My seal contained part of my mother's chakra. The fox had this chakra in mind when he spoke. The real mother didn't know. I came to my mother's defense. So will you tell me your name? The woman smiled. My son survived and is alive, largely thanks to you. Huh. The brazen rebel habanera she was like in her youth. Maybe I'll tell you, but not him, the fox nodded towards Jiraiya. He is unworthy, simply because he is not able to think critically in this situation. Actually, considering the Sanin's level of power, I would advise you, Jiraiya, to consult a mentalist. Excessive aggressiveness for a shinobi, somewhat, to put it modestly, a strange phenomenon, a reduced ability to reason and critical thinking, an inflated coefficient of absent-mindedness, and simply astronomical loyalty to the village, taking into account the introductory ones. It's full of bookmarks, is it full? I caught the essence of the matter from the sayings of the tailed one. Most likely, nodded the fox, not paying attention to the hermit who was ready to explode. Minato would not have dared. Jiraiya roared. But we're not talking about him, my mother shrugged. The old monkey was always cunning, but he did not rule the village single-handedly. Are you saying that there are bookmarks stuck in me? And the sensei did nothing against this? Jiraiya somehow calmed down too quickly. I can check. I will plunge with you and Naruto into your subconscious with the help of the Sharingan. Should we start? Sasuke asked in a casual tone. She basically didn't care about this old man. The hermit nodded hesitantly, believing that in his subconscious he would be stronger than us if we decided to throw something out. He would, of course, be right if not for one, but our eyes, which no one knows about. The hermit's inner world was different from mine. It was brighter there were no puddles or leaking pipes. However, most of the passages were blocked by film painted with various symbols. What is this? The hermit was surprised, approaching one such blocked opening. This is a bookmark, Sasuke explained. It is modified due to the presence of my Sharingan, which is able to look through it. Kyubi was right. Take off? She asked. I can't believe it. Holding his head, Jiraiya squatted down next to us. I was. Have I been under mental control my whole life? Is she very old? 35 to 40 years old, if not more. Which one are you talking about? The Uchiha did not understand, shrugging her shoulders and looking around the brightening corridor, where many passages were covered with all kinds of films with writing. Who will I become if you take them off? Myself, I climbed in. Jiraiya looked up at me with a long, unblinking stare glance, and after a minute, nodded. Sasuke began to remove bookmarks and mental anchors of artificial origin, and I also got involved in the work. Outside, Mom is probably asking Kurama about everything in the world, and there is still a lot of work to be done. Not only do you need to remove the bookmarks, you also need to level the load on your brain so as not to end up with a boiled egg in your skull. Recovery was slow, but the eyes of Rakudo helped us. It was much easier with them. An ordinary Sharingan would not have been able to cope with bookmarks in several decades, but here they were. I didn't want to shine a light on Mangekyo. Well, what's going on in your head? I briefly commented on the 10th bookmark I removed, limiting the circle of knowledge and development. so that the sick would not be too inquisitive. Jiraiya sighed resignedly, sitting next to me and propping up the wall. I decided to finish him off regarding the good intentions of the old monkey, because bookmarks were laid during his reign. The Sandaimyo knew about them for sure. Hiruzen got himself a good dog, faithful, so devoted to the marrow of its bones and obedient to death. Jiraiya appreciated the remark with a sad look, but swallowed it silently. Think now, they say it's useful. After about 6 hours, we crawled out of this ass, that is, the Sanin's head. I have never seen so many naked women, and maybe I will never see them in my entire life. Sasuke looked at me warily at these moments, promising the most terrible torments for the only attempt against the memory of the Sannin at the hot springs. Fortunately, everything worked out. Mom talked with Kurama during this time and now even stroked him. Progress is clearly evident. The fox wouldn't allow it if he didn't trust her, and given his sensory abilities, only one conclusion can be drawn: he trusts her, not as much as me or Sasuke, but more than anyone else. They quickly found a common language. Jiraiya was in very deep thought all the time after his subconscious. What are my chances for significant changes? He asked, hanging his head. I have no idea, Sasuke answered. I don't see a problem in becoming yourself. What will happen to the people around you? They will notice the difference. The questions will begin. Well, then. With him, you might think that the opinion of society is such a value that you'll end up dead without it. Don't give a and fall asleep with roses, I shrugged, sipping tea. A lot of time had passed, so we were sitting at the table again. Zip, I barely managed to dodge Sasuke's slap that flew over my head. Not spoil my appetite. Not only was the day of training a waste, but also TCH. I clicked my tongue and shut up Sasuke in the most arrogant way. GGSS was heard from my mother, Kurama, and Jiraiya. A little later, the Uchiha finally disentangled herself from the hug, turned away and chewed her lip embarrassedly, trying with all her might not to show her blush. What are your plans? Mom flashed her eyes sarcastically. To sleep, the Uchiha answered embarrassedly, gurgling tea. I agree, I nodded. I'll go and think, or rather, take my mind off these thoughts. The sources will open in an hour. Jiraiya scratched his head with a sad look. Oh, the fact that the orientation has been preserved is definitely a buzz. And who knows? Suddenly you would become rear-wheel drive without your bookmarks. That would be a joke. I rolled my eyes at my godfather. Emma, The hermit roared. Fi hi hi, Sasuke and Mom giggled. Boo gaga, 50-year-old chap's virgin, and I mean, well, you understand, the fox cackled, playing with his eyebrows. Yes, oh yo red brute. I'd rather shave my head and become a monk. Jiraiya roared, flying out of the apartment like a bullet to loud laughter. If I did something nasty, it brings joy to my heart, I mentally smiled, and when I looked at my mother and Sasuke, I realized that we thought the same. There's nothing to say about Fox, a tailed comedian. Mom, do me a favor, don't let him blurt out too much, huh? I don't want any problems, especially for you or Sasuke. You two are the only thing that can put pressure on me. Please take this into account. Okay, my dear, okay, my mother smiled and kissed me on the cheek. The main thing is that you invite me to the wedding. In general, I'm not sure that there will be one. We'd rather get married in secret from everyone in some temple. It is unlikely that the authorities will allow us to get married so easily. Father, okay, that's a separate conversation. However, he is clanless, he will be supported by the Jounin Council and small clans. The Uchihas could also be a problem, even if Makoto and Fugaku don't mind. And no one will refuse to grab the strongest tailed one. For example, the same Yamanaka or Hyuga. If the former are simply useful, then the latter are the strongest clan in taijutsu. Minato's word can simply be trampled upon by the vote of large clans, and no one will notice that he is Yellow Lightning, hero of war, and so on. And you have grown up very quickly, son, Mom said seriously. Yoshi and Aya should learn some wisdom from you. You're partly right. The father's power is not absolute, and the elders of the clans can change the heads of their Ikazokas if something happens, if they sense their weakness. Keeping the people of the clan in a fist is also not an option for the head. They can rebel and replace them by force. Yes, I don't care about the strife of everyone and everything from a high bell tower. Ha ha ha. My boy, you speak like an Uzumaki, my mother smiled, stroking my head. You took much more from me than from your father. Yes, but I'm not an Uzumaki for a long time. My and Sasuke's genes are mixed. Under the influence of Kurama's chakra they mutated or something like that. I'm not a geneticist, but now the genes of Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha are mixed in us. Roughly speaking, we are a new clan. For the two of you, the most successful and simple option would be to create your own clan. The Uchiha, however, may protest against the formation of a new clan based on their gene. Pride, mother of them. Oh. Kushina slapped herself on the lips. Plus, if you have such genomes mixed in, then, most likely, you will be forced to become a side branch of one of these clans. As Haimuzumaki, I can guarantee you both my loyalty without pretensions, my mother drawled playfully. I won't vouch for the others. All these years that I have been here, and Uzushio lies in ruins, I have painstakingly collected news from everyone I have found. You are slowly reviving Uzumaki in Konoha, huh? This is already good. It would be possible to become a side branch with the right of internal autonomy, or just a small allied clan, I concluded. The options are actually quite good. Besides, I can go out at any time. However, these are all plans for the distant future. All that remains is to decide how to isolate yourself from everyone else, Sasuke interrupted. Learn what I was talking about, the silent fox spoke. It's a good idea, and no one can argue, I smiled. Yes, and according to this criterion, recruits can be accepted into our ranks. What are you talking about? Mom asked. The secret of the clan no Yoko, dear Haim, I smiled. Rogue, they kissed me on the cheek. I'll go and find Jiraiya, I need to ask him to keep quiet. Politely, the scarlet-haired Haim crunched her fingers, clenching and unclenching her fists. After saying goodbye to my mother, I locked the doors. However, something shot through me, and I decided to test my barrier. And Mom is very prudent, I mentally smiled, looking at the blood connection to her chakra in order to pass through the barrier without problems. However, she did not touch the signal circuit or make any notes regarding anyone else. This is good. Climbing onto Sasuke's bed, I felt a leg and an arm being thrown over me. The Uchiha was already asleep, but, despite her sleep, she managed to climb on top of me again. The measured, tedious life dragged on. It depends on everyone, of course, but there were no special adventures or news at all. Our team, under the sensitive indifference of Kakashi Hatake, has been carrying out missions of rank D, no higher, for several months now. Neither I, nor Sasuke, nor even Sakura mentioned anything about more qualified and highly paid missions. I didn't care, I had something to eat. Sasuke followed my opinion, outwardly maintaining the composure and equanimity inherent in the Uchihas, which she did not show herself to be. Sakura did not have the courage to demand a task from the Hokage, and Kakashi rarely looked up from his book. We never got any normal training from him. No techniques, no practice, no useful advice in self-development. Nope, in general. In fact, we didn't need it. Sasuke, Sakura, and I sometimes sparred, but most of the time we were engaged in chakra control, interrupting to teach Haruno something new. After a standard daily mission, Hatake ran off to God knows where. Occasionally only observing our training from the side, and we were left to the mercy of fate. Relations with Jiraiya improved a little. Apparently, the removal of bookmarks had an effect, and his new novel was very, very exciting, and not a simple adventure of the hero on horse. At least a little plot appeared. The relationship with Minato also did not move from a dead point, but I no longer had a nervous tick in his face. The Hokage once tried to talk to me and Sasuke about our relationship, living together in view of a more mature age, hormones, and attraction to girls, but this did not give any results. And what kind of result can we talk about in a conversation on such a topic if Sasuke interrupted Minato's moralizing monologue with a loud slap in My face, after which she pressed My lips into a completely unchildish kiss? Go learn one. Minato quickly washed his hands of us and disowned us, seeing such a daring act, which well, damn it, never expected at such a moment. There was a small embarrassment with the Uchiha retinue. Fugaku, ignoring the opinions of the elders of the entire clan, approved the marriage. Of course, the elders did not like this due to the fact that Sasuke had a Sharingan with 3 tomo. On top of everything else, they were not satisfied with my candidacy. That's why they invited Sasuke to a constructive dialogue. The point was that Hima of the great Uchiha clan should not associate with such a fry like me, even despite the father of the Hokage. Minato is de facto rootless, there is no clan behind him, which means he has no family. Not counting those crumbs of Uzumaki that have gathered over the years under the leadership of Kushina Uzumaki, his wife, as well as similar small clans in which he has no connection at all. Returning to the clan, Sasuke would receive all the possible privileges of the princess of the great Uchiha Ikazoku. It was all over, quite quickly. After listening to all the arguments, my future wife simply stood up and left with a straight face, saying goodbye to her mother and older brother, and at the end throwing an offended look at Fugaku. She did not say a word to the elders. The next day, Sasuke's answer was even worse than the incident with the Hokage. This. FIFA lifted her skirt, turning her back to the Uchiha Ikazoku Council of Elders, where on the part of her buttocks free from the fabric of her underwear was the inscription "Property of no Yoko." There, I almost fell through the ground out of shame, not to mention Mikoto, who had lost consciousness, and Itachi, who barely had time to catch his falling mother, who, with a cry of "what a shame," covered his eyes with his palm, but smiled shamelessly, observing the situation. I already said that he is the wrong Uchiha. Fugaku grabbed his heart, barely able to stand on his feet when Sasuke, after the demonstration, openly stated how the head of the clan should solve the problem with the elders if he did not agree with their opinion. Indeed, he sent the businessman too. Fortunately, Taro was not at this meeting. The elders kicked Sasuke and I out of the clan territory for such rudeness, but Mikoto, who came to her senses, almost killed one muttering Balzac grandmother, who left the category of woman of Balzac's age about 40 years ago, if not more, so the embarrassment was settled at the local level. According to the law, the elders could not do or present anything to us, because they themselves forced Fugaku to renounce his daughter. The next day, a dinner was held in our modest apartment, where Mikoto, Itachi, me, Sasuke, and my mother neighing like a horse were present when she was told about what had happened. I was lying on the bed. It's early morning, the first morning Sasuke and I haven't spent outside this week. We usually trained as a team at training ground number 7, where we stayed overnight when Sakura went home. Sometimes the girls went away together to relax, unwind, gossip, or tease me, or someone else. As for training along the path proposed by Fox, then swimming in the river instead of a shower, hunting and cooking food instead of heating it for breakfast, lunch and dinner. The rest of the time was one continuous meditation, which made me want to vomit farther than I could see. Inside the village, we lived like hermits. The Hokage didn't really like this, and my mother wasn't particularly delighted, but with pleading eyes, I was able to beg her for whatever my heart wanted. "Sasuke, stop," I asked. Feeling her lips, touching her neck. "You don't like it?" She mumbled viscously, sweetly, while her teeth bit small areas of skin. "So you don't mind?" I eloquently ran my fingers along her stomach to her groin. Wait, they intercepted my hand. "First you dragon me, then, immediately, either you go back on your own, or the fox separates us? Did you both conspire, or what?" It's finally arrived. A dissatisfied growl was heard from under the bed, where Kurama was sleeping on the pillows. Again he is dissatisfied with the early wake-up, he has already started whining and doesn't do anything, he eats and sleeps, no need to. Yes, my god, someone will explain to me what and here happening? I groaned, feeling the excitement receding and sighing with relief. Grossly elevated hormonal levels and accelerated development due to the fox chakra. This is a secret, Sasuke said weightily. Even from me? I decided to extract information. Holding the girl to me with both hands, I first left a light kiss, then moved away from my lips towards her neck. Sasuke was on top, but I locked my hands around her waist so she wouldn't run away. I had to force her to tell me without letting go, otherwise she would stop me, which should not be allowed. Having bitten the skin on the milky neck, I pulled it back carefully, after which I immediately ran my tongue over the bite site to make amends, and go lower to leave behind a new mark. Sasuke exhaled noisily into my ear. She likes it. I laid a whole trail of bites along her neck, listening to her body movements. Sasuke instinctively swung her hips slightly, but I continued to keep my hands on my waist, clasping them. The Uchiha hummed when I ran my tongue over the side of several bites at once and moved on to another side of her neck, leaving a new trail of kisses on her jaw and chin. Today I gave her a whole necklace of hickeys and teeth marks. And Naruto, let go of me, Sasuke asked. Until you tell me what's going on, no. And even kurama won't hurt, I left a hickey again, biting the previously bitten area. Sasuke twitched and pressed harder. This is not fair. It's not fair to break me off every time. I'm not made of iron and it's hard for me to restrain myself, and we agreed that we won't resolve this issue by force, so kurama pulls me away when I'm ready to break loose. I am not ready yet, Sasuke exhaled. So you just decided to torment me and drag me from time to time with your advances? For sheer fun? And no, I just don't want you to move away from me. You are mine. By leaning her hands on the bed and using all her strength, Sasuke was able to rise slightly in my grip. I didn't go up after her, giving her reddened and bitten neck a chance to cool down. Darius dojutsu were burning in her eyes, both the Rinnegan and the Eternal Manjikyu were both activated and half-closed. Her gaze was clouded by a sweet film of lust. Yours, Sasuke? Mine, she breathed out languidly, lowering her lips to my lips. She pressed with all her weight, trying to show by whose rules we would play. It's just a pity that I didn't want to give in. Biting Sasuke's lip and chewing it slightly, I forced the Uchiha to move away a centimeter, and this delay was enough for me. She didn't keep up with me, and I was already biting her, pulling her skin. Well, and Naru, well, please. I promise, you will get everything, when I become but Yoko, Sasuke squeaked. My neck is already burning. Having licked the bite side again, I unclenched my hands. Sasuke immediately rolled away from me to the other side of the bed and put Shosen to her neck. It was a shame to go on a mission with such a scarlet necklace. I just threw a short, victorious glance at the girl. Noticing which, Sasuke hissed at me offendedly, but her eyes were extremely pleased. She definitely liked it. Knock. Knock. Bang. Bang. They banged on the door. Oh. Kakashi? Why did you come here, and at such an early hour? I scratched my head when I opened the door to the guest. Everything is on the way. An hour later at the East Gate. B-rank mission, prepare thoroughly. Poof. And disappeared in the cotton. That means he sent the clone himself. I don't remember him ever going on a mission this early, although we didn't have any serious ones. It's understandable, Green Genin. In fact, Kakashi is stronger than the three of us combined. During the test, we were able to play on the effect of surprise and nothing more. And the task was quite simple, considering the power of the Rinnegan. In fact, if we don't use the techniques of our eyes, we will give him a bad fight. We are not Jonin or even Chunin. Our SCH is not yet developed enough to drive as much chakra as Kakashi drives through the channels. Even despite the Fox chakra and 5 years of continuous training. Me and Sasuke are many times stronger than ordinary Genin, perhaps some of the Chunin, and maybe we can reach a couple of Takujo, but not higher. I techniques would allow us to fight Kage-level opponents, but we would still lose, we have no experience. And without eyes, and even more so. Okay, we need to get ready. Kakashi-sensei, why is this rush? Sakura asked, rubbing her eyes. Apparently, I didn't get enough sleep either, and I didn't really have time to get ready, I thought, watching and quietly laughing at the light pink noise on the girl's head. We have a high-ranking mission. Team number 11 received a C-rank assignment 3 days ago, but during the mission it turned out that the customer had withheld some information, which is why the rank was increased. The team has already met 2 shinobi, the demon brothers, from the mist. We need to catch up with them and provide assistance. This is strange. Why did the Hokage decide to send another team of genin that did not leave the village at all? Sakura decided to clarify. All other teams had already left Konoha on a C-rank mission. This is your test, even if your rank is higher than the standard, but there will be 2 teams of you, Kakashi smiled with his eyes. Checking? I said unkindly, releasing ki. Calm down, Naruto-kun, you must be calm. The Jounin said instructively, although all his childishness was only temporary. I will be cool-blooded when I see my mother, alive and well. I typed. And your brother and sister? Kakashi asked. They don't consider me a relative. For everyone except my mother and Sasuke, I'm a monster and a demon, I said over my shoulder, moving along the road. And Naruto, Sakura decided to say something, but Sasuke interrupted her, shaking her head negatively. That's right, don't touch me now. Kakashi-san, maybe we should take the upper path? This way we will get there several times faster, and not in a few days, the Uchiha asked. Do you know how? Sensei smiled with his eye. Yes, fortunately, they weren't taught by you, I muttered in response, jumping onto a branch. With Kurama's help, I could smell my mother's faint scent. It was necessary to hurry, the rain would pass and there would be no trace left. Kakashi did not say anything about this. Maybe he was offended that we treated him this way, but it was his own fault. I could at least sometimes spend a little time with the team in training, about which I am well aware. Sasuke threw me a saddened look. He knows I'm on edge. Of course, I wasn't there. Minato, what a piece of idiot, how did he even miss that the customer was fussing? Although, it's not his fault, it's more likely that they are sitting in the distribution administration. I didn't even notice how I was jumping on the branches, following my mother's trail. Naruto, do you know the way? Somehow you're moving too confidently ahead of everyone, Kakashi asked, but was internally tense. Experience told the Jonin that if Kushina-san's team had already met 2 Chunin, then there was a high probability of new surprises. Yes. Hyubi is a fox, I can follow the scent, I answered without turning around. I was sure that if we stumbled upon someone, Sasuke would warn the group. I perfectly felt how her sensory waves were moving out in all directions in a concentric circle, running through me. The team moved for several hours without a break. Until Sakura began to run out of energy, not taking into account the short breaks that were taken to quickly restore strength. Her stamina didn't allow for more yet. It was then that Sasuke reported that there were several pockets of shinobi chakra on the border of her visibility radius. Kakashi-san, I sense Kushina-san and her team. You really are a very strong sensor, Sasuke-chan, Hatake smiled. How far are they? Yes. About 50 kilometers. What? The only I was ready to crawl out of its socket. Do you see further than Hyuga? I don't see a problem with that, Sasuke shrugged. There are 5 more chakra foci, among them, Aya and Yoshinamike's, Taro Uchiha, and 2 unknown to me. Sakura, are you ready? Asked the captain of the group. Haruno swallowed another energy pill and then nodded. Sakura was the weakest in our team and, surprisingly, she understood this very well, was aware of it, being aware of her choice of behavior model. She also understood why I was in such a hurry, and that we would soon catch up with the first group, which means we could rest and gain strength. The girl ran quite confidently, but constantly looked at her feet. Not because he doesn't know when to prepare for the landing and the next jump, no. She is very tired, even despite our joint team training. She is on the move only thanks to the pill. The muscles of her legs tremble unnaturally as they contract with each push against the branches of the trees. Perspiration appears on her arms, forehead, and calves. I=1. I mentally cursed, glancing sideways and slowing down. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Hataki's nod of approval and his glance at Sakura. He briefly answered him in kind and continued to move forward. Since when do you not give a damn about someone's condition, besides your mother, Sasuke, and my beloved? The fox's voice was heard growling slightly, sleepily. You're laughing, right? Although knows him. Maybe she became my friend? After all, we are with her every day in training. I'm used to monitoring her condition, probably, and Sasuke is an idol for her, a friend, and so on. I don't know what the girls have there. To the heap, well, we are a team. Fahahae, shut up, don't say anything, don't, otherwise I'll piss myself here. FRHHHHA. I heard the fox cackle with such force that I almost grabbed my head. Don't you dare in my subconscious, otherwise I'll build a sewer there for you like before, only this time with crap. Yes, I can get you up to my nostrils, with my height. Fahahaha. I appreciated Kurama's desire to support me. Even if it's crooked and slanted, even if it's vulgar and cynical, the shaggy brute knows that I'm grateful to him for it. Lady wife of the 4th Hokage sent a message to provide help to the village with the help of a small toad, which Minato gave to the children just for such a case. 2 Chunin, Onikyodai, demon brothers, were neutralized quickly enough, but not without the help of Kushina herself. Her children and youngest son Mikoto were somewhat confused when they were attacked by shinobi from another village. This was already their 3rd C-rank mission, but on none of them had they met a shinobi, until now. In addition, the information shared by Tezuna's customer said that there was a possibility of someone else attacking him. The woman did not want to risk the lives of her children. The demon brothers, tightly bound and secured in a metal mesh, were suspended above the ground. VU, continue to do mission? Fearing an angry woman, inquired the bridge builder, who had already been stabbed more than once for everything good. Yes. Help will arrive in a few days. The village has already received information about your dishonesty, Kushina Uzumaki said in a veiled and polite manner. The man swallowed. What should we do with them, Kushina-sensei? Taro Uchiha turned to the team captain. We are waiting for the group here. Uzumaki narrowed her eyes slyly. We'll try to find out something like that from them while we wait. Can you handle it, Uchiha-kun? No, Taro gritted his teeth in displeasure. I can't use strong genjutsu yet. But you have a Sharingan. What is the problem? Aya asked. P.F. The Uchiha only turned away with displeasure, and Kushina asked her daughter to leave the youngest heir alone. She knew that she liked him, but Aya didn't know how to get close to the proud and spoiled Uchiha. Kushina had already advised her daughter to look for someone more. Uzumaki did not really like the Uchiha, because it was because of the degeneracy of this clan that she had so many problems in her personal life. The exception was Mikoto and her eldest son, who always, from a small age, smiled at her and praised her cooking. AI=8, leaving the prisoners alone for a while, the woman ordered the camp to be turned around in order to rest and arrange a place to spend the night. Kushina felt her youngest son heading towards her. Mom, Yoshi said quietly, so as not to attract the attention of the others. The woman asked to call her sensei if there were prying ears. Who will father send? ANBU squad, of course not, Yoshi-chan. Kushina smiled sweetly, making her son blush from such treatment. ANBU, don't do such simple tasks, unless, of course, we meet high-ranking Nuknin. More likely, someone from your class or a little older will arrive, Kushina said slyly. She specifically asked Minato to send Kakashi's team so that they too could gain experience. Besides, this was a chance to improve Naruto's relationship with both his father and his younger brother and sister. Don't tell me he'll come back. The eldest child in the family wrinkled his nose in disgust. Why don't you love your older brother so much? The woman frowned. He is not my brother, Yoshi. The woman barked, her eyes flashing menacingly at her son. She almost never scolded her children and tried not to raise her voice. Even for what they did. Those that, and what am I wrong about? He is proud, arrogant and rude, completely ill-mannered and has no respect for his father. The fact that he was looking after the Uchiha doesn't mean anything. She also has the Sharingan, and because of Yoko himself, she cannot return to her family. He is a selfish and weakling who did nothing at the academy. You're behaving very ugly now, Kushina quietly remarked. She was very upset to hear this from her son. He did not know much and was mistaken in many ways. Go to your sister and think about your behavior and everything you said. The woman turned away, continuing to unroll her sleeping bag. It really hurts me when you say that without understanding everything. But Mom, he did nothing to deserve your attitude like that. Why are you defending him when he spits on our family? He behaves like a brute and a rare. Yoshi, please, Kushina sobbed, slightly raising her shoulders and swallowing the lump in her throat. Noticing her mother's tears, Namikaze immediately changed his face and jumped closer. Mom, well, what are you doing? Mom, I'm sorry. I did not want. It's two-faced, talking about your brother behind his back, trying to shield yourself and expose him, Kushina sobbed again, not turning to her son, only wiping away her tears. Yoshi wanted to hug his mother, but Uzumaki did not give in, stopping her son. Go, think, I'll be alone for now, the woman asked, carefully. Rising, Uzumaki hid her reddened eyes and went towards the prisoners. Stunned, Yoshi stood in a daze. This was the first time the mother protected herself from the children. The cats scratched their hearts when Yoshi realized that he himself had brought his mother to tears. As if it were my fault. Again, this Naruto, if it weren't for him, everything would have been fine. A strong slap on the head prevented him from thinking through it. What did you say to your mother, you moron? Aya, who heard the conversation, asked quietly but very sternly. Why is she crying? Team Kakashi is coming here with this idiot, Yoshi responded rudely. You're the idiot. I don't care who comes to help. There is no need to make Mom cry. Are you protecting him too? There was a threat in the older brother's voice. I'm not protecting Naruto. I don't know him as a person to judge him. But I know that Mom loves him as much as she loves you and me. Or have you forgotten how she cried all these years? Or maybe how Mom went to the cemetery every fall? Are you a complete cretin, or do you really not understand how hard and bad it is for her? What did you all find so special in him? Yoshi shouted, which attracted everyone's attention. Don't yell, Baka. You're not even trying to listen. I'll try to calm my mother down, Aya sighed. When the girl approached Kushina to talk, her mother just smiled, a little forced, but still smiled and asked not to be disturbed by that time, but they set up camp. By the evening the situation had returned to normal a little. Even up to this point, Tara was not particularly interested in participating in all this. Uchiha did not like Yoko, but she had no desire to get involved in family affairs. Aya quietly whispered with her mother. Yoshi managed to beg forgiveness for bringing his mother to tears, and all evening he did not raise his eyes to her. He was ashamed. Kushina calmed down, but, nevertheless, she was offended that the circumstances turned out this way. The woman loved her children, all of them without exception. Equally strong, without giving preference to anyone. When the sun was already approaching the horizon and had long since hidden behind the treetops, a support group appeared in the clearing, which was expected much later. The 7th team reached the day after the 11th group, led by Kushina. Yo! Kakashi greeted when he saw his allies. Kakashi-kun? Mom was surprised. We expected you in at least 3 days. Did you take the high road? They are very talented, Hataki smiled with his eye. I see, the woman answered with a smile. While the captains were sorting out the formalities and my mother was showing Hataki the prisoners, I managed to catch the falling Sakura in my arms. She's very tired, she needs to rest. In general, you're doing great, Haruno, I said calmly. Thank you, Sakura blushed and looked at Sasuke. Naruto is right, but you need to rest, the Uchiha nodded and took out a sleeping bag from the seal. The girl in my arms exhaled nervously. Is she afraid that Sasuke will be jealous of her? I mentally smiled, laying Sakura on the undisassembled bag under the tree that the Uchiha had laid out. This question is irrelevant in principle. You have a friendly team, Kakashi-kun. You've done well, Kushina quietly whispered to her husband's student, looking sideways at our actions. Honestly, Kushina-san, I don't know how to behave with them and how to approach them. They do real training on their own, that is, without my help at all. They know how to walk on trees from out of nowhere. I feel superfluous, and it's boring for me to sit at the D rank. They are silent like partisans, and Minato-sensei is just waiting for their patients to catch cats, weed beds, and clean septic tanks. They don't even care, they work silently in a rag and that's it. You're being stupid, Kakashi, the woman smiled kindly. Just start communicating with them. It's easy to say, Naruto. And you too. Just treat him like a person and a student. He's much simpler than most people, my mother whispered quietly and caught my very inquisitive and expressive gaze. Yes, Mom, I hear you. I laughed internally, but outwardly remained absolutely calm. Not only can I track by smell, but I can also hear perfectly, like a fox. Stop. Huh. Now it's clear why we were sent here. Well, Uzumaki, Mom. Sasuke, you're wearing a fire, sleeping bags, tents, and Sakura, I said. Sakura, you're only wearing rest. You barely made it anyway. If you try to help, I'll tear out your legs and make you dance. And I'm going hunting. We actually have rations, responded Taro. So eat some dry food, I snapped and disappeared into the foliage of the nearby bushes. Having quickly moved away a couple of kilometers, I strained my sense of smell and fell to the ground. Lately, following Kurama's advice, I've been learning to hunt, just like Sasuke in general. I began to be drawn to nature, as if the world around me was my home. I didn't care at all if I spent the night in a sleeping bag or under the roots of a tree on the grass. Cook yourself rice with fish, meat, or go hunting, cut up your prey with a kunai and fry it over the fire, take a shower at home or swim in the river, even if the water was not particularly warm. Sasuke's behavior was also changing. My girlfriend became quite playful, and when she calmed down, she really liked to sleep. A year ago, Sasuke was very restrained, pragmatic, calculating, and cold-blooded, showing emotion was nonsense, if not more, although there were exceptions. Now there's nothing to talk about. It's worth remembering how she behaved at the educational conversation with the Hokage or at the Uchiha Ikazoku Council of Elders. We definitely changed. I can't say anything about myself. It's hard to judge yourself. I caught the scent of a rabbit. Dispersing my chakra, I ran after him. As soon as the animal chose a running path, snatching a senbon, I threw it and hit it. For a person this weapon is not lethal, but for a small animal it is quite lethal. The rabbit died immediately, the senbon pierced the side and took out the heart. The animal only kicked its legs for a while, although it was already dead. Only, one rabbit was not enough. It's enough for Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, but for me. I noticed behind me that I was eating 3 times more. I had to find someone else, and I found it. A well-fed pair of hares. The entire hunt took a little over an hour, considering that I moved using chakra. When I returned to the camp, I saw Mom and Kakashi using his Sharingan to get details from the prisoners through Genjutsu. Taro and Yoshi are sparring. The girls communicate not far from the fire and Sakura's sleeping bag. I went some distance to cut up the rabbit and hare meat. I'll help, Sasuke came up to me and got to work. I didn't try to dissuade her. If he wants, let him do it, it will be faster. Yo, Kakashi, let's go eat some fresh food. It's still smoky, I called when the meat was beautifully browned. I want to try it too, my mother climbed in. Shinobi rations were added to the common table, where fresh meat was prepared, and Tazuna was also invited. The smell of alcohol had a very strange effect on me, very negatively. I observed the same reaction from Sasuke, who openly snorted and twisted her cute little face. Listen, man, put the bottle away before I lose my appetite, I said threateningly. Customer's address. Kurama, what the is going on lately? Animals don't like the temperature, the fox muttered sleepily. Let him sleep with him. Tazuna complied with the requirement, not particularly eager to glare or anger the shinobi. Sakura, how are you? Asked Sasuke. More or less, Haruno answered, chewing a piece of meat and nodding approvingly. It was difficult for me to run if it weren't for the pills. I see. Captains, when are we leaving? I asked, not knowing which of the two jonins would command the parade and which would receive it. As soon as, Kakashi nodded at the prisoners, so immediately. We found out everything we needed. There is a high probability of meeting Gato's mercenaries. He is one of the very wealthy crime barons who runs the entire ferry business in the Land of Waves. It is not known exactly who else was hired from the shinobi, but this option should not be discarded, because these two are subordinate to Momochi Zabuza, who was once among the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He is a very dangerous opponent. Gato has enough money to build his own village, so we should expect Momochi as a possible enemy. Sasuke looked appraisingly at the prisoners, activating the Sharingan with 3 tomo, and nodded to herself. However, she immediately blew herself up. Snatching a kunai. 2, there, the Uchiha pointed her finger in the right direction. About 20 kilometers, moving very quickly. One source of chakra is no less than that of Kakashi-san, the second is at the level of these two, the Uchiha poked at the prisoners. Command, readiness. Spread out, you have 10 minutes to make traps, Mom immediately jumped up. Sasuke, watch the target. Naruto is covering the main sensor, Sakura and the target of the mission. Kakashi gave the order and, jumping up to the prisoners, slashed them both in the neck. The Taicho himself also started making traps. There was still time. My Uchiha immediately sat down on the ground, making her special sign of concentration, which was convenient for her. I was not far from Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi, Taro, Yoshi and Aya set traps around the clearing along the entire perimeter. Mom conducted the parade. As soon as her students and Kakashi jumped out of the undergrowth, everyone dispersed, looking at Sasuke. 12 kilometers. They slowed down. 10. 8, stopped. Everyone looked at Sasuke in shock, except me. She was an amazing sensor. She works in all directions and sees beyond Hyuga. When the situation becomes similar to the current one, Sasuke changes his mode of operation. It covers a small arc of a circle, spreading the sensory wave in a special way that allows it to monitor the slightest deviations of the target. First, there is one slightly larger wave, and a moment later, there are 2 waves on either side of the first to correct the next big one. Moreover, in this mode, Sasuke sends waves with greater speed and much more often. The target will not escape, even if he wants, because a sharp movement to the side and at a distance that these waves do not cover will hit and periodically send circular waves throughout 360 degrees. With them, Sasuke corrects the overall picture of the target relative to himself and distributes them approximately once every 5 to 10 seconds, depending on the distance of the target. When the blind sees her target, she will not miss it. Never. As long as there is an opportunity. Response sensory wave. The Uchiha rapped. Are they moving? Mom decided to clarify. No. Another wave. They're scanning us. The sensor is the weaker one, it has chakra, ice. Terribly cold. And the second one? Hataki immediately asked. Dark, strong enough. Wave. They are leaving. 15 kilometers. A couple of minutes later, Sasuke reported that they had left the visibility zone. More precisely, they began to intensively hide the chakra, slowing down its flow, and further pursuit became impossible due to the great distance. Haku, are you sure? Do you feel them? This is the impact of the sensor? I feel it many times more than you. He knows we're here. And, knows for a long time. Are you saying that they noticed us at such a distance, considering that we are hiding both our presence and chakra? This can't happen. I've never heard of such sensory abilities. In addition, it's also a nasty sensation. Zabuza-san, I don't know who it is or what kind of technique it is, but we're definitely being followed. They know about our approach and have already dispersed, preparing the ground for defending the position. The feeling of being watched became so strong that the young man involuntarily looked around, and when the mercenaries came so close that Zabuza felt it, they had to stop. What is this? I feel someone else's gaze on me from everywhere. He's constantly moving behind me, the young man thought, stopping the flow of his chakra for the technique of neutralizing genjutsu. It didn't help. The 15-year-old boy stopped, concentrating on the internal flows of chakra. He felt a new wave, and when they came even closer, Haku broke out in sweat, which was not visible under the mask. No, Zabuza-san. We need to come closer. Do you sense someone? Yes, master. This is definitely a sensory wave. Yes, less than 10 kilometers, I can't say for sure. Such a strong impact of the sensor at such a huge distance? Are you kidding me, Haku? What the is this old guy being herded by a squad of ANBU? No, Zabuza-san. I can't say for sure, however, there are 8 shinobi there. 8? Damn you. 2 fours. These are 2 teams of genin, no less. Zabuza-san, I can't say exactly how long they have known about our approach. They definitely had time to prepare. We are walking into a trap. HRR. OV sensor, and where did such a miracle come from in Konoha? Let's leave and prepare our soil for their arrival. We know where to fish, the bridge will not run away, and the terrain is more suitable for us. I obey, Master Zabuza. We had to relocate and set up camp again. To the heap, constant vigilance in view of the withdrawal of a possible enemy. I would take them. At night we were on duty in twos, and I ended up with my mother on last duty. For about an hour I begged for the bodies of the 2 twin brothers whom Hitaki had chosen. Why do you need them? My mother asked for the umpteenth time. Well, Mom, I made my eyes. Don't you dare, you scoundrel. It won't work. Mamula. I tilted my head, and my lips began to tremble, demonstrating my readiness to burst into a cry of despair. And no, the woman's position was bursting at the seams. I lowered my head, nervously twitched my shoulders, and slowly began to raise my blue and bottomless eyes like the world ocean, in which the stars were reflected, as if in the night water shimmering with light. They contained an insane, bordering on insanity, plea and request for help. No, no, no. Don't you dare, do you hear? Don't you dare, Naruto. Mom protested. I beg you, Mom, please, please, I drawled in a soft purring voice, finally raising my eyes. AASS. Mom grabbed her hair with her hands, pulling back the amazing scarlet strands. It is forbidden. You can't do this to your mother, Naruto. Well, have mercy, well, dear. Uzaya, without changing the intonation of my voice and my gaze, I said, approaching my mother and kissing her on the cheek. PSHSH, steam poured out of the top of my mother's head. Take it all, you little scoundrel. I was handed a scroll with sealed bodies. I'll forgive everything. You are the most wonderful, wonderful mother in the world. Most. I smiled. The woman drawled, frowning, turning her head half-turn and lifting her chin higher. I hugged my mother and kissed her on the cheek again. She lit up with happiness, starting to squeeze me, emitting rays of light and goodness to everyone and everything, and I also got 2 corpses. For some reason, Mom was still in a slight degree of prostration when she got the opportunity to squeeze me half to death. Well, I had nothing against it, because this is my mother, after all, and she loves me. The very awareness of this fact gave some kind of unshakable grace to my soul. It became so calm that I began to fear for my mental health. It's just amazing and wonderful. Kurama laughed, but stopped there. The infection knows that Mom and Sasuke are my only joy in life. Naruto, time. It's time to raise the squad. Mom looked at her watch and went towards her little ones to wake them up. It's a pity, I had my own plans. Allure 3 crosses, rise, your mother. Half nuclear. I screamed at the top of my lungs to the whole forest. The bijou have such a fun technique, the sonic noise of the bijou, the essence of which is that the tailed ones are able to turn an ordinary roar into a powerful pressure force, using colossal volumes of chakra. Even a Jinchuriki can pull off such a trick. I did the same, but supplied much less chakra so as not to cause a shockwave. The effect was wonderful. Tazuna opened his eyes and, out of fear, simply began yelling some kind of heresy that could not be formed into a coherent sentence. Mom was alarmed and threw up a kunai, as did Kakashi, who jumped out of the tent without completely untangling himself from the sleeping bag and jumping in it. Sakura, Aya, Yoshi, and even Taro joined Tazuna, although they did not shout for long. Sasuke is the only one sleeping and not breathing. What are you doing, idiot? Yoshi screamed. Yoshi, my mother intervened. Well, what am I doing again? What is he doing? Here the youngest son began to defend himself. Naruto, why are you doing this? Kushina decided not to start a controversy, so she turned to me for an answer. But it relieves sleep perfectly, I shrugged, as if a horse kicked. Yeah, but it doesn't work on Sasuke. AI, yawned Haruno, who, during her time on the team, had become accustomed to all sorts of tricks, so now she was already relatively calm about the circus, poking around in her stuffy ear. Here we need our own approach, otherwise you won't wake her, I smiled. Everyone, without exception, was amazed at Sasuke's behavior. Of course, I was screaming like crazy, but at least she couldn't give a damn. Well, she really loved to sleep. This has become quite noticeable in the last year. However, you can wake her up, she is still not a hero who sleeps until the sun rises. I went towards her sleeping bag under the tree. There was a secret here too, her sensory abilities. My girl reacts to all types of radiation and influence known to me. You can approach her in a sleeping state, if you do not experience negative emotions, otherwise she will smell you and will be ready. That is why the enemy will never be able to approach her, because she will recognize his intentions while still sleeping, get ready, and as soon as the victim considers his goal achieved, Sasuke will kick up, quickly and decisively. The rest of the group puffed with curiosity, and some with jealousy, but everyone carefully watched my actions. Approaching the girl's sleeping bag, I admired her for a couple of seconds. How else? Her measured breathing, her arms crossed under her throat, her onyx strands were slightly scattered, she looked like a kitten, my little black kitten. I knelt down next to her and bent down to her ear so hard that my lips slid across her skin. Loud fake smack. In my face a slap immediately flew across the face, which I barely dodged. She never opened her eyes, but her lips curled, depicting dissatisfaction of the highest degree, and her beautiful face was distorted by a grimace, which did not bode well at all. Use your tonki, she drawled offendedly. Well, I asked. Gee, I was not capable of anything except a lewd face. My mother watched this situation with exactly the same expression. I hate it, my Uchiha scowled and wrapped herself in a blanket. I crawled on my hands and knees towards her. Don't think so, Yoko, I know all your plans. It's too late, I was already above her ear. Uiann. Sasuke screamed and jumped out from under the blanket as if scalded. Jihihihi, was heard from my mother. From under the blanket, which sank like once at me, my, extremely, satisfied, spluttering came out. This is all incredibly sweet, the arrogant voice of another Uchiha was heard, but maybe you both will stop clowning around? We have a task that needs to be completed. Or maybe you'll stick your opinion deeper and give it a good run? Well, that's who you are after this, huh, Uchiha? I snorted. Who asked him to get involved in our squabbles with Sasuke? I like to play, cuddle, and kiss my girlfriend in the morning. Such a moment, such a beautiful morning, and that's it, I'm going down the drain because of some gopher. Go to Dachi with your jokes. Although, except for wiping himself, the Uchiha is not good for anything else. An offended muttering from the subconscious was heard. What, Bialovalsaya? I remarked, disgustingly. With your Padchapchapi. And who was born with such a sharp tongue, the blonde-haired lip-slapper? I'm a normal fox. I'm normal, stop building such a mug. The fox screamed from the depths of the inner world. There's no normal, pretty kitsune here under my paw. Who did you call a gopher? Taro squealed, interfering again. Oh, shut up already. Damn you. Yo. Sakura, how are you? Have you rested, or should I give you a piggyback ride? I snorted. And don't. The pink one squealed. That's nice, no. Right on my hump, I supported Sakura's determination. The escort group moved in twos, holding the bridge builder Tazuna in the middle. There was no point in keeping Sasuke in front or behind her with her vision radius. We felt quite relaxed, there were no signs of the two who wanted to attack in the evening. It was still a long way to the final goal, a couple of days of walking and a water crossing somewhere in this interval. Old man Tazuna looked warily at the captain of Team 11, and there was a reason for that. He hid some information about the mission on which the wife and children of the Hokage himself went. Yes, they will let his ass onto the flag if something happens to them. As it turned out, Mother had not yet taught her genin to walk on trees and water. No, not because I didn't want to or turned a blind eye to my team's training, quite the opposite. She simply couldn't keep up with everything and everywhere. At home it was necessary to look after the household, clean, wash, feed, take care, love, inspect so that nothing was done wrong. After that, my mother tried to visit me too. And working with a team means constant missions of rank D, occasionally C, after which training was carried out. As much as Mom had time to do, she gave everything to the children. She also explained the characteristics of chakra, which were not touched upon at the academy, and spoke in more detail about the types of chakra, types of jutsu and sub-branches of the main directions of shinobi development. Mom forced her students to improve in already learned techniques, and not to comprehend new ones, taught them to meditate and concentrate. The group stopped for a rest and overnight quite early, but Tazuna was exhausted and asked for a rest in order to continue the journey earlier tomorrow. Kakashi and Mom agreed on this and ordered to set up camp. Naruto, will we have training? Sakura asked, laying out the sleeping bags. Yes, in principle. Was there something you wanted to learn? I arched my eyebrow in anticipation. I finished studying the treatise on medicinal herbs by the Konoha Sannin Tsunade Senju, which I found in the library. I decided to focus more on medicine. With my reserves of chakra I can't do much more yet, Sakura said sadly. However, this did not stop you from increasing the volume of the hearth by 2.5 times since graduating from the academy. We can make you a medic fighter. There will be a very unexpected surprise for the enemy, the Uchiha threw up the idea. You know, I'm weak in taijutsu. I have no style. It's a matter of practice, Sasuke said emotionlessly and lazily. Don't worry, Haruno. Okay, I see, you decided everything without me, I nodded. Naruto, I want to fight, here Sasuke got in. Well, of course, she should be the first everywhere. True, these two madamas, from the same Uchiha's request, considered me captain, because they trained under my supervision. Sasuke got used to the fact that I teach her everything that I know and can do myself, and Sakura was forced to put up with it, because the Uchiha obeyed me in everything during training, and since for Sasuke I am an authority, then, the pink one didn't become an asshole. I noticed how Kakashi and my mother followed us, and her team secretly followed her. Apparently, mother pleased them with the story of how we got there so quickly. Sakura, start with meditation, then warm up your muscles, we'll start sparring with you. Sasuke, stand up, I ordered. Since they made him a captain, then. Cry, put up, inject yourself, but continue to eat the cactus. The Uchiha entered the clearing and took a comfortable stance. Come on, let's stretch your sensory abilities, otherwise they'll rust again. PFF. On your eyes. I didn't beat around the bush. An interval of 5 seconds. The Uchiha nodded and tied the protector over her eyes. I created 20 clones that scattered across the clearing in a chaotic manner. Sasuke's task is to find me among the clones, which is very, very difficult. Even Mangekyo cannot distinguish between Sharingan clones. To do this, one must have the Rinnegan and be able to use it, constantly training and developing its abilities. An interval of 5 seconds is needed for me to switch places with my clone using Kawarimi, body replacement technique. The Uchiha remained in her fighting stance, with her open palm pointing in the direction from where she senses me. I have already made about 10 exchanges, and Sasuke has never made a mistake. 3 seconds, I shouted and accelerated, continuing to count down each second at which it was necessary to make a change. AI equals 10, with all my being I felt Sasuke's sensory waves rolling over me, constantly scanning me like radar. She unmistakably found me, turning in the right direction. It was several times more difficult for her than for me. My task is to count 3 seconds and jump to the 4th, but she needs to not lose her count, which she uses to guide me, and send out sensory waves. This can quickly exhaust her, but for this we train, we develop endurance. Considering her main task, to find among the clones, she will not be able to lead me like those two last night. Sasuke is forced to beat the space around with a circular wave. One mistake and the Uchiha will lose me. She will have to find me again with her waves, calculate the sequence of my jump and track again. What kind of training is this? Some kind of circus, honestly. Yoshi got in. Kakashi and Kushina looked at each other, checking whether they correctly interpreted the guy's words and whether they correctly understood the meaning of the training. Yoshi-kun, Hatake said, burying himself in the book again, you see what's the matter? No one else is capable of what they are doing now. Pfft. What's so difficult about Kawarimi? Taro Uchiha intervened. In Kawarimi, absolutely nothing, but absolutely no one is capable of repeating what Sasuke shows. At least in our village, for sure. Maybe, it's true. I don't know all the abilities of the best shinobi of Konoha, but Hatake was cunning. Hokage-sama is also a strong sensor. Yoshi lifted his nose. Minato may be a strong sensor, but he is not capable of repeating this. I'm sure, Kushina noted, carefully peering at Sasuke's training. Sensei, do you doubt his abilities? Yoshi was taken aback, uttering the phrase with some kind of either contempt or distrust. I operate with facts. If you don't understand the essence of their occupation, I can explain it so that you understand, Kushina said in the voice of the team captain. Pfft. The Sharingan is able to see clones and distinguish them from the original. Taro turned on. How many tomo do you have? Kakashi inquired in a very serious voice, peering intently into the Uchiha's eyes, looking up from the book. 1, he hesitated to answer. I have 3, Kakashi lied, not wanting to give away his manjikyu, and I don't see. You are not an Uchiha, Taro said arrogantly, sticking out his chest. Kushina, who was watching behind the circus, sighed doomedly. Finally looking at Team 7 in the field, she noted that, despite Kakashi's own behavior, the group was very united and very well trained. There was no struggle for power, as in her team, where Yoshi and Taro often argued about who was in charge, forgetting about the presence of Kushina herself. There was concern about the weakness in the team. Naruto dealt not only with Sasuke, but also with Sakura, who clearly did not reach them. In her case, Aya reached out for the guys herself. Yoshi did not always help her, although this taught her independence. but the girl was somewhat offended. As far as I know, Itachi Uchiha is not up for this either. Capable. Kakashi buried his face in a book. How do you know? Taro is already filled with wounded pride because his brother, the recognized genius Uchiha Ikazoku, is being put to shame right before his eyes. Do you really think that I don't know the abilities of my kohai, Taro-kun? Hataki's eyebrow arched in a slight grin and irony. Sasuke, fight. Naruto gave the order, and everyone stared in that direction. Naruto's clones disappeared in one bang, and the blonde himself rushed into hand-to-hand combat. Sasuke never lifted the blindfolds from her eyes. And is this fair? Yoshi chuckled mockingly. He's mocking her. However, they did not answer young Namake's. Attention was focused on the fight between Naruto and Sasuke. Yes, the blows were not with full force and not with all the available speed, which both Kakashi and Kushina clearly saw. However, the Uchiha's eyes were still closed, and she unerringly repelled the attacks. Even Naruto's deceptive movements were met with a block or not at all found targets when Sasuke dodged. Faster! Naruto barked, accelerating and urging the Uchiha on. Yoko attacked mercilessly and strongly. It was clear that the opponent was having a hard time coping with the guy's pressure. Naruto squatted and did sweeps, bounced and leaned with all his weight, did not shy away from kicking, which could result in injuries, and there is nothing to say about his hands. Sasuke began to lose ground. Stop. As soon as I hung up, my girl began to fall to the side. I'm sure I didn't hurt her, it was just that the rhythm was really hard. She was tired. Picking her up in my arms, I carried her to the tree and laid her there. The Uchiha glowed like a light bulb due to the tiring training and rides on her arms. My good girl, I whispered, carefully handing her a flask of water that I had taken from the seal. More. Beauty? I smiled. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in displeasure. You were, I whispered again, magnificent, gusty like the wind, fast like a mountain deer, graceful like a wild cat. I just admired her peaceful pug. And also an ambitious and vain prude, I bared my teeth. The Uchiha turned away, but immediately smiled. That's why you love me. Oh, and not only for that. Doves. What do you want, Namake's? I exhaled tiredly when Yoshi deigned to condescend to my ass, so low in the shinobi class hierarchy. I'll give you a hard time, in the end. Or are you unable to fight anyone other than a blindfolded girl? Eh? Come on, but Yoko. Highlighted Yoshi's last name. Dude, just don't tear something off him, his mother will scold him. Kurama said hoarsely from the subconscious, after which the sound of the clanging of bars reached me. The others approached us. Mom didn't have time to stop the stupid Yoshi. What surprised me most was Aya's behavior. She looked at me and Sasuke, somehow strangely, I have no idea why, there was no time for that now. The Uchiha herself stared at me with an inquisitive gaze, as did Sakura, and indeed, like everyone else. I see, it's hard for you to understand, I said in a low voice, remembering how Irika interrupted our squabble back at the academy. Well, if Minato did not instill in his careless child the instincts of self-preservation, I will try to instill in him respect for elders. Ka. Yoshi bent over, receiving a fist saturated with chakra in his belly. And there was no need to come so close to the enemy whom he decided to challenge to battle. Suddenly he agreed as quickly as I did. Oh, what a relief. I should have cleaned his face right away. Oh, what are you doing? I asked in a faintly friendly manner. What hurts? Naruto. I smelled a terrible ki from my mother, perhaps, and I can't even remember such a strong thirst for blood and murder among any of the Konoha shinobi. It crushed everyone except, perhaps, me and Kakashi. Stop it, immediately. Don't interfere. I answered her in the same tone, releasing my ki, because of which my long blonde tail fluttered up no worse than my mother's 9 scarlet strands. Someone should put him in his place, since Minato is not raising him. What else is the eldest of brothers needed 4. I said a little hesitantly, intermittently, but my voice was firm and decisive. Why you? Mom calmed down instantly, but I was in no hurry. What am I? Yoshi grew up to be an arrogant asshole who doesn't value your word until he gets it. What happens next? He will send you to. Not only does he not know how to do anything, but this is also his assholery that goes over the edge. Pompous, like a secular lady, but what's the point, but a bald one? What did you say? Ka. Shut up and don't interfere until you're asked. You see that the elders are arguing. Sit and keep quiet until you give the floor. I said, punching him in the gut again. Well. I turned to my mother. The woman frowned, not wanting to endure the quarrel in public, but it was too late, both teams were assembled. Mom loves her son Yoshikuin and, that's why she endures it, but Minato doesn't speak because he feels sorry, and Namikaze Sr. is blind as a mole and deaf as a black grouse. The result is that no one can put the guy in his place, so he imagines himself to be God knows what. Dad is at work, all in work and in work, like a bee. And when the elder gets into trouble, he is reliably covered with the Hokage's cloak. What do you want to hear? Mom drooped. Me? I do not want anything. I'm just wondering why this asshole grew up so arrogant. Why did the respected Hokage miss how his son began to on the heads of everyone he missed? Since when does a mother's word count for nothing? I understand perfectly well, pranks, childishness, self-indulgence, mischief, minor mischief, everything. If it's nothing serious, then yes, let the Hokage cover for his son, otherwise what's the use of a position that you can't take advantage of? But there is a limit to everything, and first of all to my patience. What happened yesterday that you weren't yourself in the evening? And why did he treat you with contempt today when I was sparring? Where are you from? Yoshi began, but immediately shut up under my very eloquent gaze. AI equals 9, I know. I said, turning my face to Namikaze. I heard your conversation. Aren't you disgusted with yourself? Your mother covers your every trick, stupidity, prank, etc., for which not only your ears need to be torn off, but you don't care about it. Who will cover for you if, because of your pride, arrogance, underestimation of the enemy, vanity, and stupidity, Kami forbid, your mother will end up in a coffin? Have you thought about this, you piece of a moron? We are shinobi, death always comes hand in hand with all of us, then why do not you honor your father? Why don't you return to your family, knowing that your mother is suffering? You're a who does no better to her. She's always crying. Yoshi shouted in my face, raising his fist to hit, and I let him do it. Mom and Sasuke rushed towards us, stopped. Ha, I smiled, rubbing my bruised cheek and spitting on the ground. You finally grew the balls to say something to your face. To speak to the point, and not to puff up your overdressed eye. Answer. Yoshi cried. I chuckled sadly. I have nothing to honor my father for, nothing for now. Knowing that I was alive, he didn't even visit me secretly, and I highly doubt that he didn't know what life was like for Sasuke and me. Without embellishment, Yoshi, we didn't always eat. I gave Minato a chance, and he hasn't realized it yet, or maybe he didn't deserve it at all, so it's more a question of time, our actions, and mutual understanding or something. How was I supposed to return to a family where I was dead? Where every October 10th for 13 years a mother goes and sobs for a day over the grave of her dead son, and then smiles for a whole year. She tries not to despair, not to lose heart, not to give up, but she fights. For exactly a year she has been saving up strength to go to my grave again. She laughs and smiles so sweetly, so sincerely, and so happily, so that neither you, nor Aya, nor Minato would know anything. Definitely, once a month she cooks apple and poppy seed pie for you and Minato, and for Aya, pie with poppy seeds and candied fruits. Every week she goes to see her best friend Mikoto Uchiha, usually on Fridays or Sundays. And at the end of August from 21 to 22, you and your whole family go on vacation to celebrate your and Aya's birthday. Mom gave birth for a long time, so you are several hours older, and Aya was born in the morning, already on August 22nd. When you were 7 years old, you were in the Central Park of Konoha, at 8 in a restaurant, and at 9 on a picnic on Hokage Mountain. Perhaps one day of tears, a small price to pay for a whole happy year? So why get in and break everything that has been built for a decade? Why bring chaos into the barely established order of a family? I faltered. I didn't notice how Sasuke and Kakashi removed Taro, Sakura, and Tazuna from here. I missed the moment when my mother covered her mouth and nose with her palms, and her eyes were already swollen from tears. I missed it when Aya whined. W, where are you from? W, how do you know? Yoshi was choking himself, almost crying. I turned away, trying to hide my face. Rumors, the earth is full, I lied and ran away. The group spent the night safely, although not in full strength. Sasuke, where is Naruto? Kakashi was curious. Time allowed us to set off on the road, but one member of the team was missing. But Yoko never returned to the camp, and Kushina, Aya, and Yoshi were in confusion. I don't know, the Uchiha shrugged. That is? Don't you feel it? Sakura was surprised. No. This is strange. You should feel his chakra much better than others, shouldn't you? Kushina was curious. His chakra is present in my body only because of the transplanted eye. We didn't move on to a closer relationship. Sasuke was able to contain her embarrassment and did not blush, unlike Sakura and Aya. Kakashi gave her an inquisitive look, and Yoshi and Taro, fortunately, did not move in. Why are you looking at me like that? Emma? Interesting. But why don't you feel it? Your sensor wave coverage radius is phenomenal, and yesterday's training shows that you are a first-class sensor. Do you want to go unnoticed? Don't hide your presence, but disguise yourself, I said, coming out from behind the trees. Where have you been? They've been looking for you all evening. He also disappeared for the night. Not only do we have a mission, but also those two whom Sasuke sensed. What were you thinking when you ran away? Mom flew at me. I didn't run away. He was here, he shrugged. We are going? I asked casually, pretending that nothing had happened. There was absolutely no desire to bring up the evening conversation. Naruto, you're being dark about something, Kakashi squinted. I could feel you too. I may not be a sensor, but I have some search skills. Anything is possible, Kakashi. And what cannot happen also happens, sometimes, even more often than the first. Let's go already, and so we rush around with this Tazuna, like a chicken and eggs in two teams. I'm sick of all this, I thought, watching our extremely silent family as we crossed to either an island, or a peninsula, or some other place, where this one lived. From the hillock, that is, the customer who built the bridge. I didn't really care what was happening here or how it was happening, we just followed Kakashi, and he, in turn, discussed the actions with his mother. To get involved, and even more so to delve into all the details of the task, all this is in the ass. The mission is not ours, team number 7 is only support, although I doubt that there will be anyone here who can resist my mother. No matter what anyone says, Kurama said that his mother held him in chains with a death grip so that he could not even move. She is a very strong shinobi. According to Sasuke, her mother's level is somewhere in the Kage region. This whole mission is one complete setup. Mom decided to bring her family closer together. I bet my left hand that she is already fed up with Yoshi and Aya's similar attitude towards me, as well as, in fact, my neutrality towards everything, and towards my family in particular. But she can't force us, or rather, she doesn't want to use force. I just sat straight on my butt, while Sakura and Sasuke were meditating, and Kakashi was talking about something with the entire 11th team. The customer kept silent, only said that we would soon arrive at the place where his house and the bridge were within walking distance. Hey! Here I am wrapping my snot on my elbow. You've already started. There is a flood here, because of your uncheerful ideas. Get the water out of here, damn it, it's cold. The fox was heard muttering in his head. Whoops. Sorry, I hasten to restore the state of my subconscious. When the ass starts there, my thoughts somehow start dancing. Any other wishes? Brrrr, Kurama was heard shaking off the moisture. Yes. There is one thing. Get up, stretch your ass, and get your weapons ready. A slightly wary growl made me jump up from my seat and look carefully at Sasuke. Those two? I immediately realized. Why is Sasuke silent? He doesn't feel. Ahead is a whole cloud of scattered chakra, a large-scale technique. This cloud creates vibrations and disrupts her sensory waves, limiting her range. Besides, it's still a long way to go. I knew that this thing stinks. While we were talking with Kurama, Sasuke noticed that her sensors were not clearing the path ahead. Her attention was noticed by Kakashi and Kushina. The alarm was not raised, but both teams were put on alert. The Uchiha has already reported that the fog is made of chakra, which means it's a technique, nothing less. Guys, Kakashi began in a very serious tone, addressing everyone, we are now walking into a trap and it will slam shut as soon as the boat enters the fog. From now on, be extremely vigilant. On the ground, a battle with shinobi awaits us. Naruto, Sasuke, your trick from the test may be needed. We just nodded. The guys from the 11th team were also fully armed. Only my mother looked relatively relaxed. Although what surprises me is that a group with at least one Uzumaki is almost guaranteed to survive against a large enemy. It's worth adding to the pile that she has more combat experience than anyone, not counting me, or rather my knowledge, which my mother passed on to me when I was still a mere child. On land we moved quite slowly. Both groups were ready, but there was also a weak link, Tazuna. It won't be like this for long, but it was necessary to wait a moment. Sasuke, is there anything? Kakashi asked quietly. No. I can try to make the sensor wave denser, but then there is a chance that I will miss weak chakra sources. However, I will need to concentrate and preferably not on the go. This is not an option. The longer we are in this fog, the worse it gets. If this is really a technique, then they already know about us. Naruto? Mom raised her eyebrow eloquently. Kurama? Naruto? Don't be a moron. Is there something? Yes. For 6 hours. Dash, they are behind your back, and you are silent. ETS, you will be without meat. Fur. 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 A menacing snort sounded. They are behind, and close. So. God, what luck, came a nasal voice, filled with irony and mockery. By Kami, it's a beautiful day. Kushina Uzumaki herself, Bloody Habanera, Kakashi Hatake, Copy Sharingan, 2 offspring of the 4th Hokage himself and an Uchiha to boot. The voice belonged to some guy who was sitting on a branch. He had Kirigakure protector, which is tied just above the temple. The face was hidden by a half-face mask of bandages. The man had small dark brown eyes and short dark hair. What threw me into some confusion was the lack of eyebrows. He was wearing light blue striped pants and had what looked like wristbands on his arms and legs. He threw a huge sword over his shoulder, more like a huge pig cutter. Simply excellent. Not only money on the bridge builder's head, but also profit. How much do they give on the market these days for the head of the copy one and the bloody one, eh? Or maybe. I'm even wondering how much Namikaze will value the life of his family? The voice was slightly hoarse. Oh, what luck. I'm wildly sorry, but what kind of lawn with exhibitionist habits is this? Came out of my tongue before I could bite it, and I had to dodge. Understand where the kunai came from. Oh? What a cheeky child. Didn't your mother spank you when you were a child for using foul language? I can fix it. No, she didn't spank, somehow she couldn't get enough of it, I snapped. Didn't they slap you on the lips? I inquired barely audibly, but all the women's faces turned very red, and Kakashi exhaled doomedly into his mask. His student will definitely jump someday. Momochi Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist and former swordsman from the Kirigakure 7, Hataki said low. The fog is his doing. Bravo, Kakashi, bravo, the man clapped his hands. Before we start, I can't help but ask. I'm just incredibly curious, which of you is such a gifted sensor that you could feel me for the first time? I, said Sasuke, only outwardly maintaining composure. 3 Tomo Sharingan were already burning in her right eye socket. Oh. Another Uchiha. It's a pity that I'm not interested in you. Well, let's begin, he said barely audibly and disappeared. The Rinnegan caught the movement. This half-naked macaque with a cleaver moved at phenomenal speed, and I was not sure that I could keep up with him. However, I saw Zabuza, that's already good. Both Sasuke and Kakashi saw him, who barely had time to uncover his Sharingan. The Rinnegan under the henge tracked every step, just like the Sharingan, because 3 Tomo allowed him to see Momochi. This scoundrel decided that he would finish the matter in one fell swoop by beheading Tazuna. But the sword ran into the barrier that surrounded the bridge builder. A whole wave of sparks scattered across the clearing, which were knocked out by the sword when it hit the surface of the barrier. His mother lined him up, and Aya supported him. Sakura also stood under the barrier, raising her kunai and blocking the old man. Taro, Yoshi, Kushina, Kakashi, Sasuke, and I were left outside the protection. I wonder how long your baby will hold the barrier if she sees you die. Zabuza rushed at Kushina. The huge sword met resistance from 2 crossed Uzumaki kunai, and Momochi himself had to wriggle and dodge Kakashi's attack. Ninpo, Kirigakure no Jutsu, ninja art, hidden fog technique, Zabuza said, having folded the seals, as soon as he was able to take an extra step. The fog immediately swallowed the mercenary and became much more saturated and dense, and I couldn't keep up with this guy physically a little. Yoshi, move aside. Sasuke suddenly shouted. Her sensory abilities screamed about a setup that was not yet known to anyone. Something was wrong, the frequency of vibrations around was different, and there could only be one conclusion. The Rinnegan turned there instantly. The picture that appeared before my eyes not only passed in slow motion, it was unimaginably slow and clear. This windbag Yoshi doesn't have time to react to. Knows where the ice stakes came from, that peeked out from the thickness of the fog. The next shot, the mother blocked her son with her breasts, and she herself was protected by the intertwining of the Biju chains, like a human shield. But the ice stakes at that moment turned out to be faster. Give me chakra. Yes, finally, bloodlust, that will be quenched in the agony of battle. Kurama's guttural growl was all that could be discerned by my clouded consciousness. The body was enveloped in heat, and the sensations inside were as if they had poured hot lead into my throat. My skin began to burn, akin to the feeling when you hold your hand over a fire. Sasuke, my voice bubbled and was like the growl of a beast. Kill him, kill the swordsman. Strong odors hit my nose. I could clearly smell the blood of my mother, the smells of Sasuke and other genin, the smell of Momochi and Kakashi, but there was also another one, well hidden and at a short distance. Kurama did not spare my body, flooding it with my burning chakra to the brim, but did not allow me to go to the highest level of synchronization between Biju and Jinchuriki, which was painless and more effective. The fox was my and Sasuke's teacher, we believed in him, and he, in turn, did not give any reason to doubt himself. He wanted me to experience everything around me in this light, through agony. I just had to give in to my instincts. I rushed towards the unfamiliar smell, to where the ice shells had come from. A huge amount of chakra, which flowed through the body at breakneck speed, also got into the eyes. Henge flew off, revealing the Rinnegan to the world, but there was no one to look at it. I disappeared into the fog, pursuing my goal. The fog itself ceased to have any effect on vision, the picture was clear and distinct. She's close. She's close. She's close. My prey is close, this was the only thought that was beating in my head. A feeling akin to being hungry for a week. I wanted to quench my incredible thirst. All nature cried out to the fact that there was only one way to deal with this: a successful hunt. Moving at all available speed on 4 limbs, I maneuvered in turns between trees and bushes, helping to maintain balance and speed and balance with 5 blood-red tails made of chakra. Found it. Found. Found. Here it is. RRRARRR. I growled and rushed at my prey. Sasuke's POV. This thought was clearer than ever. I had to quickly shut down my sensory senses as soon as Kushina-san began to sink to the ground. Naruto's emotional background was filled with bloodlust, a thirst for murder, and very strong chakra. The sensory system had to be turned off so as not to get a shock from the sensations and not be disoriented. I knew very well what Kurama's chakra was, and when he's on a rampage, it's better to stay away from him. Sasuke. Kill. Kill him. Kill the swordsman. In a split second, Naruto went into one of his modes as he synchronized with Kurama. Any of these robes that do not have complete chakra unity are very painful for the user. I didn't know why Kurama chose this one. Now Naruto didn't look human. He stood on 4 limbs, completely enveloped in a blood-red cover seething like borscht, and a 5th tail was already growing behind his back. Instead of the usual face of Mayoko, I saw the face of a predatory beast. It was slightly elongated and full of huge chakra fangs. The eyes were hidden by a white shining veil. The chakra pressure was so great that the barrier that Kushina-san had built collapsed overnight. Aya could not and would not have been able to hold it. Sakura, Yoshi, Aya, and Taro were pinned to the ground. Tazuna completely passed out. They were frightened to the limit, feeling the proximity of the tailed creature at such a short distance. The fog around us cleared in literally one single instant, and I could see how amazed Kakashi and Momochi froze. Nuke-Nin clearly did not expect that he would have to fight the Jinchuriki of the strongest tailed one, and everyone knew that he was in Konoha. There was no need to explain the reason for this behavior of Naruto. Kushina-san sank to the ground, and her chest heaved convulsively. 2 ice stakes prevented her from breathing. The lung and liver, most likely, were punctured. She was alive, still alive. A wound that was fatal for anyone was not such for Uzumaki, even if only for a while. Even with such damage, the red-haired ones could last a little longer. The only sure guarantee of death for an Uzumaki is to cut off the head or pierce the heart. The woman was barely alive, choking on her own blood. I had no idea where these ice blocks came from. Most of them were destroyed by Kushina-san's technique, but due to the fact that her chain technique was just beginning to form, not all of the projectiles were destroyed. Kill the swordsman. I heard Naruto's words before his body, engulfed in chakra, disappeared into the foliage and the remnants of the fog, which did not completely dissipate. I was aware of Naruto's words, actions, and behavior. I experienced a strong fear that I could end up in his place, to see a loved one leave life in the same way, his body in the same way. It was easier for me to think sensibly than for Naruto himself. I can't even imagine how he feels now, whether he understands that his mother is still alive, or whether he has already convinced himself of her death and set out to take revenge so quickly that no one had time to react. Knowing how much Naruto was attached to his mother, I suddenly wanted to share his rage, his anger, his thirst for revenge and blood. Everything that Naruto felt, I wanted, passionately wanted, to share with him. I grabbed the kokushin that I had created in my own body and rushed at the swordsman. My actions were noticed not only by him, but also by Kakashi-sensei, who was clearly amazed by everything he saw. I managed to see how Mangekyo appeared in the left eye socket, where the sensei had a Sharingan, but I will be able to think about this topic later. Kakashi-sensei wielded 2 kunai with terrible speed, but the swordsman is still that I didn't get it. I wedged myself between them, raising my kuroibo to strike. Zabuza put a tighter block, and our eyes met for a split second. Megan, Kasegui, demonic illusion, stake captivity. I shouted in the swordsman's face. Obeying the internal current of chakra, my 3-tomo Sharingan spun several times, plunging the victim deeper into the illusion. This Jinjutsu was a variation of the Jinjutsu Sharingan technique, but it was slightly stronger. Aniki, colloquial respectful address for an older brother, showed me the technique. The only reliable way to break out of the illusion is to cause pain to the victim in the real world. My goal is not to torture the victim or show him horror films, but to get a second of delay. Spinning around my axis, I thrust the kokushin deep into the swordsman's chest, piercing the body right through, which became possible only thanks to the chakra that I rotated to the limit of my capabilities. Kakashi-sensei also made his move, being above me. Because he was taller, Sensei plunged both of his kunai into the base of Momochi's neck, and then pulled both blades, leaving deep cuts from which blood gushed out. Death overtook Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, instantly. Kushina-san, I said quietly, prioritizing attention, although I myself was on weak legs and could barely stand. Faster, Sensei tapped me on the shoulder, which made me rush to the woman. Now there was no time to think about anything else. Having examined everything around me when the swordsman was dead, I realized that the rest of the genin had just come to their senses after a strong release of chakra. Taro tried to bring Tazuna back to consciousness. Sakura examined Kushina-san. The amazed Yoshi was afraid to move again. For him, everything happened too quickly, and the fact that his mother covered him with herself seemed to reflect a deep shock. Naruto's recent words were like a prediction of the future. Aya was spinning around Sakura, not knowing how to help. Kakashi-sensei, and I ran up to the woman who was turning pale, too quickly. There were no longer stakes in her body, they crumbled into small crystals and melted before our eyes, and this was evidence of only one thing: either the technique was cancelled or its user was dead. What? Ha, cough, cough. Kushina-san tried to say something, but immediately began to choke on her own blood, filling her nostrils, cheeks, neck, and staining her clothes. From the gaping wound on the chest, the one that caused the punctured lung, scarlet liquid squelched loudly every time I tried to take a breath. Be silent, my hands shone a very bright light green color. I tried my best to heal the woman's wounds, investing chakra without regret and without thinking about the consequences for myself, but I did not have the necessary experience. Kakashi-sensei, you need warm water, urgently, and find NAR. GTHRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR ground. I didn't sense Naruto because I was busy with something completely different, and I didn't have time to be distracted by anything else, but this. Mayoko crawled out of the undergrowth, and there was a man in his mouth, whose body was stuck on the ground. Naruto was in tailed clothing. He found and dragged another attacker here. Apparently, this was the one who caused Kushina-san to suffer. Naruto had a ninja's neck in his teeth. He tracked him down, caught up with him and strangled him, literally. The head in the mask was bent unnaturally and hung lifelessly, which indicated a broken neck, from which blood was intensely oozing. Naruto's victim was wearing a chestnut robe, over which was a light green robe with white trim. She had yellow slippers on her feet and a red belt around her waist. The face was not visible because of the mask. Naruto moved towards us. He spat out the victim and began to rise on his hind legs. Kakashi-sensei immediately took a defensive stance, preparing for an attack, but there was no need to protect anyone. The cover slept on its own, and Naruto himself was in front of us. A black t-shirt and pants, the shinobi's sandals, were the same color. His long bangs covered his eyes, but the Sharingan still burned among the hair in his left eye socket. There was no indifference on his face, which is always and everywhere inherent, but there was fear of the death of his mother. "Stand back," he ordered. End POV, I=4. Kurama, shut up and act, now is not the time for chatter. Then you'll worry about all the other problems. Save her. I can die. Are you ready, you pathetic insignificant bald monkey? Say this to someone who has been reborn many times, overcoming the pangs of death itself and snatching your life from its bloodthirsty clutches with your own fangs. Take action, Yoko. Such an appeal added to my determination, it even made my soul a little lighter. Move away. I ordered, Naruto, now is not the time. For the first time in the entire team's work, Kakashi gave a strict order: step aside. Don't disturb me, otherwise I won't be able to help her. Hatake very carefully examined the student from head to toe and took a step to the side, like everyone else, following suit. The man did not want to risk the life of the woman who always took care of him when he was Minato's student, and if he knows a way to help her, let him try. I stood in front of the wheezing, gasping mother and pulled into her side of the hand. Seeing her like this was unimaginably difficult. My heart sank when I thought about how hard it was for her to take every breath. I was shaking at the thought that I might mess up or do something wrong. My hands were shaking, and the fear of her death, along with adrenaline, did not allow me to focus on anything else. I barely found the strength to look at the empty seat next to my dying mother, and that on a piece of land, a circle of violet fire immediately flared up, from which a huge head of a mythical creature emerged. This is a statue called Geto, Outer Path. Don't be afraid of anything, everything will be fine. I swear, I said, shaking like a chicken, peering into my mother's eyes, that I wanted to object to something, but again I started coughing bloodily. Several light burgundy hands came out from the open mouth of the statue at once, which very carefully lifted the mother's body and moved her into the toothy mouth, which immediately slammed shut. Tazuna went limp again from what he saw, and the others rushed towards me, not knowing what to do: save Kushina, kill me or something else. Sasuke stood in their way, holding them back with unimaginable chakra pressure. After all, she possessed the genes of the three great clans, and her SCH was developed by the Nine Tails itself. The huge mouth of the statue began to move, as if chewing the contents, and as it moved, I felt like I was getting worse and worse. This statue was intended for two purposes: to restore damaged body parts and interrogate people. I had no idea whether it would be possible to restore a living body, because the technique was needed to restore the damaged bodies of puppets, which were created using Geto no Jutsu, Outer Path technique. The trouble was that these puppets were corpses. Here, in front of me, there was still a living mother, and I decided to try, pumping up an enormous amount of chakra, to save her. The same statue is also needed to resurrect the dead, so what? Not kidding. Now my mother was on the verge of life and death, and I made every effort to push her to the side of life. The whole action took at most a couple of seconds, but during this time at least 3 people, Aya, Yoshi, and Kakashi, managed to imagine how they would disembowel me. I perfectly understood and realized that I did not have time to restore my chakra volume after Kurama's cover, so instead of my own chakra, which quickly disappeared, I had to use my life force. I took a big risk, and hoped that Kurama would then share his chakra with me, and I would restore my life energy at her expense. There was no time to recycle Fox's chakra into his own. This was the chance to get lost. My jaw moved, and my golden hair began to turn gray from the ends. My healthy complexion disappeared, giving way to senile pallor and wrinkles. I saw how my hand turned pale and shriveled, and blue veins appeared through the skin. Seeing this process, Sasuke herself joined the 3 existing executioners, but did not dare to interrupt the process. The huge veined mouth stopped moving and opened. Where did my mother come from, alive, completely healthy and glowing with a beautiful blush? Even her torn clothes were restored. The summoned creature disappeared in purple flashes of flame. It worked, I said hoarsely, starting to fall backwards. More on peace. Sasuke screamed loudly, rushing headlong towards me. She was the first to react and came out of shock, realizing what I had done. My carcass lay limply on the ground. I didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. I could only squeeze out some kind of scary smile on my dramatically aged face. It worked, Kurama said with relief. Well, I screwed it up. Huh, you're a suicide bomber. Yo. Ahahaha. Yes, grumpy kitsune. In general, I'm really sorry, but maybe you can start restoring my body. I can't do it myself, I can't do it without the Rinnegan. Do you need Gakito's abilities? Yes. It is necessary that you absorb with this ability the chakra that I will transfer to you. The eyes will help you use it to restore your own body. My head was already lying on the lap of my Uchiha. I was being stroked and I could feel something wet on my face. Opening his eyes, he saw Sasuke and his mother. Both roared like belugas, but smiled happily. Slap. Ah, I exhaled tiredly, having received a slap in the face from Sasuke. Slap. Oh. My head swung in the opposite direction from a very strong blow. Now my mother slapped me in the face. Why did you take such a risk? Are you crazy? Completely, use your tonki, you've lost your fear. There's no other way. Do you want me to bury you again? Shameless. Baka, what a baka you are. What would I do if you died, you moron? They screamed, vying with each other, trying to look more intimidating, but their happy faces gave them both away. It's funny, but, why, in the face? I grabbed. Me? I couldn't shout out, I had to struggle to stay conscious so as not to pass out right there. Color and blush returned to the face very slowly. The process started by Kurama was bearing fruit. Slowly but surely. The situation gradually returned to normal. Everyone's experiences were through the roof, there was a sea of impressions, ambitions, and emotions were over the edge, and even more, everyone got burned. Mom besieged Kakashi, very politely explaining that he should remain silent, and she would talk to Minato herself. They treated our idiots more simply, Sakura, Aya, Taro, Yoshi and, at the same time, Tazuna. Everyone had a little brain formatting, but in such a way that everyone learned the appropriate lesson. According to new memories, Sasuke and Kakashi managed to cure my mother, who was injured, but not to say that very badly, with the help of Iri ninjutsu techniques. In the process of formatting a new section of memory, the Rinnegan helped a lot, so as not to cut out anything unnecessary, but to put new memories in the right way. The skills of the path of Nintendo, the way of man, greatly contributed here. There was indeed a difficulty, the technology made it possible to read thoughts and pull out the souls of their victims, so, one had to be very careful in this process so as not to kill everyone at once. That's why Tazuna was the first victim. Mom had to tell everything so that she would not sulk at me, like a mouse at cereal, that I had again hidden something from her. This action took place in my subconscious, where I, Sasuke, and Kurama talked about our skills. Not everything, but some. Maman was satisfied, and I got 2 more corpses after almost half an hour of persuasion and kissing. In addition, my mother had an explanatory conversation with me and Sasuke about the first killed enemy, which reassured Sasuke more than me. By popular vote, Momochi Zabuza's sword was awarded to Sasuke Uchiha, as the person who was the first to deal the fatal blow. She, however, could not wield it, and there was no time to find out everything about the structure of the sword, so the blade rested securely in her storage seal. By lunchtime the next day, thanks to intensive work Fox and my own, the body came to a transportable state on its own. For more than a day, I continuously pumped out chakra from Kurama, processed it into my own, and then converted it into vital force to restore the body. All this time, Kurama successfully inserted a moral star into me and received heavenly pleasure from this. When this matter was finished, the group moved to the bridge builder's house. Sorry, gentleman shinobi, but we probably won't have so many places in the house, apologizing in a bow, said Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, when our friendly coven fell into the bridge builder's hut. We don't need seats, I possessively pulled Sasuke towards me by the waist. It's better outside, and the weather is good, the girl supported the idea, who also did not shy away from spending days in nature all day long. But how? Relax, I waved my hand, I'll still do it my way, even if you're Daimyo Nami no Kuni, land of waves. Let's go Sasuke, we still need to find dinner. Have you recovered yet? Kakashi was surprised. I cheated someone out of chakra, I hinted, and the sensei nodded understandingly. Excuse me, what does find dinner mean? The woman was a little surprised. Well, how's that? You have to eat, and after severe chakra depletion there is nothing better than a fresh, well-fried piece of meat. Bummer, hunting is prohibited here on the island. The right to hunt is purchased from Gato, who will kill all of you for violating the ban. And none of you will be saved, he has a lot of people and money. There are enough of them to hire many shinobi. The voice of a new participant in the conversation was heard, who turned out to be some dark-haired guy in a Panama hat. I said meaningfully. Who is Gato? Naruto oh, Kakashi groaned doomedly, we discussed this. This the one who hired the demon brothers, Zabuza and another Oinin, to kill Tazuna? I said that he has the money to hire a lot of people, even shinobi. You won't be able to stop him, and each of you will die, the boy continued. Inari, Tsunami said in an accusing voice, bowing in apology. Be careful not to piss yourself. Besides, this Gato is a simple person, as far as we know. His shinobi successfully played the game and are now sealed in my scroll. This is, firstly, the boy. And secondly, do you even know who shinobi are? Oh, sorry, I phrased it wrong. Do you have any idea about what capabilities those whom everyone calls shinobi have? Yes. You are just mercenaries of your village, you are paid for your work, that's all. Capacious and to the point is all I could say. Sasuke, let's go, otherwise this little man will take away your right of priority to eat my virgin brains without salt. Naruto, now my mother has reprimanded me. Oh, tell me that this kid knows what he's talking about, and, by the way, at least 2 of the 8 shinobi have the ability to wipe this entire island off the face of the earth. Take note, boy. You've screwed up, Yoko, my girlfriend took me out of the house by the scruff of the neck. I'm hungry. Let's go. Madam, I'm at your feet, I bowed to Sasuke's indignant snort and mother's laughter. As it turned out, Tazuna lived with his family on a self-sufficient island with own ecosystem. Here there was a town and several small villages, between which a meager trade was carried out, for everything was kept under his caring wing by the local god Gato, whom people were afraid to the point of stupor and unconsciousness at the very first mention. They moved quietly and carefully deep into the forest, away from all the villages. I may have believed that hunting was prohibited here, but not that no one was allowed to hunt. The smell of an animal hit my nose. I looked at the Uchiha and realized that Sasuke had also smelled something, which disconcerted me a little. My thoughts began to dance, because I believed that a keen sense of smell was the result of Kurama's chakra. Not without this, but I don't give you chakra when hunting. 5 kopecks from the fox knocked the ground out underfoot. There was no time to think, because the girl followed the trail. Sasuke moved gracefully, quickly, decisively, and with small impulses, sometimes slowing down to check the direction of movement. The smell became stronger and stronger, so we moved faster and faster. Some kind of excitement appeared, a thirst for the game and profit, interest arose both in the process itself and in the desire to succeed. The forest gradually became denser, and the thickets began to interfere with moving silently. We began to descend into the lowland, on the outskirts of which we found our goal. Boar, whispered Sasuke on the verge of hearing. Cleaver, I nodded, looking loot. After thinking a little about the situation, I nodded to the girl in the direction of the detour. She understood without words and headed around. The plan was simple, either I chase him, Sasuke kills him from the side, or the cleaver chases me, the girl's role does not change. I myself crouched to the ground to walk under the moon tree. There was no desire to scare the animal away, nor, indeed, any desire to play the role of the victim. After thinking a little and listening to the sensations, I realized that Sasuke remained on a hill so that he could see the prey and react when needed. A branch crunched under my foot, and the old cleaver stopped digging the ground with his coin. His ears twitched in my direction, unmistakably guessing the direction. Ova shoes. How inconvenient. Hitting the boar with a wave of ki, I scared it away. Animals, as Kurama explained, always rely on primitive instincts, and everyone without exception has such an instinct as self-preservation and survival, therefore the animal cannot help but feel the directed thirst for human blood. I set off into a race, listening to the sensations. Sasuke was walking ahead of me on the right. It was necessary to take the animal to a less wooded plot. When the boar took off, he didn't really make out the road, rushing through the bushes further and further from the villages. We drove it for about 20 minutes until we came to a cleaner and more spacious area. At that moment, Sasuke struck. Fast, swift, ruthless, and precise. She attacked from the side, jumping onto the cleaver and plunging 2 kunai into his neck. 2 sweeping, wide jerks, 1 kunai went under the throat, the second to the back of the neck. After that the girl jumped off. When the boar fell on its side, after running a couple of steps, I finished off the animal so that it would not suffer. Sasuke? SHSHSH, the girl jerked her head. I listened. A quiet thud, like hitting the ground. Rabbits? I want it, the girl continued to listen. We won't eat the boar, I whispered. I want it. Well, what can you say? I mentally reproached and gently slapped Sasuke on the butt. She took this as approval and literally disappeared. She rushed to the side at high speed, quickly avoiding the trees, not even trying to weave between them. She knew where to look for the victim. I tied the boar by the paws and threw it on its back. Some kind of training. I managed to walk only 2 kilometers, reinforcing my body with chakra, because the cleaver was healthy, about 150 kilograms off the top of my head. Without chakra, I wouldn't be able to lift him. He's 4 times bigger than me. The Uchiha brought 5 plump, well-fed forest rabbits, although she herself was smeared with earth and grass. Did you dig them out of a hole? The grimy girl just nodded and smiled sweetly. Oh, Cammy, what a game. In any case, I'll have to wash myself. I'm covered in blood that came from the boar. Sasuke's nose bent. What did you think? Now they can kill us because of you. Are you completely idiots, or do you really not understand what Gato's thugs will do to us? The son of the dear mistress of the house squealed, scolding us when we fell on the threshold. And I was covered in blood, which drove those present into complete shock. These are the ones who stopped us when approaching the village? I asked Sasuke. Precisely those to whom, as you said, a razor to the throat and into the well? Naruto, on mom ran over me, putting her hands on her sides. Mother was clearly concerned about what Sasuke said, coordinating the information received with my presentable appearance. My hut is on the edge. Yes, by the way, in 2 hours there will be a very, very satisfying dinner. Sakura, take care of the big fire. Big, Sakura. Who did you hit this time? Haruna was happy that we would eat meat. The hospitable hosts, apart from rice and a couple of fish for everyone, could not offer anything. They lived quite poorly. 5 rabbits, the Uchiha boasted. I think that there is enough for everyone, thought Tazuna, who also wanted to eat normally. And a boar for a kilogram of 150-160, I finished. What? Tsunami dropped the ladle. And to herself, Kakashi muttered. Come on, I'll help, Naruto. It will be faster, and the women will take care of the rabbits. You are too sociable, sensei, especially lately, I said sarcastically. You have to start sometime. Kakashi smiled with his eyes and pushed me out the door. Taro, Yoshi, come with us, you also need to learn how to cut meat. Oh, we've had enough of this meat. First, skin it and cut it up, then listen to the whining of Inari. As it turned out, this is the name of this shaking kid, then dig up all the excess so that it doesn't stink. Wait until the meat cools down and weathers a little, then marinate, sprinkle well with seasonings, and put on the fire. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Probably since the death of her husband, Tsunami said sadly, watching the flame. Now only Mom, Kakashi, Tazuna, his daughter, and me and Sasuke are left hugging the fire. Excuse me, what happened? Kushina asked. He went against Gato's word, not wanting to obey his rules, laws, did not want to obey his power. Gato demonstratively executed my daughter's husband in front of us, first cutting off both his hands. Tazuna described the situation, and his daughter only exhaled sadly, remembering what she saw. Rumor, Kakashi, into Heisho, wanted book, Is there anything about this pepper that is causing fear throughout the entire area? I asked. And how do you know about the book, Bingo? The man sighed doomedly, rummaging in his pouch. The first thing he fished out was the new volume of Jiraiya from the Ika series, which he immediately hid far away. The next one was the necessary book of small size in black binding. Let's see. Oh. There is something. The reward for a mission of rank S, but purely for the head, is exorbitantly expensive from the black market. Apparently someone has a grudge against him. Kakashi-kun, my mother smiled sweetly, releasing key. Mom. Naruto-kun. Ma. This is reckless. Besides, we have a mission. According to the regulations, we cannot and do not have the right to deviate from the task like that, the woman answered weightily in a pathetic attempt to give the words weight so that I would fall for this bait. So, who's arguing with you? What is the mission? Guard the bridge builder while the bridge is being built. We'll do it on the way home. What's the problem? How are you going to look for a needle in a haystack? More precisely, one person on a huge island. Sasuke? I inquired. A couple of hours of deep concentration, the Uchiha shrugged. Maybe a day. Plus I'll help, I assented. Kakashi-kun, my mother asked the last sensible member of the team in the hope that he would stop students. Well, at least you bring some sense to your genin. Well, I don't even know, Kushina-san. Minato-sensei would be in favor. The copy guy decided to take a roundabout way to express his agreement regarding a small part-time job, thereby buttering up the woman. Okay, the woman muttered. She certainly wouldn't agree. For an S-rank mission, without any additional conditions. They pay 1 million at the standard rate. The mission can result in a good profit for both teams, almost a multiple for the 4 of us. We won't tell the rest. Yeah, of course. We won't tell, I thought. We'll do everything quickly and quietly, they said. This dwarf named Gato, who has the whole neighborhood on his ears, was shorter than me. Moreover, he also came to the bridge, gathering all his people. Still, people who live too far from the shinobi generally have a clear idea of who they are dealing with. I had to share. Yoshi and Aya found themselves in a cruel gap, to whom their mother said, supposedly, the family budget and the like, making a turn in such a simple way. Our friendly group stole their share completely. They poured a little bit into Sakura, a little bit of Taro, and Hataki got a small amount of it for the info, so to speak. The rest was divided, honestly. The first day after returning from the mission. I'm going to die right now, I thought once again, dispersing chakra through my channels to the 7th team's training ground. Sasuke and Sakura sat humbly next to each other. Team training under the supervision of Kakashi Hataki. After the mission with this grubby Tazuna, we reported to the bright eyes of Minato. Mom gave everyone a noble tease. The Hokage did not bother us for a long time. He listened to a report on the situation, ordered us to give the written version to the office, and sent us on our way. The next morning, Hataki and Sakura showed up at our place. Jonin motivated everyone with health kicks and took them to team training, a normal team training. The arguments were weighty. He realized his guilt, recognized the cohesion of the team without his participation, wanted to join the team, received an equally life-giving kick from my mother. I was even somewhat confused. I couldn't decide what exactly was the impetus for Kakashi to join the team. But honest words touched my soul. Kayami, Sakura suddenly held. I cannot do it anymore. Meditation is a useful workout, but I can't do it anymore. Damn you all. What do we have to do with it? Sasuke opened one eye. Despite the fact that we have a bad influence on Sakura, look, soon she will swear no worse than me, I chuckled. That's right, Naruto, came the voice of Kakashi, who was sleeping on a tree branch with a book on his face. Sasuke, we need to find a guy for Haruno so that he see her well. Shut up. Sasuke and Sakura yelled at me. Hoos Baanan, well, as much as you can, Hataki whined upstairs. Then calm down your pink ass, Sakura, and sit silently. I shouted to the whole clearing. How do you manage to sit for days? Having comprehended Zen once, there is no chance on your way to stumble or return. May peace of mind, mystical contemplation, and great enlightenment be reflected in your actions. For all eternity you will be embraced by ideals. I interrupted my majestic and sublime speech, looking around the team. Kakashi's eye twitched involuntarily. The man dropped the book and barely managed to pick it up near the ground. Sasuke tried not to laugh out loud in order to preserve her mask of Uchiha, and Sakura did not know how to react to this. Yes. All. Enough for today. I can't stand it anymore, the Jonin admitted and disappeared. Hooray! Haruno squealed, jumping up and starting to flail her hands ugly. We have guests, Sasuke said calmly. Yes, I know. No wonder he left. I would have done the same thing, but I'm afraid they sent her here, I sighed sadly. What are you talking about? Sakura was surprised. I just nodded in the direction of the edge of the training ground, where the red top of Aya's head flashed between the trees, dressed in blue shinobi pants and a beige t-shirt. Sasuke looked at my younger sister with complete outward indifference, although inside, there were conflicting feelings, interest and slight irritation, curiosity and resentment. Well, it doesn't matter. It's important why. She actually came here. I am sure that this is not her own initiative, because initiative, always screws up her initiator. This means that the mother sent it, or Minato, but this is unlikely. Hello, guys, she tried to smile a winning smile and somehow dispel the silence at the training ground. I felt strong excitement, stiffness, and awkwardness. Aya was constantly looking for something to catch her eye on. And I checked it. I snapped my fingers, which made her groan. What do you want? I asked, without expressing my interest in any way. Listen, Naruto, here, Yes, speak clearly. As I sat, I didn't move, I just propped my head on my fist, leaning my elbow on one leg. Help me give my mother a gift. She blurted out. What? Sasuke and I shouted in one voice. Well, Dad said that you should come to Mom's holiday too. It will be July 10th soon, and it will be Mom's birthday. Mom wanted you to come too, along with Sasuke. She's just busy with the administration right now, so she can't invite herself. Here. Anne. I thought that you would help me give her a gift. Naru, Sasuke drawled. I'll go and keep Sakura busy with sparring, and you can talk, and before I could even object, the Uchiha left me a kiss and disappeared. Liar, I muttered quietly to myself nose so that the little one wouldn't hear. Looking at Aya, I saw a ripe, juicy, scarlet, delicious tomato. She's standing all red, her eyes are bulging, but she's looking at me like I'm a leper or an experimental subject. Well, what? I asked. Huh? And then nothing. Everything's fine. He. You know, this is, at least, an unhealthy reaction, I chuckled. Well, of course. She is a beauty herself, raised in a good family with proper manners, customs, its own holidays, and principles. She's also smart, educated, and decent, and even though she graduated from the academy a year earlier. Not like some. I'm crazy. Kurama sang at the top of his voice in my head. Shut up, you. Fur. The taunting doesn't hurt the eyes. Mahahaha. The shaggy man laughed loudly, brazenly mocking me. It seems to me, you didn't come here just for the invitation. Let's set all the points and priorities. What do you want from me, Aya Namikaze Uzumaki? Honest, clear, and to the point. Do some training with me, please, my father has no time, she said quickly. Apparently my face has changed somehow, because that the girl's face turned pale, then green and brightened. My eyes ran like mad over my face and often fell on my, for some reason, tightly clenched fists. Yes, you have a face like mine in the middle of Konoha, 13 years ago. Well, smile, Kurama advised, although you shouldn't. She'll have a heart attack, Kami forbid. This will be a present for little Kushi. So, I took a deep breath, one more try. Honest, clear, and to the point. Kami, I'm repeating myself, I need to go to the psychiatrist again, I said, putting my sister in the position. Cognitive dissonance has been reached, bend over. Please, she definitely doesn't need to know how many tails my personal doctor has. WL. I was thinking about what you told your brother then, and how, US saved your mother, when she died there, in the forest. You and Sasuke saved, and Kakashi-sensei helped you, Aya began to explain through the stump deck. True, he never said that he understood Iri ninjutsu. Wait, no, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about something. I'm just worried. Very much. And when I'm worried, I talk a lot and don't pause. And I forget about the topic of conversation. So also. Slap. Oh. Sorry. No, everything is completely fine, I took my hand away from my face. Your sister, Kurama began somehow thoughtfully, juvenile, low. In response to this remark, I thought that I would hit my face again, but I stopped in time, I really didn't want to explain myself. I guess it's better for me. Be silent for a minute and give me imaginary hope, collect your brains in a heap, I said, rubbing my temples. The first time I decided that I had heard it, but your monologue simply finished me off. And also, Aya recoiled when she saw the splashing anger in my eyes. I don't advise you to lie to me. I don't even have to strain to feel your lies. Your family and, by a strange coincidence, my family kept a lot of things under wraps. Sorry, Aya looked down. I'm ashamed to come up with a suggestion. I'm listening, I snapped. Can me, Aya began without raising her head, and her voice gradually faded away. T tried to become your Immortal? I barely heard what she said, and that's with my then by rumor. Did your mother send you? He asked harshly, not wanting to engage in any kind of nonsense. You won't be nice by force. If Aya really needs this, it's worth considering her words, but if mom is just itching to put everything in the direction she needs, I'll sit on the horse, and many will go. If the younger ones and Minato are not interested in me as a family member, then I won't set foot in their house. I figured out how to visit my mother, for nothing I spent my entire adult life spying on her. Even if, not without the help of Kurama, at first. Not only. Aya shouted. I always wanted an older brother or sister. You have him, I said coldly. No. Yoshi. He is jealous and angry that now you get all the attention, but he is good, he just doesn't always understand how to say it correctly, so he hides everything within himself, and plays dirty tricks on the others. Mom loves us very much, often condones and patronizes our pranks, sometimes scolds Dad about this when the Uchiha police catch Yoshi by the scruff of the neck. Let it be known to you that there has never been any initiative on my part in uniting the family. And it wasn't me who initiated all this fuss either. That's not what I'm talking about. I want a quiet, normal family. So that there wouldn't be this constant understatement, these caustic looks at deeds or words, these snippy phrases at the table during breakfast, or the squabbles that Mom has been throwing at Dad lately in the office. I won't talk at all about what happened after the mission. And? What should I do? I shrugged. I thought that your prodigal, unlucky older brother would bring peace and serenity to the family with his squeals, screams, and hooting? For breakfast, as I understand it? I was using sarcasm for. But we could. You apparently don't understand everything. The problem is not with me. I can bet my left hand that in your wonderful house, there is a place for such a compact me, and for Sasuke too. But here's the problem. It won't bring results. But why? The girl squealed with frustration. How do you imagine all this? In what sense? In fact, no matter what, as straight as Yoshi's single convolution. 13 years old, Aya. This is enough to rethink most of your actions, even if you have lived twice as long. I'm talking about Minato now, I think you can guess. Understand one little truth, I am an eyesore for our family. This is not true. Don't interrupt me. I shrugged my shoulders irritably. Let me finish and you can think about my words. Minato is the Hokage of this village. You may not fully realize it, but your father is a politician. There should be one, at least. His behavior proves this so far. I, in turn, am the demon of this village, and it is me who is blamed for the sins of 13 years ago, and at that time I was a couple of hours old, and it's good if I was. Do you think the head of the village will hold his post for a long time if he begins to openly help and undermine me? I don't understand. Jinchuriki. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was a Jinchuriki. 13 years ago, I accepted this position. Minato is a coward. I think he had a lot of fears at that time. And I have no idea what motivated him when he handed me over to the shelter. But there is also such a body in our glorious village, the village council. And besides it, there is also the Jounin council and the clan meeting. Minato largely depends on the decisions of the people who live there. Your father's power is not absolute or even close to that concept. Now Konoha is seething in terms of politics. It's like a jar of spiders. And your father may not be the weakest link in it, but he simply doesn't have the real strength to shut up all the unwanted ones. Minato is now operating on the fact that I supposedly supported him in the eyes of the elders. The truth is exactly the opposite. By openly supporting me as his Jinchuriki son, he is undermining his position among the public. But in the third war he became a hero. I growled. A good hero, if he in the mouth, wrap an unwashed baby after childbirth in a rag and throw it on the steps of the orphanage. No one gives about his position, let it be known to you. And rest assured, if he lets go a little of the balls of those he is holding back from rash decisions, they will quickly work together, and there will be a holiday on your street, a unique one, but a holiday. Funeral. With fanfare, fireworks, honors, and troubadours. Oh, and another large photograph against the backdrop of the eternal flame at the central cemetery. N. Be silent. So here it is. If your dad hits an oak tree, then Lady Fate may ask the well-known fortune to turn to you, your brother and mother, with a very, very good facade. But there are other Uzumaki in Konoha. Mom, the head of the clan, whose strength is not enough to dictate terms to the same Inuzuka, Sarutobi, or anyone else. And allied Uchihas can also become cancer, since there are not so many of them, and there are even fewer powerful Uchihas. The number of shinobi is recovering much more slowly than ordinary citizens. Your father acts very far-sightedly, he takes care of you, maintaining a distance between me and his family. But you. And I covered his ass in front of the council of elders, when he said that the orphanage child was a fake. I needed to protect my mother, and I did it. So you lied. Rewind our conversation to the beginning, listen again and try to think, what will happen to your mother? Don't lie to me. In your father's office, I clearly outlined the boundaries of my attitude towards the family. You see, in addition to politics, there is also a human factor. If I had returned, my mother would have been overjoyed, Minato would have probably gotten an attempt to improve relations, you would have been able to communicate with your older brother, if you consider me such. But look at a few more things. Yoshi's jealousy, pride and stupidity. Pride, hypocrisy, cowardice and self-flagellation of Minato. The omnipresence of the mother. Your curiosity and naivety. My indifference. We will be getting used to each other for a very long time. I will be an eyesore. But, Aya suddenly thought, you never said that you were against communicating with me. Correctly noted, I nodded, winking at Aya. Think about everything that I told you, and talk about this with your mother. And you. I'll help you prepare a gift and come to the holiday. And this is not. Oh Cammy, what a child you are. Okay. You see, the fact that Minato is my father became known to the clan council. I'm almost sure that rumors about this are scurrying around Konoha like stray dogs and tattered cats, of which there are countless numbers. In addition to his enemies, Minato also has supporters. Therefore, my reunification with my family should be gradual and smooth, as if on a knurled pattern. When I was getting ready to leave, I stopped for a couple of seconds. Come here tomorrow at 5 in the morning, Sasuke, and I will wait here. Don't be late. Aya just quickly nodded her head, absent-mindedly looking at my back and smiling stupidly. Well, the first steps have been taken, I mentally noted, using Kamui to move to my Uchiha. A system and coherence of the actions of the limbs appeared in the movements. Arms and legs became more obedient, awkwardness and unnecessary body movements disappeared. Coordination improved, the vestibular apparatus was slightly rebuilt under the influence of the Fox chakra, which led to an improved perception of changes in the position of the head and body in space. Your own chakra became denser, and the channels became thinner, or rather the diameter decreased, but the walls increased by this difference, which allows you to drive away the compacted chakra without a break in the chakra system. Sasuke also grew above herself, but progressed slower, since kurama did not influence her body constantly, but so that our difference did not grow progressively, the fox gradually influenced her as well. The relationship between me and Aya softened. She came to training and watched with envy the difference that formed between her and the same rootless Haruno Sakura, whose persistence in training after the mission in Nami no Kuni was simply exorbitant. However, this is not to say that this did not spur her on. Aya tried and made a lot of efforts to catch up with the older Kunoichi, but she was extremely far from Sasuke. Hatake, surprisingly, zealously took on us. He came quite early, began to explain some aspects of the life of a shinobi, cited cases from practice and life, explained features that were not taught at the academy, and brought fresh news reports. After all, he is a jonin, which means he sits on their council. Kakashi began hunting with us at dinner, but after a couple of days he admitted that we had surpassed him in this, and even more so in preparing the prey. However, there was enthusiasm, passion and initiative. Time passed, and the copy one became more and more like a friend to us than a taicho. It seemed that he was stuck at a younger age. Literally a couple of weeks after the mission, Itachi joined in the efforts to establish friendly partnerships, who doted on his younger sister without sweet dangos at all did not appear at our training ground. A couple of times he tried to pull the tarot with him, but this did not bring much results. Guys, as I know from myself, are extremely stubborn. Until he wants to, and bald, you will force him to do something. Yoshi, by the way, belongs to the same category and visited our training ground with the same effectiveness. But the Hokage. Yandaimyo Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato Minato Namikaze sandboxed me and Sasuke in the presence of Mom and Kakashi, a couple of days after the mission, when everything had settled down. They told something, showed something, and explained something. Kushina inserted a couple of affectionate words. Minato was imbued with all his soul. You see, life in such a high position with constant stress and no chap-chap fundamentally does not suit him. But he doesn't go to the left if he wants to live. The seal in the groin area won't allow it, however, the mother must have the same limiter. How do I know this? From my mother's memories, because at the time of my birth this seal was a long time ago, and the clone that was inside me could not help but know about it. And to top it off, I mean Sasuke and I, also lay claim to such a cunning little thing. Our few in agreement with Sasuke will have to be rebuilt after the first sexual contact, because it is blood. Few and bloody. I squealed, feeling Sasuke's teeth pulling my earlobe. A funny way to take me out of my reasoning, and take it, she's making fun of me. She leaned on me from behind, pressing her chest against me. And besides my stretched out t-shirt, she has nothing on, not including, of course, panties. Oh, my grave sins, I shed tears, turning to myself. Trouble. You can't show off, there's a conspiracy against you. You, by the way, are participating in it. I whined, annoyed. Of course. Sasuke is small. Yeah, small. My back is lying to me. Like death. Besides, weren't you the one who sold me on the confession and offered to put Sasuke in bed? I tried to restore the remnants of pride trampled by this pathetic attempt. And anyway, get out of here, I want to sleep. Sasuke. What are you doing to me? I begged, feeling how her lips closed around my neck. I'm kidding you, the Uchiha chuckled, biting one last time and pulling away. Oh, I suppressed it with such difficulty. Sigh. It's just a beautiful morning, I have a heart on, and she's making jokes. Monster. However, there was no time to speculate further on the difficult fate. Someone was banging on the door, knocking like a hare on a drum. None of our friends definitely comes this early. Everyone knows that we love to sleep. Mom comes in on her own, informs Kakashi about the next mission using a key of blows on the door frame, but she comes to visit using another key, just like Sakura. So, someone new or unwanted opening the door. I was ready to beg Jashin that the guest was unwanted, instead of the one who showed up. Well, I don't trust ANBU. The muzzle face is not visible. And as luck would have it, Sasuke, who came up behind me, decided to stage a concert hugging my groin in such a way that a little lower would be awkward. The ANBU appreciated it, he was numb. Get lost, I asked, mentally promising all the machinations for the Uchiha, who had placed her head on my shoulder. And quickly, we are busy, added Sasuke. Keeping my face monolithic was. Damn me Madara, I don't know how I managed it, but if it weren't for my long hair, which was everywhere and covered part of my face, nothing would have happened. Naruto no Yoko, one person wants to meet you. So much so that ANBU came to me. Is this person so influential or just too rich? I couldn't resist the hairpin. The ANBU reflexively jerked his head, as if he had received a slap in the face. Well, of course, my hint is more than unpleasant. Influential. I think it would be impolite to offend such a respected person with my absence, but that's what I would like. After all, we are busy. As if in confirmation of my words, one of Sasuke's hands, agreeing, ran higher up my chest and began to draw only the patterns she knew. He will be ready to receive you when you are finished. The even voice of the ANBU, as usual, was annoying. Wonderful. By 5 in the evening I will wait for the messenger who will show me the way to any convenient meeting place. Without waiting for his answer, I slammed the door as hard as I could. Sasuke. Yeah, where is it? The asshole darted into the bathroom, and within 2 minutes I was able to smoke her out until she made a mess, although she didn't wear makeup. And not only because she didn't love her. Our training, according to Kurama's program Druid, rank newcomer, was bearing fruit. The smell was what turned Sasuke away from cosmetics. Chemistry and additives or something else, but something hit my nose with such force. In general, what is natural is not ugly, and almost all the guys at the academy were rushing after my Uchiha. She definitely doesn't need makeup, and it was more pleasant to look at her arrogant face, which eloquently says, "You are worse than a piece of dirt under your nails," when such a cute creature was not disfigured by unnaturalness. Here I come, which means I'm a smart guy like this, and that. And ahead of me, ANBU are pushing through the crowd, to whom passers-by give way. Everything would be fine, Sasuke is nearby, no one has spoiled my mood yet, there was no rush. True, this continued until we entered an insignificant establishment where the tables were separated by walls. My feet in my mouth. I mentally described the state of affairs to Kurama. My tails will fit in. Shimura Danzo, I stated quietly, brazenly seating Sasuke at the table/span. But Yoko Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the bandaged head, whose face did not express anything from the word at all, bowed slightly. Without waiting for an invitation, I took the menu from the table and handed it to Sasuke. She will choose it herself, she knows my tastes perfectly. I don't intend to bow down in front of the head of the ANBU, no. He needs something from me, he will explain it, but in the meantime, there is time to take a closer look. The ANBU fighter accompanying us calmly and neatly settled down at the next table, merging with the shadow of the wall. So, have we met? Shall we run away, or will you state the essence of the matter? I asked, looking away and studying the menu. Don't you respect your elders too much? The old man asked coldly. Right. Order. Sasuke poked me in the side and showed with her finger a few lines from the list. When they brought us our order, which turned out to be a whole-baked rabbit, the Uchiha completely switched off from the dialogue. An interesting situation is emerging, Danzo began after all. You are not brought up, you don't see any authorities at all, however, given the words that your parents visited you at the orphanage, this fits, rather weakly? And? I shrugged. Either you and your father are skillfully lying, and relations in the Minato family continue to remain strained, despite the outward reconciliation, or both you and Minato are telling the truth, but continue to play to the public. Although the fact that you had an eye transplant, a successful transplant, at an early age, and the fact that you were able to defeat Kakashi in his test plays in your favor. Your last mission. It's an interesting situation, I really don't know who to believe. Instead of answering, I shrugged my shoulders again, looking at the chewing Uchiha, who was not interested in the world around me at all while the rabbit was intact. I want to offer you a job. Well, of course, otherwise why would you? We are here. I need people for my unit. You're both a little too old to start training, but that doesn't matter. Yours and hers. Danzo just nodded his head towards Sasuke. My people will take over your upbringing and further education. Salary for service, a new place of residence in a decent area, materials and methods for teaching all aspects of mastering the Sharingan, the elements, and so on. Personal teachers. They will make you into high-class fighters and provide you with everything you need. Do you want me to shepherd Minato and his supporters for you? I asked directly, but instead of answering, now Danzo easily shrugged his shoulders, fully answering all the questions. Anything else? I won't offer it twice. I am familiar with your affairs and with the relationship you have with the Hokage, Uzumaki, and Uchiha. The situation is twofold. Either you agree or you don't. Everything you offered us is of no value to us, I answered. Shimura nevertheless opened his eye wider, understanding perfectly well in which direction my thoughts were going. My ability to recognize emotions was now playing a very cruel joke on Danzo, but he doesn't need to know what a Jinchuriki has. However, you can't play with this person, he knows, if not absolutely everything about me, then, the complete information that has ever come out of my mouth in any way may be in his possession. Do you have specific requirements? More than feasible with your capabilities. Sasuke and I went to my mother's holiday together, and spent a third of those on gifts money that was acquired after the massacre of Gato. Aya and I gave my mother a festive kimono, which I helped choose. I also found a visiting artisan seller, from whom I purchased a set of kanzashi made from precious metals. Sasuke was given a porcelain tea set as a gift. And I must admit, Mom reacted very interestingly. An interesting gift, Sasuke, Kushina said, looking at the cups, turning to the Uchiha. Symbolic, in front of Sasuke and looked intently into the multicolored eyes under the bangs. I stood nearby and was only amazed by the words of my girlfriend, who essentially asked my mother for a blessing. This is weird. Sasuke recognized her brother Itachi and her mother, and now included my mother in the list of close people. Or, more correctly, asked for permission to do so. This is exactly what is strange, but Kushina apparently somehow understood the main idea that the Uchiha wanted to convey to her. What do you say, son? The mother's voice seemed benevolent, but the tone was more serious than ever. I threatened to kill Jiraiya if something happened to you. What else do you want to hear, Mom? Sasuke and I are outcasts. Kushina twitched at these words, but continued to confidently look into the eyes of both me and Sasuke. She communicates with her mother and older brother because she feels reciprocal devotion to their feelings and desires. It's the same with you, I just turned out to be an intermediary between you. She and I look at the world and at life from a different angle. I'm ready for Naruto to die. I'll be there if he needs help. But if someone has a hand in this or simply tries, I will wash myself with the blood of my enemy and all those who will be associated with him." The whitened mother perked up, but the strange fire in the Uzumaki's eyes foreshadowed the most painful and a terrible death to anyone who dares to encroach on her children. There are already few Uzumaki left, and here are also her children, her flesh and blood. "You can't live by revenge," said the mother, without hinting at anything. "Yes," I nodded. "You can't live by it, but no one can stop you if you want to take revenge." "But what then?" "In case," the woman's voice wheezed with some kind of hidden pain and despair. "If we can't protect each other," Sasuke answered and turned to face me, peaceful and calm, "and only one of us will be left to trample the mortal earth, he will be swallowed up by Yoko's beasts." "What?" The woman did not understand. "This is our secret, Mom. We will create our own clan," I whispered quietly. "Now let's not talk about sad things, it's your birthday after all. Besides, I'm not going to leave you without grandchildren." "In the future, of course," I smiled mischievously, and Sasuke nodded without changing her face. "Rogue," my mother whispered quietly, starting to cry and pulling us both into her arms. "My son, my sweet little son." When mother led us further into the living room, where all the other guests were already there, the hall plunged into complete silence, seeing the monster of the entire village, that is, the Hokage's son, part-time, as well as the renounced princess of the Uchiha clan and the tear-stained, but terribly pleased birthday girl. No one knew how to react. Minato immediately jumped up to his wife and hugged him. "Is everything okay?" "Hi." Mom responded cheerfully. "It's just that the gifts turned out to be amazing, so I was touched." "Hello, guys," Namikaze nodded. "Go through the living room to the open veranda, everyone who is younger is there." Minato pointed his hand in the right direction where we were sent. There were quite a lot of kids our age and a little older. In addition to Aya and Yoshi themselves, Itachi and Taro were also sitting here. I was quite surprised by Sakura's presence, which means our mothers are friends. There were several more children, of whom I could only single out the scarlet-haired Uzumaki with small glasses and a wild blush on her cheeks. As I passed by, I waved my hand as a greeting and was about to jump over the railing, I didn't have time to walk around the garden. The Hokage's estate was supposed to be there, but I didn't have time. Sasuke grabbed me by the collar and just shook her head offendedly. "Don't be a fool, Yoko," the Uchiha hissed at me. "Then, you'll take a walk harmful, even though she's an Uchiha." I tried to brush it off. "Hello, Naruto," Haruno greeted me with a mask of absolute indifference. "Sasuke, hello to you too, we are a bad influence on you." I nodded approvingly. "Well, of course." Sakura snapped with some unusual dashing fire in her eyes. "Who else will offer me the left guy so that they can put me in bed, and now you blame me for this?" I was a little surprised at her impudence. "Naruto, don't tease." I opened my mouth again in order to justify myself, but it was immediately covered by the Uchiha's palm. "Don't clown around, don't pour out sarcasm, don't poison people with your causticity, don't hit everyone you meet on the head, don't act like a fool, don't use shinobi techniques in public, don't pester people with idiotic offers to commit some absolutely safe little madness, don't blackmail." "Something else?" I bared my teeth. I said, "Not poison of people. Yours." Sarcasm. "Sasuke," I leaned in hard, so that we almost touched each other's lips. "You know what you're inciting me to do now?" An insinuating whisper sobered the girl, but her eyes lit up with childishness. "No way." The Uchiha deftly dodged, leaving me with my nose, and went to meet those whom she did not yet know. "Naruto," Itachi smiled, joining the conversation, "you have completely spoiled my little sister. The only one, by the way." "Don't pretend to be a nanny, Itachi. This role is by no means for you. And don't forget, she's my girlfriend, and I hope she's happy with her situation. And regarding the fact that my sister is the only one, let's just say that I am not authorized to resolve such issues. Don't you find it?" "Huh." As always, in his invariable manner of getting on people's nerves. Glad to see you, Yooko, the Uchiha nodded, extending his hand for a handshake. Uchiha Itachi, servile as always. I returned the courtesy and shook hands. Sasuke's older brother just grinned, radiating contentment. It's rare that someone can sneer at the Uchihas and, importantly, is not afraid to pay for their words later. Uchihas are vengeful, you know. In general, it was only with Itachi that I barked, because the rest of the red-eyed ones, for the most part, got on my nerves with their swaggering character. Yoko, my Uchiha called out to me, and do you know that you have another sister? Uchiha, I snorted, showing my disinterest, and you know that I have problems with all my relatives? Look, even my future brother-in-law, I uncivilly pointed a finger at Itachi, is also soon a relative, but his face doesn't change at all. At least make a face for the sake of decency, or what? Instead of answering, Itachi waved his hand and smiled, such a sincere smile. Naruto, well, I asked. Plus, she's cute and just shy to meet you. Sasuke did not let up. Shy. Oh, sweet and shy young ladies. This is me always. And you have the nerve to say this to my face? Sasuke believably portrayed amazement and disbelief. Not only that. I have enough conscience for this. Well, where's the small and shy creature? Well, come to me. The manic expression of my muzzle negated all the charm of the moment. The little thin Uzumaki girl in funny glasses squeaked in a hunted manner and fell into a life-saving faint. I've already seen this somewhere. What happened here? A stately woman came to our veranda. She was really beautiful. Blonde hair neatly framed her pretty face. Coffee eyes sparkled with sparks of life and only sometimes were tinged with something dark, hidden, which could neither be seen nor read, only learned from the man himself and only by his own will. The baggy haori did not at all hide her amazing figure, a compact figure, not a girl's, but a woman's. She was more than just beautiful. Suddenly, as if a knitting needle had been driven under my shoulder blade, I realized that I was admiring a mature woman and comparing her to Sasuke. The sensory emanations of my Uchiha and this woman were very similar. Not similar, but her mixture of emotions had the same attractive flavor as Sasuke's. Well? The eyebrows shifted slightly, and the hands rested on the sides. Here, with my little sister, are we having fun? For the sake of plausibility, I even shuffled my foot, causing the unhappy Uchiha Itachi to shake in a fit. Are you so sorry that the baby passed out? The woman attacked me exclusively, personally. And this is my godson? Yes, that's a cross, mother, I'm not even in the tooth, what are we talking about? I responded, arching my chest like a wheel. Mother. Do you even know how old I am? The blonde roared. Not in my heart. I bared my teeth impudently, and before she had time to disperse even further, a strong slap on the back of the head knocked me over. Sasuke squatted over my head. She frowned and was thinking intensely about something, her gaze sometimes for a moment moved to the woman and back. The resulting picture put everyone in a stupor, including the new arrivals. The resulting picture stupefied everyone, including the new arrivals. I don't care if you compare me with someone. The calm voice broke out into a predatory roar, an animal roar. Her eyes were stained with the blood of the Sharingan and the violet of the Rinnegan, only her thick hair saved her from exposure. The Uchiha leaned on one hand, placing it next to my head, because I did not deign to get up. Sasuke closed the distance between us. That's not what's pissing you off, Uchiha. Her tone and expression automatically crept onto my face. You are jealous. Yoko, the impassive voice, seemingly familiar, now revealed something terrible. I warned you, don't organize a concert. I know that it is very difficult for her to express her feelings, and she is very grateful to my ability to feel emotions. There is no need to explain everything, to rack my brains. She feels, I respond, and vice versa. This reciprocity satisfies her. Now she was jealous simply because she understood the essence of what had happened. Someone's range of emotions was just as pleasant to the taste for me as her own. Her nerves were tugged at by the thought that preference was not given to her with lightning speed. Don't drink me, Uchiha. I began to rise, completely ignoring her resistance to hold me from below. Stop it, he immediately pulled her away as soon as she opened her mouth. What the, sometimes neighing like a donkey, sometimes turning pale like a bride in a too tight corset, Itachi could not understand the essence of the conversation between us. Sasuke, calm down, I said. A guttural growl escaped by itself, and not because I strained the ligaments, not at all, it turned out more than naturally, it's just that her emotions do not change, stubborn as a donkey. By the end of the phrase I was already on feet and turned to the woman, as well as several guests who had come out to see what had happened. Sasuke remained behind, blazing with emanations of discontent and irritation, but in an instant everything stopped. The Uchiha grabbed the edge of my t-shirt and pulled, reminding me of herself and asking for attention. She poked her forehead into my back, but didn't say anything. What a smart girl you got. The fox's unexpectedly serious voice from the subconscious did not allow me to simply dismiss the Uchiha's youthful impulse. My indignation suddenly found understanding from the eternal ulcer. What a stupid question, fox muzzle. Her. You'll understand, then she fawns like a cat, then, like now, for example, she gets mad for no reason, and rake for me. And this is not enough for me, her emotional sphere is blazing through the mental with such force that I have to limit myself and curtail my sensitivity. Why are you surprised? PFRRR, I exhaled forcefully, mentally imagining the concert that they would throw for me at home. I know that it's a sin for me to complain, but damn, her behavior sometimes freaks me out. Out of the rut. I don't understand. People with their cockroaches in their heads are worse than the horde-starving fleas. You and she are a couple and live in perfect harmony almost from birth. For her it's normal for her to include you in her comfort zone and calculate the consequences of her actions, taking into account one more person. You, it seems, treat everything that happens without such awe and attention to extremely small details, unlike Sasuke herself. This suits her in principle, and she knows that almost any actions on her part will not entail your censure. And what does Chap Chap have to do with it? Despite your stupid head, this will put an end to the courtship phase. It was very strange to hear such detailed and restrained explanations from Kurama, that is, absolutely without the usual sarcasm, a calm and measured growl/span. Mom was sincerely glad that life and youthful jokes were returning to her house, but at the same time she tried to call us to order. And as a natural result, some of the guests shied away from such a voice, and a pretty woman jumped up and grabbed Karen and hugged her to herself, fearing for the baby. Naruto, my boy, another word, and I'll start to get nervous, a voice Kushina, saying, and she herself glowed with happiness. But it's not, I started, but I was interrupted. Young clown, Senja muttered, still offended. For mother. Fahahaha, was heard from all sides. Slap. The slap from mom found its addressee. Naruto no Yoko, love me and please me, here and now, She nodded cheerfully, but when she saw me, she became shy. Giggle came from the mother, who sat down next to her and stroked the baby. Karen-chan, is everything okay? Get up, beautiful girl. After looking around, I notice that almost all the guests of the house have gathered for the performance. Squatting next to the unconscious Uzumaki, I carefully lift her eyelids. My Rinnegan underhenge began to ripple and calm down, and I gently penetrated the girl's subconscious, pushing her out. For credibility, he gently patted her cheeks. We'll talk at home, Sasuke, I whisper softly and feel how she trembles and clings to me, after which she pulls away and nods. I carefully snatch my t-shirt from Sasuke's hands, and before she has time to react accordingly, to be offended, I hug her head with one hand, pressing her to myself. Roughly speaking, she views them all as competitors in the fight for strong offspring, from a strong male, to whom she is not indifferent. Sympathy is part of her human nature, and the leaping instincts are animal. Precisely, females. Kurama, that stinks. I was sure that this will understand me correctly. You idiot, Kurama growled good-naturedly. She is a woman who is learning to be a beast. Girls grow up earlier, and taking into account the influence of my chakra, many times earlier. Accordingly, add hormones and the specifics of your individual training. Some instincts become more intense than usual. By attracting your attention, she distracts you from other females. Everything seems simple. Is my attention so valuable to her? Yes. Courtship, when a male of one species attracts the attention of a female of his own species. The natural result of courtship is the final arrangement of axioms. You are her male, she is your female. It's simple. Until this moment, her task is to keep you interested in herself, so she creates all sorts of things. Courtship. I swallow pointedly so as not to lose my belligerently idiotic face. Good girl. Gradually the holiday returned to normal. Mom introduced me to one of the Sanins, Senju Tsunade, who was my mother's great-aunt, as well as Nana Uzumaki, her cousin on the other side, and her daughter, Karen, who herself was her great-aunt. I must say the story of their search, Nana and her daughter Karen, did not interest me at all, but since Kushina Uzumaki took up the restoration of her clan in Konoha, I was little surprised that there were a couple of more scarlet-haired people among the guests. The evening was waning, and some guests with children began to go home. Only a narrow circle of limited people remained. Well, don't be so categorical, the fox grinned in his subconscious. Naruto, Minato came up to me with a thoughtful look. I would like you to go home too. I'm not kicking you out, you and Sasuke can take any guest room upstairs, but I want to hold a small meeting. Knowing full well that I would understand him, he looked both calm and serious at the same time. Games of big politics on the small map, Konoha. It's funny. I have something to say at your gatherings, and then I will leave this house. You're not a fool, right? I hinted at the lack of warm reciprocity between us, and Minato nodded, a little saddened, but very restrained. Proud. Until you kick him, he won't move. The fox laughed. Shut up, for Kami's sake, shut up. For FYR, don't be so cold, in a soft, ingratiating baritone said Kurama, making me literally tremble from a herd of goosebumps. I mentally screamed, feeling the eyelid of my left eye twitching nervously. Mahahaha. Minato led me through to a small hotel where representatives of some Konoha clans were gathered. Such as, say, Nara, in the person of the head of the Shikaku clan, Uchiha, in the person of Fugaku, happy as a pig-in, and Uzumaki, in the person of his mother. There were leftovers, for example, the only Senju and the no less population-lucky Hitaki. Jiraiya is alone, and nearby are several Jounins, as well as Yugao Yuzuki. But what drove me into a stupor was Orochimaru, the absolute, made of flesh and blood with a pale rubber muzzle. Not for myself. It burst out by itself, and out of curiosity, I even went up and, grabbing the taken-aback Sannin by the cheeks, stretched it. Real. In the deathly silence, a minute later, Tsunade's hysterical laughter was heard. She didn't want to calm down, she started banging her forehead on the table, sobbing, muttering something, awkwardly waving her arms and gesticulating. Hands, Orochimaru barked at me. Sorry, I stretched my muzzle with my fingers and let go, jumping away so that the snake wouldn't bite me from under the collar of the Sanin's kimono. Impudent boy, just like his mother. The snake snorted. Yes, I wanted to give a, and before anyone could speak out, I raised my hand to continue. There is a small detail that I want to announce so that I can leave you all later. I am unpleasant to you, and this is mutual. Let's not scoff hypocritically. Oh, Minato exhaled tiredly and heard exactly the same sigh from Fugaku. Since my Uchiha only stuck her head out from behind the door, the man was reasonably afraid of a new trick from his daughter, remembering the meeting of the elders of his clan. What do you have, Naruto? So. Straight to the point. In a few days, there will be a village council, if I'm not mistaken. Naruto, not that it was a secret, but how? Take it, do you manage to keep abreast of everything that's going on around you? Asked the mother, her back tiredly hunched, her restless son was already worth a lot of nerves. There is an excuse, I simply shrugged, not wanting to express everything in one word, Sasuke, and said too. So here it is. Minato, tomorrow on your desk will be my petition to create Yoko Ikuzoku in Konoha. And I need you to approve of it. Did you, in the end, Dottie? Tsunade stumbled, trying to find a word. Stop, Shikaku raised his hand, looking closely at me and squinting suspiciously. Yoko oh, the man drawls, it sounds, however, this will be an independent clan? Absolutely, everyone's gaze turned towards Nara, expressing the degree of surprise with their eyes, ready to fall out at any moment. As the heir to the head of Uzumaki Ikuzoku, I can renounce my claims to this post and transfer this right to the younger children of Kushina Uzumaki, thereby greatly simplifying Minato's life. Yoko Ikuzoku will become an independent clan and offshoot of the Uzumaki. I again raised my hand, calling for silence. It's quite simple. Such a maneuver will deprive Fugaku, who is sitting here, of hemorrhoids the size of his fist, since soon Uchiha Sasuke will become my wife. An offshoot, Nara drawls thoughtfully, frowning. The feeling of a catch did not leave him. I will discuss the relationship between Uzumaki and Yoko privately with my mother, and not at the round table of renegades of real power, I smiled dashingly in response. Everyone immediately became angry. Of course, I just wiped them with my muzzle into the real state of affairs. They know this perfectly well even without me, but this is what even someone like me knows about this, and also the fact that it is I who trample on their calluses. This, of course, is very wonderful, Orochimaru began sweetly, but why did you decide that the people present here, especially after your obvious hints and insults, would support your idea at the council, Mima? Quite simple. All I need is the approval of the Hokage, the consent of the council, expressed by 2 votes of the heads of the clans, whose number is more than 50 people, no matter whether they are shinobi or not. And the situation of those gathered here is, to put it mildly, crap. The real power, finances, shinobi staff and trade turnover of all of you combined is less than 25% of Konoha. Approximately 20% support a neutral position. The rest is discussed between the elders. That is, to put it simply, your situation is crap, since a huge part of the village's gross profit flies past your pocket, and past the Hokage administration, as well as the village budget. And why did you decide that these 2, can you get votes? Fugaku snorted, clearly unhappy with such a conversation. 1 voice, I corrected. The head of Uzumaki Ikuzoku is unlikely to refuse me. Not only because I am her son, but also because she understands that a loyal Jinchuriki is worth a lot. Kushina had to admit that she was right, but in the emotional sphere she still smelled of discontent. Especially when my status is mentioned. She clenched and unclenched her fists in order to somehow calm down. But Nara and Fugaku also understood the hint correctly. And if earlier my support was figurative, now it can become real. Well, let's say, Nara said. But does or will Yoko Ikuzoku have any special trait? This will greatly simplify the matter. If I had about 3 years old, I would say, is there, I shrug without explaining in any way. And let's say, you have received consent. There is not much benefit from the fact that a Jinchuriki officially supports the government, simply because your reputation is a little tarnished. Nara has used words and sarcasm better than just words. For 13 years now, Shikaku finished off, AI equals 8, I nodded with an important look, admitting that he was right. And I will also provide you with a very useful operational report on the person who works for Danzo, KRYAP. Mom completely accidentally tore off a piece of the tabletop, and Tsunade slammed it with such force that the wood bent. I felt the fear coming from Orochimaru. Yes, we are already aware that the Sannin Orochimaru worked for Root, and now from time to time oversees some of Root's projects, about which we receive fresh information, said Jiraiya. Never were talking about him. I shrugged again, starting to bite my nails with nothing to do. People began to look at each other. Their union is already not distinguished by its unity and strength, and then there is this good news. And if Minato was confident in his wife and friend Fugaku, then as for the rest of the Jounin and several ANBU, the question is a little moot. You will get my vote, Nara suddenly cut in, although I expected it to be an Uchiha. But here's what's strange. The consent of the council implies not only the approval of the Hokage and the voices of the 2 heads of clans, but also 3 elders. Yeah, I heard, I nod, that's why I agreed on this with Danzo in advance. It's worth thinking about everything, Nara nodded to his thoughts. Idiot, Senju growled, he did not allow us to start discussing our plans, informing him that he had to inform on Minato's supporters in advance. To put it simply, he did not bring any useful information from us for Danzo, but provided it to us. What do you mean? Jiraiya did not understand. He didn't take anything with him, Orochimaru continued, putting his hands into the sleeves of his kimono. Unless, my interest in your actions, what is this? I secured support from Danzo in advance, and without him the idea would not have worked out. He came here and extracted agreement from us, practically promising loyalty as a Jinchuriki, as well as a new clan with a possible distinctive feature under the rule of Kushina. Perhaps the loyalty of the Jinchuriki, who had already begun to establish relations with his bijou. Nara shot his eyes at Hataki, then at Minato, who were present at some long-standing conversation between the elders and Naruto. Why is this bad for Konoha as a whole? And most importantly, a favor. Jiraiya soared. Calm down, Shikaku continued in a mentoring voice, ignoring the attacks. Naruto did us a favor, are you crazy? Fugaku jumped up, completely forgetting about who he was talking to, although he could afford such a thing, to some extent. Calm down. Nara intervened. We have nothing to worry about, just try to touch my son, Kushina growled, not allowing the thought of betrayal on the part of her firstborn to strengthen. She come and talk, and only then will he judge. I will gut you on this table and crucify you on the gates of my clan with my chains. The unambiguous hint was more than transparent. Minato-sama, what should we do? Maybe, only after a few minutes people began to die from shock. The first to react was Yugao. Before anyone did anything, I got up and left, taking Sasuke. Jiraiya burst out, for which he immediately paid with a slap on the head, which was given simply automatically. I mean about the situation in general, and not about you in particular. In the oppressive silence, tense and terrifying, no one uttered a word. Most of all, I didn't like my mother's condition. She was completely confused and did not know how to react to this. In the emotional sphere, there was clearly desperation. She probably thinks that in this way I betrayed her, although I said that she and Sasuke are the most important thing, what keeps me in Konoha. Sasuke and I returned home after a good walk on the street. The Uchiha closed the door behind her, activating the barrier circuits, took off her shoes, and remained standing rooted to the spot. Sasuke? What? The Uchiha mutters, almost snorting. I don't understand. I eloquently spread my arms and arched my eyebrow, being sure that the Rinnegan sees me, despite the bangs he was hiding behind. She hesitates to answer, and the emotional sphere begins to fill with excitement, confusion, along with shame and anger. The latter was directed more inward, that is, at oneself rather than at me. Do I attract you? What? The question from my lips sounded hoarse. What the Naya, Uchiha? You said that we would talk at home. Sasuke raised his head. So I want to talk. Pulling up my sleeve, I exposed the seal of the preliminary agreement. I made you an offer, to which you agreed. Did I break off my engagement? I showed my irritation with a growl, although, in fact, there was no reason. I just got tired of it. No, Sasuke turned away. I show signs of attention, other girls? Stepping forward, I forced her to retreat. No, the Uchiha answers firmly, she tries, but this one won't be able to deceive me. Maybe I stopped provide them to you? I bark at her and come even closer, because of which I have to look down. And no, the girl became even more embarrassed, pressing her head into her shoulders. And since you don't have a reason, maybe then you'll stop picking on my brains? The Uchiha slightly tilted her head, but then her emotions began to show malice and anticipation. She likes to play on my nerves and wait for the outcome, see what I will do this time or let everything go to the breaks again. Tries to manipulate. I don't like it when I feel other people's strings above me, unless it's part of my own plan. No, her eyes sparkle mockingly when she raises her head. GRR, the hand twitched, grabbing her by the back of her head and pulling her. She has to stand on her tiptoes, and with one jerk I push my knee between her legs. Pulling my leg, I threw her up, grabbing one breast with my other hand and squeezing it forcefully. Eyes wide open, the Uchiha stumbles upon my gaze from two dangerously burning ones dojutsu. Interspersed with kisses, I forcefully grabbed her lip and ecstatically felt the taste of her blood. Metallic and slightly sour. When the Uchiha tried to take revenge by biting me, I squeezed my chest harder and strained my knee, slightly lifting her on my leg. She moaned with bliss, wrapping her arms around my neck, and her hands, once resisting, began to intertwine the hair on the back of my head and pull back the collar of my kimono, so that in the next moment they would dig their nails into the skin of my back. Tears the skin without thinking about anything. I tensed my body more, forcing her to bend under me. She barely touched the floor with her fingers. My knee was pressing palpably on her crotch, straining the fabric of the kimono and forcing her to react to such rough caresses. Her shoulder blades were pressed against the wall, because I wasn't going to let go of the tender girl's breasts. Sasuke pulls painfully, feeling my second hand pulling her hair at the back of her head. Yako, she whispers, as soon as her lips received a second of freedom. Shut up. I growled, moving my leg again and enjoying her moan. The strange pleasure of feeling power over her turned my head. She annoyed me with her outbursts, her attacks of jealousy, and even towards that same Haruno. To me, this is the feeling she gives off in her mentality. I wanted to finally shut her up once and for all, subjugate her and enjoy her alone. The Uchiha again moaned into her lips at the rough, methodical movements of her knee. I know what she likes. And she perceives even rudeness on my part as attention directed exclusively at her. She gets a kick out of it, she's the owner who enjoys it when I look and react only to her. Do you like it? I bite her again, feeling the lump on her chest under the kimono and squeezing it with my fingers. Oh. It hurts me. Sasuke whined. Yes, you should make exactly such sounds. Flashed through my head at the moment when the Uchiha suddenly twitched convulsively and began to shake lightly, hanging limply on my leg. When the hand squeezing her hair loosened its grip, Sasuke rested her face on my collarbone, noisily swallowing large portions of air. She licked her lips with pleasure, feeling her own blood. Abruptly removing my leg, with what gloating and pleasure I watched my girlfriend, who squeaked pitifully and sank along the wall onto her knees. She remained sitting, leaning on her hands. Repeat? The growl in my voice was already much less when I squatted down in front of her. Sasuke silently extended a shaking hand and squeezed the collar of my kimono, awkwardly stretched and grabbed my neck with her other hand, using me as support. No, I'm sorry, I feel her hot, ragged breath on my neck. You're just a selfish, arrogant owner, who is ready to tear the throat of anyone else just for a sidelong glance at me. Where is that little Sasuke, who was always sweet and shy, was a little cowardly, demanded only affection and hid all her emotions under a crust of impregnable ice? And now? You catch an orgasm from rough touches. Her ear is nearby, and my hissing and growling makes her tremble easily and release emanations of anticipation and pleasure. There was no answer, but I felt a weightless kiss right in the place where the carotid artery passed, following the rhythm of a rumbling heart. Then a rough tongue passed over the skin, and her lips touched the same place again. How to understand this? As an apology for your obnoxious behavior that you were dissatisfied. I didn't want to anger and irritate you, but I really wanted to get attention. Even that kind. And I won't have anything against, in the future. Then from now on, stop acting like a pretty girl, Kunoichi Uchiha Sasuke. Even teeth weakly and softly closed on the skin of my neck, and then I felt the rough surface of my tongue. Go to the shower, I said peremptorily, getting up. Then I'll go, and we'll go to bed. The organ of premonition hints at an early visit from the mother, and maybe not her alone. There was a soft knock on the door as the alarm clock struck 8 o'clock. I didn't feel like sleeping at all, and I wasn't the only one. Sasuke also hadn't slept for a couple of hours, she was just basking next to me. Constant training and, in fact, living in the fresh air led to a failure of the internal clock. I liked the night more for its hidden and deceptive silence, and the dangers quietly waiting and tracking your every careless step. Go, set the table, I asked, coldly, which sounded more like an order. Sasuke silently reached out and again fell to my neck. Not for long, just for a moment, and then she went to carry out the assignment. Her emotional sphere shimmered softly with contrasts of pleasure. I'm happy with everything. Strange. I'll open it now, I responded, pulling on a t-shirt and straightening my long hair. The delegation was large and complete. Good morning, my mother greeted me neutrally, although I perfectly feel the confusion. Kushina wants a hug, but she is afraid of her worst fears, and due to the fact that in our family the relationship is far from normal, she just doesn't know how to behave correctly so as not to derail the conversation and push me away. Yo! Hatake greeted me joyfully, extending his open palm forward to give a high five and relieve everyone's tension. Hey, I clapped back. And you won't get sick, I nod my head at Tsunade and Jiraiya. Setting down at the table where a light breakfast was served and waiting for the kettle to boil, Mom couldn't stand it first. Naru, I would like to talk to you about what happened yesterday? Happened? I raise an eyebrow. Give me the meat, the Uchiha quietly whispers in my ear, not reaching the plate with the chopped dry dish. Having received what he wanted, Sasuke turns off again dialogue. When she eats, she doesn't react to anything, with a few exceptions. And while it's silent, I like it better. Apparently I haven't recovered from yesterday yet. Mom swallowed her saliva and exhaled, putting down the cutlery. I want to know how you are related to Danzo. I want to know everything. Senju and Jiraiya glanced disapprovingly at her. I believe that the original idea was the insinuating and thoughtful dialogue of hints, which politicians love so much and from which they then build theories for hours, sitting somewhere under a tavern in deep apathetic solitude with a glass of wine or something else, slowly plunging into the abyss of their own genius and ability. Read the interlocutor. But Hatake pleased me. He sits, eats our cooking with Sasuke and does not blow his mustache. It is very, very difficult to understand what is happening to this subject, even taking into account sensory input, simply because he himself cannot really understand himself and his desires. He likes his team, and he feels how his life is changing, so he gradually becomes attached. Are you afraid that I will stab you in the back? I asked point blank. Such questions allow you to very sharply, and without embellishment, show the degree of mutual trust. And right now, I feel the pressure on her of responsibility for her allies, and the pressure that I, her firstborn, once lost, but found again, surviving and hiding in the shadows, can undermine all her work, the rest of the family, because he knows how much we don't get along. And this makes her feel even worse. Don't pose the question this way, the woman became haggard. I found out that you were alive several months ago. And my husband, my shield and support, betrayed me. And I firmly believed. I believe you too, but I'm afraid to even think about what will happen to you, in Korn. You have a difficult character, and then. Pfft, I snored in response, although her words were pleasant to me, they were true. Yes, I didn't give a damn about the ANBU, no I need them, and you're ready to set us up? Tsunade intervened, although it was impossible to detect even a bit of accusation in her voice. Frame? You? Watch your tongue, woman. For me, you and the root are one, I answered dirtily, making the woman roll her eyes at me. What? It seemed that Senju's surprise had no limits or any boundaries. Who are you for me, Senju Tsunade? Your godmother. She growled in response, completely changing her behavior pattern. Sun and dear, we are coming to you. Came from the subconscious. So what? I've known you for one day. Bribes are fine with me. Stop acting like a little child offended by life. T is not the only one in the world, considering what you are getting yourself into. If I had known that you were alive, I would have appeared earlier, and I'm not the only one. ANBU, no, is not a joke. No one dares to argue with Danzo and the elders. Maybe you can protect Sasuke, a sidelong glance towards the Uchiha, so as not to be distracted from the thought, but she is not the whole world. You have a family and people you can trust. Do you know what it sounds like? I arch my eyebrow questioningly. You can't trust anyone, but I can. I'm sorry, but I don't trust you once. 2. I will remind you, Senju, that you are playing politics, democracy, and diplomacy. That's all, both, and the other, and the third is the art of speaking, in this case, good Jinchuriki to me, until you have a stronger club. What do you want to say? Jiraiya climbed in. Sannin, I pointed my finger at him, Sannin, my hand pointed at Senju. Jonin, rank S, I point at Kakashi. Minato Namikaze, or lightning, or flash. Bloody habanero, why don't you just cut out Danzo, all the Naanbu, the elders, and their entourage? What's the problem? Do you, even, have any idea what you're even talking about? Tsunade wheezed. Behind them all are a good half of the Konoha shinobi. Hatake cut in and immediately returned to food. Sasuke and I are a bad influence on him. He becomes even more of a carefree person than before. /span, he refused and set his own conditions. I needed my clan, I mean the voices of the elders on the council, and everything else spin as you want. My clan, to rid themselves and Sasuke from encroachments from Uchiha Ikazoku, Senju Ikazoku, Tsunade's eyebrows fly up, Uzumaki Ikazoku, and also to gain a little autonomy from any representatives of the ruling elite. And a small plot of land for the clan's territory, again with reservations. I receive the priority right to buy out, and not the land itself, that is, you, Tsunade began, but was interrupted by me, not you. Minato, I don't need handouts to the dog from the hands of the owner of the Konoha bug infestation for nothing but, we, the mother's voice trembled, also offered, education. People immediately turned gray in their faces, education, professional teachers, coaches, normal housing, and not a one-room apartment in which 2 people live, a teenager with playing hormones, a solid allowance, a lot of things, if you take it well. Much of what you all could provide me, and how much did you sell for, godson? Jiraiya bared his teeth, demonstrating a gasped character after removing the bookmarks. What did they offer you if you agreed to knock, deal? I simply answered. Myself, I noted the mother's verbal formulation, she asks for herself, for the sake of what is important to her personally, and not to anyone else. Mother already understands, and knows me quite well, she studies my habits and way of thinking very quickly. Too fast, then, Mom reminds of her presence, tell me what connects you with Danzo, I don't mean anything. When I have something to say, I speak, or maybe you meant it. Jiraiya frowns, nodding briefly at the Uchiha. Besides this, they themselves are one of the most powerful shinobi, reminds Tsunade. And we don't have a club, as you put it. A senju? Are you a senju? No, Tsunade, I am not a senju, but I have senju genes in me, just genes, of which there are not very many. The whitened woman became haggard, since she was the last to represent the once glorious and numerous, powerful clan. He left behind only a woman heartbroken and lonely, to whom the light is not sweet, and a glimmer of light can only be in a glass of warm sake. Leave us, please, my mother asked. I want to talk to Naruto myself. But, Jiraiya was immediately shut up and dragged out of the house. Kakashi took a plate of food and went out himself after Tsunade. Tell me, my mother rose from the table and walked around it, crouching in front of me, what's happening, Naruto? After all, you warned us that you would have to keep an eye on Minato supporters. I have to support him. He is my husband and the father of my children, 2 of them, until you acknowledge him. Of course, I understand that he acted like a pig, but... Just tell me and calm my heart. Mom asked with tears. You have no reason to worry. It's really only you and Sasuke that keep me in this village. To protect myself for a while, I agreed with Danzo, but set my own conditions. He accepted them. That means he's a fool himself. But why? So that later I can remove it, I shrug. My clan will be a branch of the main branch of the Uzumaki. Only you, the head of the clan, can give me orders. We will discuss this more fully when everything is sealed on paper, then no one can find fault. And if Shimura rocks the boat, makes even a small move in your direction, I will kill him. But he is the head of ANBU, you know. You are forgetting yourself, little one. Habanera, Kurama rumbled, tickling Kushina behind the collar with his tail, which made her jump onto the ceiling with a squeal. SS- came from above when she realized where and from whom the threat came. Fahahaha. The harmful rebel is still afraid of tickling. Mom, you don't know much, I admitted. And what are you constantly hiding from me? Came from above. Well, that's enough. Get down. And yes, I'm hiding it. What do you want me to do? You see, all sorts of people are walking here. They call him Godson. But no one wanted to take responsibility except you. Mom deftly turned over in the air to land in front of me and hug me softly. Little son, why are you growing up so quickly as a willful and proud man, making you feel like you're behind a stone wall? Why are you allowing yourself to be weak? She asked sadly, but inside mother was happy, shimmering in the atmosphere with sparks of care and pure, unclouded love and gratitude. Stop crying, I frowned pointedly, holding out my hands and wiping away my tears. You better smile, otherwise my memory immediately helpfully pictures your image on your knees in front of the grave. I will repay your trust and tears many times over. Because I want to protect you, because people like me, who can afford to terrorize ordinary people and the stupid crowd, are necessary. Wild and animal horror of me is what will allow me to protect you from hardships and troubles. And we, people of this type, are very selfish. I hugged the joyful woman tightly. Oh, my mother carefully pulled away, continuing to hold me by the shoulders, a little more, and I'll start to envy your Sasuke. Where are my young years? This is the Uzumaki woman speaking, who is not even 40 years old, and these devils live many times longer. Finally, the Uchiha gave her voice, blushing like the color of poppies when her mother she called it mine herself. Pfft. Kushina proudly turned away, but then pulled me towards her again, starting to whisper, leaning towards my ear, I drove away the bad thoughts and anxieties that you sowed without explaining anything last night. I thought I'd come and find out everything would fall into place, and you'd explain everything to me. It was scary that you might side with Shimura. Don't be mad at me, son, I really love you. I worry. This is not a lack of trust in you or some plans against you. Kami, how scary it was to hear you say about the agreement with Danzo. Please, Naruto, my son, I have already been through a lot. Despite the fact that I am very young among the Uzumaki, gray hair has not escaped me. Please, if you don't include me in your decision-making process, at least get some advice. I won't, and I can't, decide for you, you simply won't allow it, but don't make me rush from corner to corner out of excitement and thereby create additional problems with my rash actions. Just warn me that you will try to get into something again, but nothing threatens you. Just calm me and my mother's heart. HMG, the woman sobbed into my shoulder. Okay, my hugs became wider and stronger, and my mother began to calm down, feeling strong hands on her back. Stop worrying, everything will be, if not good, then tolerable. And very soon the Uzumaki clan will have a younger branch, Yoko. Yep, Mom smiled and, grabbing Sasuke by the scruff of the neck, hugged the two of us tighter. I love you, dunces. Ground number 44 is a closed section of Konoha, where Chunin Shuriken has been held for centuries. The tasks, examiners, victory conditions, time, etc., changed, but only the place remained unchanged. This training ground was actually just part of a huge forest that was once grown by Hashirama Senju. It was tens of times larger than Konoha itself, whose protective walls covered barely 10%, or even less. The training ground is located precisely on this part of the forest, fenced by a village wall. But the rest of the forest, not fenced by the landfill, was, let's say, ownerless real estate. Even shinobi were skeptical about the idea of building a house on the edge of the forest. In the unfenced part of the forest, which was separated from the residential part of the village by a wide river flowing through the entire village, one could most often meet an Izuka, who walked their ninken here or rarely went hunting, the Aburame, who searched for exotic insect species, and Yamanaka, who did not go further than a couple of kilometers and collected useful plants among the undergrowth. By the way, a small part of the forest was fenced here, which belonged to Nara Ikazoku, and where they raised their deer. No one else came here. The dense forest, whose tree crowns covered the sky, hid many secrets and dangers in the form of razor-sharp claws and hungry, slobbering, toothy jaws. There were even carnivorous plants here that could easily devour a cat or a small dog. Nah. And Hashirama actually nurtured this forest, no one had any idea, not even his granddaughter. And after the animals settled here and gradually evolved, turning into killing machines, the forest became truly dangerous. Civilians were always prohibited from entering here, at any time of the day, genin only with an official named permit signed by the Hokage, and very rarely it was possible to enter unaccompanied using such passes. The creatures that lived here evolved for only one reason, Senchakra. Hashirama grew this forest using her, and this is the result. The natural energy that the forest is full of affects all living things like yeast. This is one of the reasons why the censors here are trying to train, since chakra fluctuations in the forest always interfere. It's like increasing control over the chakra with constant training with water, leaves, or walking on trees. Did I tell you that I love you? The Uchiha asked with an impersonal expression, but I know. It only happened a couple of times, there is no need to repeat it. You'll tell me if this changes. Sasuke snorted, but smiled and forcibly pulled me towards her by the collar to give me a kiss. Sweet, hot, with a taste of blood. Grr, a guttural growl, signifying satisfaction, came naturally as I exhaled, my throat had already undergone changes. How did you manage? Asked the Uchiha, referring to our future home. Danzo gave me the right to purchase territories, so I chose a place convenient for myself. And they allowed here? Minato helped, he signed the petition. What, really without pitfalls or a buried pig? A neat eyebrow arched sarcastically. Why? Danzo put pressure on the cadastral agency, and for the 2.5 hectares of forest where I chose the site, I had to give all our savings and money from the mission in the country of waves. It's sad, the Uchiha puffed out her cheeks, but her eyes said that she was very, very pleased. And I must admit, not without reason. Learning here will go faster, the energy of the forest will spur our development. Of course, if we were outside the village, in the heart of the forest, it would be even better, but who will let me go? In addition, we will finally get rid of everyone's attention, since here you can only meet Anbu and joins, rarely chunits, and all kinds of living creatures, but we will add trouble to the Anbu not who heard me, which will make Danzo and his personal elderly lickers. What is not a reason for joy? I feel like a cat who in his slippers, where he stepped. By the way, a very plausible allegory, because from the point of view of influence, his, in the sense of Danzo, and mine, this is how it will turn out. Although I really don't care about it. The likes to think that he did me a favor with his handout, please. But if he sticks a finger in, I'll rip out the whole hand, right away, and on. Let's go settle in, a lewd slap on Sasuke's toned but found an equally lewd response on her part. Oh, what mutual flirting. I chose the land long and thoughtfully. My 250 by 100 meter plot adjoined a river, another one that flowed through Konoha, but only in passing inside the forest of death. 100 meters from the river, deep into the forest, there was a clearing of only 100 square meters of land, where there were no gigantic trees, although if you dig, you will have to cut through the roots. Actually, this is what we will have to do in the process of Let's Go Settle In. Well, what can I say, if the paperwork for the clan and land took only a week, not without the help of my mother, with the light hand of Minato, and only thanks to the fact that I received the consent of the elders and heads of clans in advance, then we rummaged in the ground for a good 3 weeks, no worse than rabbits or moles. Whichever is better. In 3 weeks, we dug a network of underground corridors and about 24 round rooms. If we didn't have shinobi technicians and a whole horde of working clones, we would have been rummaging longer, because we would have to cut down the roots of trees, which not only feed the entire plant, but also conduct chakra surprisingly well, which is why these hulks grow to gigantic sizes, not to say, to be too difficult, but, mother, 3 chap weeks from dawn to dusk. Roughly speaking, a couple of trees from this forest are enough to build a wooden house with furniture. In our dugout, there are several rooms that were completely cut out and drilled inside solid roots. Instead of support beams, specially designed fuon structures were used. They were written along all corners, and the parameters of the dome were set in them. If the room was made in the shape of a hemisphere, that is, to put it simply, our house is a network of barriers, which support and strengthen the entire structure. However, even without them, the collapse of the dugout or its shrinkage is impossible. The powerful root system simply will not allow this. I suspect that the roots of the most ancient plants go hundreds of meters deep. This forest is truly amazing and unique. Sawing, drilling, and drilling were carried out using lightning and wind techniques. The compaction of the earthen walls to the state of stone, as well as their grinding and processing, was provided by Doton, but with the help of Katon, the floors covered with clay raised from the ground were fired in all rooms, and as a result we received ceramic tiles. In our house, a dugout, there was no electricity, running water, heating, or sewerage. All these functions were separately prescribed in each room. For example, in the shower there hung only the rain itself, attached to a seal on the wall, and the seal itself was responsible for both the temperature of the water and its pressure, cleaning, and, in addition, had a fairly simple space-time pocket that could and should sometimes update, for example, using the same swait ton. Sewer seals are the same fuon containers, the contents of which can be easily destroyed by passing Katon chakra into a special seal. Electricity and lighting were provided, again, with the help of fuon jutsu. The functionality and component Raiton simply changed. The temperature in the dugout was maintained by the same seals that were responsible for strengthening the vaults and walls. It sounds simple, but with the application of all this happiness, we had about a month, during which Danzo's messengers methodically dripped onto my brains, his ANBU, and their checks on what is going on here. Everyone was given a turnaround, and I went to personally bow to the head of ANBU Na, who expressed his displeasure that I spend little time with my family, and accordingly, he does not receive information. In this regard, during the same month, sometimes we visited Minato's house as guests, sometimes they visited us. To the upper levels. And no one needs to know that there are also lower levels. And only Sasuke and I can get there for one simple reason: when building the fuon structures, which ultimately represented a system of barriers inside the dugout, my knowledge of spacetime techniques based on Kamui was used. That is, I showed some part, the upper part, of the dugout, where there was nothing beyond what could not be in a shinobi's house, but here is the other part of the dugout, a cut-off independent dimension, if you like. As a result of running from guest to guest, because there were also future relatives of the Uchiha, Danzo received some operational information. For example, about the fact that Orochimaru spins around, just like me, that is, he will smile at them, and say hello to them, and his butt is covered. And the fact that the Inuzuka, it turns out, do not really advocate in support of the elders, but are starting to scratch in the direction of neutrality. At least, if earlier only some advocated such an idea, not wanting to run at the behest of elders wise with life experience, then her advisors also got itching when they tightened the screws for Inuzuka. Such as registering each ninken, their puppies, making up for each pet documents at your own expense, of course, an increase in the tax rate in case of replenishment of ninken personnel with each individual shinobi. I wanted to go on missions with 2 or 3 ninken, kindly give us a percentage. Special thanks I received from Shimura for my contribution to the defense of the village, having handed over a spy from Kumo to him with a clear conscience. No one would have found the guy further, but the poor guy had to herd leafs Jinchuriki, and doing this in the forest of death was terribly inconvenient. Together with Sasuke, we finished it without any complications. Shinra Tensei performed by Uchiha was done perfectly and quickly, and all I had to do was catch the head of the careless shinobi at the right moment and in the right place with a heavy kuroibo. Because not. Climb on my territory. The guy regained consciousness after I shook his memory and consciousness with the Rinnegan, and cheerfully, with the help of a heavy kick in the ass, hobbled into the wide arms of Danzo and his vultures. No fluff, no feather, dude. I thought then, but, turning away, quietly finished. Rest in peace. Now in the house of the head of the village, Hokage Minato Namikaze, it was surprisingly quiet and calmly. There was no one here except the mistress of the house, and always an honored and welcome guest, Tsunade Senju. And now, sitting at the same table, the last representative of the once great founding clan of Konohagakure, again descended into the abyss of the embrace of depression. In fact, she had not gotten out of it for many years, and neither the successful student nor the godsons, whom she loved very much, but never admitted it to anyone, could pull her out of there. First, the time when Kushina was inconsolable after the funeral of her firstborn, Tsunade was the only one whom the obnoxious Uzumaki allowed close to her, and she was the one who helped the woman overcome the loss, but not without a trace and not without regrets. But Kushina was able to take a breath of air again, and I tried to move on with my life. Help Senju for many reasons and pretexts. Kushina was her student right after she graduated from the Shinobi Academy. The only pity is that the other two members of the team died. Kushina was a distant relative. Kushina was mentored and raised by her grandmother, and she asked her granddaughter to look after the unlucky Uzumaki. Kushina tearfully asked to become the godmother of her children, because she immensely respected her teacher, who replaced the family and became a support as she grew up. Kushina, like Tsunade herself, suffered the same fate. They both lost the most precious thing they had at a certain moment in life, Kushina, their firstborn, Tsunade, their younger brother. Finally, it was her student that Tsunade secretly envied, but was also sincerely happy for her when Kushina again found herself in the throes of Minato. The envy was not black, but it also did not let the woman go. Family. A real family, which she never really had, was what oppressed her heart for many years. She practically did not remember her parents. They fell into eternal sleep too early. Her grandmother tried to show concern, but with age she faded faster and faster. Her brother died in battle due to stupidity, her fiancé. Kushina, in her eyes, yes, she was left without a family. Yes, she suffered a lot in childhood, including the fall of Uzushio-gakure, but over time she acquired a thread that supported life, Minato. And this same thread gave way when she lied and hid what a woman's heart cherishes with special trepidation, a child. And now Tsunade tried to compensate for her loneliness by shifting all her feelings and efforts to Kushina's family. Senju, after everything that had already happened, respected her student no less than she respected her herself. Kushina knew and understood all this very well, so she did not push away the beaten life of the teacher, letting him into her house, allowing you to become part of the family. Tsunade-san. Oh, stop this pathos, Tsunade snorted. Okay, Uzumaki waved her brush vaguely. Listen, why don't you pay attention to, let's say, the same Jiraiya? First of all, he's my godfather, the Sannin snorted. Secondly, after you took him to your godson, he changed a lot, With the help of Sasuke's Sharingan, Kushina decided to shed light on this question. His bookmarks were removed. Bookmarks. Very, very old. Naruto and Sasuke were told that they were at least 35 years old, that is, they were appointed under the elders. Kushina carefully looked into the teacher's eyes, wondering whether to continue the sentence, and under her reason, Tsunade finished on her own, nodding to her thoughts. The old monkey was never a fool, although the cunning sparkle in his eyes and the smile of a kind and forgiving old man helped him keep his mask. Believe me, he is a and was one during his lifetime, when only grandfather Tobirama trampled the ground with forged boots. But, since he was a, as you say, then, why did he voluntarily sacrifice himself during the sealing? Kushina did not understand. I have no concept of green. Maybe the spiritual hero kicked his hooves, remembering the self-sacrifice of the same Tobirama. Maybe it was a high urge out of a sense of duty to the village and the Hokage hat. Maybe something else? Tsunade said the last sentence with some apprehension and inner fear. What else? The teacher's reaction was not hidden from Kushina. Senju frowned, lightly nodding her head. Do you know who is in charge of Sarutobi? Hiruzen's brother? Kushina didn't understand. Yeah, he himself. The same sibling, whose existence I did not know, was a monkey until his death. Sounds like a villainous plan? Kushina held back a grin, but noticing that the teacher did not lose seriousness, she immediately found something to cling to. Stop, but then how did he? Resurrected? Or, was he resurrected at all? I have no idea. Speaking like an Iranian, this is impossible. From the point of view of a sane person, there is nothing criminal here. The brother took on the responsibilities of the deceased, he was simply always in the shadows and did not shine. If I were a politician, I could try to find some kind of compromising evidence, like where this little man even came from. But in any of the options there is a small nuance. His student was Orochi, he was also a member of ANBUNA, and it was he who oversaw the scientific activities of their laboratories. Besides, Orochi was the second candidate for the post of Hokage when your Minato was elected. Why didn't you say this before? Kushina frowned herself. Because before you didn't get into the arena of those in power and didn't pit power-hungry people against each other, and you didn't involve children in this matter. Our own. I don't, Uzumaki began passionately, barely hearing the accusation. Yes, I don't blame you, Senju waved it off, knowing perfectly well the habits of her beloved students. What do you think about him? About Orochimaru? This paleface has given in to me. I'm talking about Naruto. Ah, Tsunade nodded understandingly, remembering the conversation with her godson. He's somewhat similar to you in childhood, only he has stronger tempers, stronger balls, more brains, and? Kushina asked with a smile on her face and a little resentment in her eyes at her lack of brains, which followed from the words of Tsunade herself. And hatred, rage, power. What? Didn't you notice? The woman chuckled. Well, yes, it's not surprising. You will eat him in less than a year. This is my son. Kushina said confidently and coldly, clinking her cup of tea. Yeah, I supervised your first pregnancy. I'm aware, Senju says smugly, as if giving the student a slap on the head and a flick on the nose. But, he masterfully hides his real character, so much so that I believed it. Senju Tsunade, and I have more experience as a kunoichi. I'm not sure, but when you dragged Jiraiya away, then, his behavior didn't change much. Kushina lowered her eyes to the table, not wanting to admit that he doesn't know his son at all. He is, of course, not a saint and is not trying to become one. He just cares only about me and Sasuke, he doesn't care about everyone else. On Minato, on godparents, on brother, and only Aya receives at least some attention, being the younger sister. Who can he tolerate? So these are Makoto and Itachi, and only because he perceives them as Sasuke's family, or part of it. This, Tsunade fell silent meaningfully. This what I was able to understand myself during all this time. He undoubtedly reacts to everything more sensibly and harshly. I wouldn't say that he is a teenager if they communicated without eye contact. After giving birth, I tried to put medical seals on the remains of the chakra in order to maintain the tone of the child, and to ensure rapid development, added a construct with her clone to Hiruzen's seal. He used a number of more fuins on it. Lots of stamps. Duplication of memory, seal of deep consciousness and awareness, fuin concentration of attention. Tsunade slowly took the cup from her lips, very carefully put it down and put her fingers in the lock, and then asked dully. And at that time he was. The clone did this when he was 5, maybe 6 years old. Stupid. A harsh statement of fact and an embittered look, where rage splashed, but Tsunade no longer showed her attitude towards this act. There was no point, it was impossible to return and correct, and, the result still turned out to be positive. I. Just a fool, or rather, your clone, but he is your exact copy, Senju shrugged. These seals before the age of 12 can lead to a stroke simply from brain overstrain, despite the fact that the child's body has extreme flexibility, before the age of 16 a danger to the psyche, before the age of 18 to 24 an established personality, which can lead to its complete destruction. To install them, you need to prepare the facility for several years. Naruto was saved by your blood, Uzumaki, and Kyuubi, I believe. Without auxiliary and supporting seals, Kushina decided to make the situation worse by telling the last part of the truth. Wonderful, Senju said venomously, this did not make you smarter in my eyes. Kushina just hung her head. There was more to add, but it was already her son's secret, and she would remain silent, not daring to undermine his trust. A person who dedicated his stay here to her and Sasuke. You're not telling me something, Tsunade shrewdly hissed, making Uzumaki flinch and look away hauntedly. I don't want to lie to the teacher either. And you won't tell, Senju nodded affirmatively. These are Naruto's secrets. Then don't tell, because of your tricks, the relations of society to Naruto himself, responsibility for Sasuke, and other problems that those around him cause him, having once undermined his trust, you simply cannot return it. He doesn't have enough strength or patience, and most importantly, he won't allow it. Have you managed to study it so well? Kushina said somewhat jealously. I am not his mother, and I had the opportunity to first look at him from the outside. He is principled and cruel, only sometimes tough. He lives and acts exclusively according to the golden rule of morality in the strictest interpretation, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He just doesn't care about anyone. Someone wanted to help him, he will help in return in the same measure. Or, as with Danzo, the old man wants to use him, so Naruto spins him with all the breadth of his soul. Do you think it's wise to play with the elders? Kushina did not want to convey the entire private dialogue with her son, and Tsunade understood and accepted this perfectly well. I think I don't know everything that your firstborn is capable of, considering what he and Sasuke went through Hatake test in a couple of seconds. A remarkable achievement. But with Danzo, if I don't know everything about him, I know a lot, unlike Naruto. Not a single normal person, even among shinobi, would bother to build a house in the forest of death. Besides, he is a censor, and Sasuke is a very talented censor. And also, suddenly there was a metallic ringing in Tsunade's voice. I want to know how he cured you after the mission in the country of waves. Where? Kushina's eyes widened. Pupashhssi. Don't hiss. Orochimaru allowed you to sign a contract with them not for this pathos. So what? Uzumaki squealed. Maybe then you can sign with Katsuyu? Senju, sensing a weakness in this field, grabbed onto it like a tick. Although that's later. Stay on topic. And don't put pressure on Hatake, he just said that the wound was serious. A caustic look made Kushina shrink, deadly, but you are alive and well, and the treatment took place immediately after the fight. Such an operation is within the power of me, you, Shizune, and a couple of Irionen on the rest of the planet. Goviori. No. Uzumaki raised her head, stubbornly like a sheep, not wanting to tell anything related to Naruto. Kushashina. No. And period. Tsunade exhaled tiredly and doomedly, sagging in her chair. I know that your knowledge is not enough to fix/span, don't tell me, it's necessary. You told me about your dream. And you. Don't. Senju's gaze instantly glazed over when she realized where she was leading her student. You are barren, but still you wanted a family. Kushina insisted, not wanting to leave a gap, and the last word with the teacher, she was stubborn, like all Uzumaki. And I see. Please, don't say it, the haggard woman whispered quietly, already fully admitting verbal defeat. I see, the scarlet-haired fury continued loudly and confidently, how you look at my children, and this is one of the reasons why I asked you to become their godmother, because you and your grandmother yourself replaced my family. Pure crystal of bitter drops of despair escaped from the coffee eyes, and Tsunade quickly raised her hand to wipe away her shameful tears, and then cover her lips with her palm so as not to cry out in resentment at her fate and the fate of a lonely woman in life. Kushina immediately found herself on her feet, overturning her chair, and flew up to Senju, literally shaking her out of her usual place and wrapping her in a tight hug. Uzumaki knew a lot, and Tsunade had known for a very long time, shared her innermost dreams, aspirations, and experiences with the student. Once upon a time, they are trying to find a way to solve Haim Senju's female problem, but so far to no avail. While still in the prime of her reproductive years, the Sannin received an injury to the abdominal cavity, and her reproductive organs were hurt, not badly, but the treatment was personally carried out by Orochimaru, the only one whom the Senju could trust at that time. During treatment with the help of jutsu, the chakra channels around the uterus and ovaries were also affected, not due to the mistake of the snake Sannin, it was simply that, coupled with the damage that had not yet healed, this led to complications. Orochimaru himself regarded the failed operation as his personal mistake and could not forgive himself for this. He would not have solved anything with his empty apologies, and this failure served as another impetus for deepening his knowledge of medicine and shinobi techniques. And also to the pitfalls in the relationships of the entire team. Jiraiya saw understatement and sidelong glances between his teammates. Tsunade was doomed and Orochimaru was sadly apologetic. Complete discord in the team began when Jiraiya again approached Senju with his all-encompassing love, without really understanding the situation, and expressed complaints to Orochimaru about this. He didn't think for a long time. He sincerely apologized to the woman and veiledly hinted that he would continue to look for a way to correct his mistake, and then left the village at the first opportunity. Sorry, I'm sorry, Kushina whispered selflessly, continuing to lull her cousin and knowing full well that she herself had brought her down, destroying the nerve cells that had already been damaged throughout her life. I promised to talk to Naruto and find out if something can be done with his knowledge and techniques. And it's me who should thank you, what? You're worried Ann allowing me to become part of the S family. I'll talk, Uzumaki continued her line, and Naruto will help. She will finish with the arrangement, then the full village council will be held, and then I will talk. Tsunade wanted to add something else, but they shut her up, without allowing her to say a word. Trust me. Not once have my stubbornness and character left me with my nose. LOK, Tsunade was finally able to calm down and stop sobbing, secretly cherishing in her heart a vague hope for success, and in her mind realizing the plausible the result if Kushina herself gets down to business, having once already performed almost a miracle by placing a mind-blowing constructive seals on the baby. This is the end of the story.